Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Fierce Battle. At this time, outside the restaurant, many figures gathered around. They stared at the stars hanging in the sky and felt their hearts beating. The terrifying stars and celestial phenomena covered the entire area of 10 miles. They could not see Qin Wentian. So strong, is he here to kill Qin Wentian? The return of the legendary figure Qin Wentian and Chu shocked the whole country. He actually had such a terrible opponent outside. That person seems to be Qin Supreme. Qin Supreme can only be a spectator. A few days ago, he came to Chu and said he wanted to see Qin Wentian. So, it was Qin Supreme who lured Qin Wentian here. Some people thought in their hearts. Thinking of this, they were even more trembling. Qin Supreme of Qin Pavilion did not dare to deal with Qin Wentian, but asked a stronger strongman to kill Qin Wentian. How strong is this legendary figure in Chu now? Will he fall this time? They looked at Qin Supreme, only to see Qin Supreme in black standing proudly in the air with an indifferent look. Qin Wentian, he's dead. This person has been a famous figure for thousands of years, the most dangerous person in the entire Great Xia dynasty. He personally took action and did not believe that Qin Wentian would not die. This time, in order to invite him to come out of the mountain, all the forces have bleed heavily. Supreme, why do you have to do this? Next to the Supreme Qin, Ling Yu's tears kept flowing. She felt a little heartbroken and very guilty, especially when she saw the situation in front of her. Qin Wentian's people could not see, and they were obviously in a very dangerous situation, being caught in a bayonet. The Supreme Qin's eyes slowly turned around, and Ling Yu's grandfather scolded, "Ling Yu, shut up. Grandpa, how can you use me?" Ling Yu cried very hard, feeling heartbroken. If Qin Wentian fell, she couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. She knew a little about Qin Supreme's character. After all, Ling Yu had seen his tactics in Qin Pavilion. Since he had already determined to be an enemy of Qin Wentian, once Qin Wentian was killed, all the people in Chu state who had a relationship with Qin Wentian would probably be killed and the roots would be wiped out. Qin Supreme would not have the slightest mercy. He had killed many people in Qin Pavilion, many of whom he knew, and some of whom were his former friends, not to mention Qin Wentian's relatives. Sister Qingcheng, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu, as well as the entire Mo mansion. Qin Supreme would not let any of them go. Thinking of this, Ling Yu was in so much pain that her whole body was a little spasmodic, and her body was shaking constantly. She was so afraid that this would happen. Ling Yu. At this time, a voice came. Ling Yu turned her eyes and saw Mo Feng. Her face instantly turned extremely pale. Brother-in-law. Mo Feng looked at the starry sky and his face turned pale. Is there anyone more powerful than Qin Supreme to assassinate her brother-in-law? In the distance, a silver rock roared, and the dazzling silver light shone, stirring up a gust of wind. Everyone looked at it, and then they could not look away. So beautiful. Who is this woman? Someone showed a stupid look, staring at the beautiful figure on the back of the silver rock. Who else is there besides the most beautiful woman in Chu? Someone sighed. Compared with Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu is not at the same level. Mo Qingcheng should be the most beautiful woman in Chu forever. When Qin Supreme saw Mo Qingcheng, he was stunned. A strange light flashed in his sharp eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of greed. He yearns for martial arts and has a strong will. Although he loves beauty, he rarely gets close to women. Therefore, he has been single until now, without a wife or children. Now, he has become a celestial being, with extremely high achievements, a dominant figure, and controls Qin Pavilion. Naturally, he will have more ideas in his mind, wanting to find a woman worthy of him. However, he has very high standards. Ordinary women, even if they are beautiful, are not worthy of him, Qin Supreme. But the beauty in front of him really moved Qin Supreme. She is so beautiful. A trace of greed flashed in those sharp eyes. As long as Qin Wentian died, he would have the final say in the entire Chu state, and of course, the beauties of Chu state would be at his mercy. However, Qin Supreme soon frowned, because from beginning to end, Mo Qingcheng did not even look at him, and directly ignored him, Qin Supreme. He didn't know that in Mo Qingcheng's heart, he was already a dead man. Regardless of whether Qin Wentian is alive or dead, when King Giant Supreme asked someone to assassinate Qin Wentian, his fate was doomed, and he would definitely die. Moreover, Mo King Chang firmly believed that Qin Wentian would be fine. In the starry sky, the gray-robed old man did not respond to Qin Wentian's words, and his body disappeared again. The starlight was still flowing in the void, and the endless vines once again strangled Qin Wentian. Those vines opened their fangs, like man-eating vines. As long as they were trapped by this kind of starry sky, if they were not as strong as the other party, they would be killed alive in it. Qin Wentian knew this very well. So if he wanted to survive, he had to break the starry sky and rush out, but the strength of this gray-robed old man was obviously much stronger than him, and it seemed unrealistic to want to break the starry sky. The sword light blooming on the demon sword tore through the void, as if the surroundings were full of sword power, and the invisible sword energy was integrated into every part of the space. Boom! The demon sword grew bigger and became 1,000 meters long. Qin Wentian slashed his palm across and sacrificed the demon sword with blood. In an instant, the sword power became stronger. The sky was filled with a sound of sword chanting, strangling the vines that were attacking crazily. Qin Wentian did not dare to let the vines get close to him. The gray-robed old man who was trying to assassinate him might emerge from the vines at any time. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian put away the red demon halberd at this moment. He released his perception to the limit, sensing this space. The sword power was everywhere and moved by his heart. Hoo-la-la! The terrible vines strangled from all directions again. Qin Wentian did not swing his sword to cut it off this time. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he did not see it. There was endless divine brilliance shining on his body. Swish, swish. Qin Wentian pulled the demon sword up into the air, and the sword whistle became more and more terrifying. The vines seemed to be constantly attacked by the sword energy and seemed to be colliding. Boom! The extremely thick man-eating vines attacked Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and the magic sword spun. At this moment, a destructive storm seemed to appear around him, and all the vines that approached were cut off. You are quite strong. A voice seemed to come from the void, constantly echoing in this space. I thought one strike would be enough to kill you, or I could kill you directly with the help of the celestial phenomena, but you surprised me a little. The voice came again, slowly saying, but, the person I want to kill cannot be wrong. You are still doomed to die. The next attack will take your life. Qin Wentian was unmoved. No matter what the other party said, his mind would be as tough as ever. No matter whether what the other party said was true or false, arrogant or meant to disturb his mind, he could not panic. Staying calm in the face of danger is the most fundamental thing for a strong person. He was ready to face any situation. When the sound came out, there was a continuous rustling sound, and the vines were still madly strangling Qin Wentian, but they were strangled by the sword before they got close to Qin Wentian. At this time, above Qin Wentian, another starry sky was flowing, and suddenly a figure appeared. Each figure was wearing a black robe, exactly the same, like a mirror image, with exactly the same appearance, exactly the same expression, and exactly the same aura. What kind of starry sky phenomenon is this? Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The starry sky phenomena condensed by different masters were all different. Once the starry sky phenomenon was born, it was possible to feel the true power contained in it. The mysterious starry sky phenomenon in front of Qin Wentian felt that it was more dangerous than the ancient vine starry sky phenomenon. The ancient vine starry sky phenomenon gave birth to the sky-linking ancient vine, which was extremely powerful in controlling the starry sky phenomenon. So the starry sky phenomenon, in addition to having the ability to make people hide, it is likely to contain other powers. The brilliance of the starry sky phenomenon fell down. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw the starry sky phenomenon flowing towards the sky below, without a shadow or form. Those black-robed figures kept flashing and appearing in different directions. Buzz! A terrifying spear pierced Qin Wentian directly from the middle of the class. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and in an instant, the sword whistled in the sky, slashing out violently, turning into a storm of destruction. However, the dark power contained in the opponent's spear had terrible destructive power, directly breaking through the storm and attacking. Qin Wentian's blood roared in his body, and the blood protection reappeared. Both palms slapped out at the same time, destroying the world. But at this moment, the stars flowed, and the opponent's figure disappeared directly. A terrible sense of crisis came, and the power of destruction came out from the other side of Qin Wentian, making Qin Wentian feel cold all over. Boom! The sword was born, as if thousands of sharp swords burst out, but the opponent's attack was as fast as lightning, piercing through the light of the sword, and hitting Qin Wentian's shoulder, directly breaking a blood hole. One strike, then escape, extremely cautious. Even though the gray-robed old man was much stronger than Qin Wentian, he was still cautious in battle because he had suffered a loss from the blood protection. This was an important reason why he was able to survive for so long. His best abilities were hunting and assassination. He would first hunt and then slowly kill the opponent. In a short moment, the gray-robed old man's body changed many positions. The vines were still rolling over madly. Qin Wentian was unable to defend himself. Soon, many blood holes appeared on his body, and they directly pierced his body, turning him into a bloody man. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have died. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for Qin Wentian to be tortured to death. The gray-robed old man had a super strong ability to surround and kill, but fortunately, his direct attack ability was not as strong as his ability to surround and kill, otherwise the first attack would have been catastrophic to Qin Wentian. The 4 Yuanfu in Qin Wentian's body roared crazily, transmitted to every vein in his body, and even the sword power on the demon sword gathered towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body seemed to burn, and a destructive sword power spread from his body. In just a short moment, Qin Wentian's face turned pale, as if his spirit was burning. Although his aura was still at the Xiangang realm, it was faintly filled with a more terrifying power than many celestial powerhouses. What is he doing? The gray-robed old man's face suddenly became ugly. Qin Wentian grabbed the demon sword with his left hand, and suddenly raised his right hand and placed it in the void, staring at him who was about to stab again. You are crazy. The gray-robed old man saw that Qin Wentian's face was pale, but his strength had risen to an unprecedented terrifying level. He instantly understood what Qin Wentian wanted to do. He launched a terrible spell at the cost of burning himself, and at the cost of hurting himself, he sent out an attack force beyond the limit. Buzz! The gray-robed old man turned around and disappeared into a celestial phenomenon. This guy was crazy. He launched such a terrible destructive killing force without saying a word, regardless of the consequences. Kill! Qin Wentian's palm swept towards the void. At this moment, it was as if a sword slashed through the sky, splitting the celestial phenomenon directly in the middle. Chapter 677 Crisis Situation. The celestial phenomena were shattered. The double celestial phenomena were split by a sword at the same time, splitting in half from the middle, cleanly and neatly. The familiar sky appeared above Qin Wentian again. The moment his sword slashed out, the whole person's momentum seemed to be removed, and his face was as pale as paper. In the past, he had transformed into a big rock and used the sword of exterminating immortals. This immortal method was different from the other immortal methods he'd practiced. It was to burn himself at the cost of launching the strongest attack. To activate the immortal method, it could drain everything from him, including his vitality. Qin Wentian didn't know that if his vitality was not extremely strong, he would not be able to withstand the use of the sword method of exterminating immortals again and again. But the power of this sword was obvious. His own strength was stronger than when he transformed into a big rock. The original power of burning himself was naturally easier to control than the power of the 8 demon gods that he used to burn. The people around them only saw a sword light suddenly appear above the closed battlefield. This sword light seemed to tear open the sky and slash towards the sky. Then, the stars and celestial phenomena disappeared. Their hearts were all trembling violently. Is the battle over? Where did that sword light come from? Did Qin Wentian fall? The figures of the gray-robed old man and Qin Wentian appeared in the void at the same time. Both of them stood still. Qin Wentian held the magic sword in his left hand. The sword was still around him. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. It can be seen that the battle was extremely tragic. The gray-robed old man stood there very quietly. There was no scar on his body. His eyes were extremely cold, which made people feel terrible. Brother-in-law. Mo Feng and Ling Yu murmured in a low voice, staring at Qin Wentian motionlessly, while Mo Qingchang had already stepped out and came to Qin Wentian in an instant. She took out a shining pail and fit it directly into Qin Wentian's mouth. Qin Wentian swallowed it and took out a white dress. Mo Qingchang took it and then put it on Qin Wentian, as if she was a virtuous wife. She didn't say a word or ask a question. She could feel that Qin Wentian was not feeling well at the moment and seemed to have been suppressing his injuries. Let's go, Mo Qingchang said, and the people from the Mo mansion nodded and began to retreat. The silver rock flew to Qin Wentian's feet, its wings flashing, and retreated to the back. Qin Wentian had already put the demon's sword back in place, and his eyes were still fixed on the gray-robed old man in front of him. Seeing the cold eyes, the gray-robed old man did not move again. The silver rock whistled away, and his figure gradually disappeared. During this process, King Jiutian Supreme's face turned livid, but he did not act rashly. At this moment, his heart was cold. He was not dead, and he did not kill Qin Wentian like this. He looked at the gray-robed old man, and with a puff, the gray-robed old man spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale in an instant, and his breath in his body was floating. His body was trembling slightly, as if he was in extreme pain. Taking a deep breath, the gray-robed old man stabilized his floating breath and stared at the disappearing figure. Failed, this assassination would end in failure. I will not accept your mission. The gray-robed old man looked at King Jiutian Supreme. Why? This battle is not over yet. Qin Wentian is already at the end of his strength. Why didn't you kill him right there and then? King Jiutian Supreme's face turned ugly when he heard the other party's words. At the end of his strength? Why didn't you take action? The gray-robed old man stared at the other party. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, he saw him swung his sleeves, turned around and walked away. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. When he was far away, the gray-robed old man spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again, and then quickly went towards the direction of the sky below. Not killing? He simply didn't have the ability to kill Qin Wentian again. If he continued to fight, it was unknown who would die. When the gray-robed old man left, King Jiutian Supreme felt uncomfortable. Today's killing game was specially set up for Qin Wentian, and the person who set up this killing game was him, King Jiutian Supreme. He knew that Qin Wentian would definitely come, because he, King Jiutian Supreme, was in Chu State, and Qin Wentian's family was in Chu State. Qin Wentian had to come. Once he came, Qin Wentian would definitely die. But the ending was contrary to expectations. Qin Wentian did not die. Even the gray-robed man did not kill Qin Wentian. So once Qin Wentian recovered, who would be the first person to be killed? It was King Jiutian Supreme. It is impossible for me to bear this matter alone. King Jiutian Supreme's heart was cold, and he said, "Take Ling Yu back." After that, he flashed and roared away into the distance. The storm swept across the Chu State in an instant, but Qin Wentian, who was at the center of the storm, had returned to the Mo mansion. In Mo Qingchang's room, Qin Wentian's body was lying on the ground, without any strength. He had tried hard to control the immortal destroying sword and unleash the sword's might before draining all the strength in his body. But even so, the moment triggered by the immortal destroying sword still uncontrollably drained his spirit and burned his vitality. Qingcheng, during this period, the Mo mansion may be in danger. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. I'll send you away for now. No one dares to act rashly when you're not in Chu. They didn't take radical measures before because they were afraid of your revenge. Mo Qingchang sat next to Qin Wentian and said softly. Qin Wentian certainly understood, so he was relieved to let King Wang Palace move, and didn't even worry about the other party threatening him with relatives and friends in Chu, just because Qin Wentian understood that before killing him, Qin Wentian, those overlords would not dare to do so. Not only did Qin Wentian have relatives, but those overlords all had children and grandchildren, and they were all in the Jiaxiao city of Daxia. Daxia's overlords were not so irrational to dare to touch his relatives before killing Qin Wentian. That would be a matter of both destruction and destruction. It's different now. Qin Wentian shook his head. They have already hired someone to assassinate me. We have fallen out. Of course, King Jiutian Supreme knows that I will definitely kill him. Then, he will take risks and kill me at all costs. It will not be the same as before. If I leave, he may take radical measures, so I can't leave. Mo Qingchang looked at the pale face, but it still showed a firm look, as if her heart was about to melt. She lay beside Qin Wentian, hugging Qin Wentian with her soft body. She knew that Qin Wentian was right. Before, they didn't have a falling out. Those people didn't dare to offend Qin Wentian too much before Qin Wentian died, but now, it's different. They have already assassinated him. Are they still afraid of another falling out? If Qin Wentian leaves, they may threaten Qin Wentian's relatives. No matter what, I will stay with you. Mo Qingchang didn't persuade much. Of course, she knew Qin Wentian's character. Since he had made a decision, he would not change it. She respected any decision he made. The wedding is not far away, and the people from the Huangji Holy Land will be here soon. If they really dare to take action, King Chen, tell them your identity. I believe you will be able to intimidate them. Qin Wentian stroked Mo Qingchang's cheek and said softly, I need to rest. Well, I won't disturb you. I'll stay with you. Mo Qingchang said obediently. Everyone in the Mo mansion was very worried about Qin Wentian's injury, but Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian never left the room. It seemed that everything was calm, but behind the scenes, it seemed that a terrible storm could be set off at any time. Qin Chuan and Qin Yao also came to the Mo mansion, wanting to know how Qin Wentian was doing now, but they didn't see Qin Wentian. A few days later, news came from the Chu Kingdom Imperial City that some super forces in the Great Xia Dynasty, and the hegemonic forces at the same level as Qingyuan Pavilion and Piaomio Peak, had many people set foot in the Chu Kingdom Imperial City. Moreover, they were the leaders of these hegemonic forces, the real hegemons of the Great Xia Dynasty. This news really scared the people in the Chu Kingdom Imperial City. They were all people at the same level as Qingyuan Supreme, or even more powerful. They came together to the small country of Chu, and it seemed that they came for Qin Wentian. The atmosphere in the Mo mansion was extremely tense. They didn't know what kind of storm Qin Wentian had caused outside, but hearing that so many hegemons were Qin Wentian's enemies, how could they not be frightened? And now Qin Wentian's injury was unknown. As soon as these people arrived, they occupied the palace of Chu State directly. They came with such a fierce momentum that they were almost going to attack the Mo mansion directly. In the palace hall, the king and his ministers were expelled, and the overlords occupied this place. They all looked at Qingyuan Supreme and asked, how did that battle go? Why didn't Qin Wentian die? Shadow Lord never mentioned this battle and refused to continue the assassination. I don't know, but Shadow Lord and Qin Wentian must have been injured. The injuries are not light. Otherwise, with Qin Wentian's character, do you think he can endure it? Qingyuan Supreme looked at the crowd and said, Humph, he is seriously injured, why don't you just kill him and kill him? He is seriously injured, why is he still not leaving Chu? The ancestor of the Wang family questioned. Qin Wentian survived the assassination of Shadow Lord, broke the celestial phenomenon, and injured Shadow Lord. Qin Wentian was too terrible. Although they wanted Qin Wentian to die immediately, they were cautious and did not dare to kill him directly. They were still a little confused. I'll kill him? You all instigated me to do this, but now it's just my business. Qingyuan Supreme sneered, now we're all here, he knows who asked Shadow Lord to assassinate Qin Wentian, we have no choice but to kill him and take his life, otherwise, we'll wait for revenge, you know better than me how to do it, if you don't want to kill him, I can just give up Qingyuan Pavilion and leave, I'm all alone and have no worries, unlike you all have many children and grandchildren. You. The ancestor of the Wang family looked cold. Qingyuan Supreme looked at him fearlessly, these old foxes actually wanted to stay out of it, is it possible for him to stand up alone? Don't argue, things have calmed to this point, we really have no choice. The ancestor of the Shi family said, either kill Qin Wentian or wait to die. In this case, it's much simpler, should we kill him now, or threaten Qin Wentian to come over and see if you will come? Qingyuan Supreme said indifferently. Chapter 678 Killing. The overlords of Daxia arrived in Chu State, and Fairy King Yi and her companions naturally arrived as well. At the Mo Mansion, Fairy King Mei, Old Xing, the master of Zuan'an Palace, the old woman of Zuan'an Palace, and Chu Lanjiang, the deputy master of Kangwang Palace, all 5 powerful celestial beings, arrived. When they stepped into the Mo Mansion, the entire Mo Mansion was shocked. The momentum of these 5 people was too strong. Just by casually fighting there, they had the power of a giant. No one dared to look at them after a glance. The people in the Mo Mansion were trembling with fear. Old Master Mo personally went out to greet them, feeling a little uneasy, not knowing who these people were. Fairy King Yi and her companions scanned their consciousness, and then they walked towards the Mo Mansion. Mo Qingchang's figure strolled out and met them in midair. Fairy Queen Mei looked at Mo Qingchang for a moment, then said, is the sect master okay? He's resting. Mo Qingchang said to everyone, let's go down and talk. Okay. Fairy Queen Mei smiled. Looking at Mo Qingchang's temperament, she couldn't help but think of Kinger. They were both such excellent people. No wonder Qin Wentian couldn't let go. The Mo Mansion was shaken again. The 5 super strong men who came were actually Qin Wentian's subordinates. I heard that the current situation in Chu is not good for the sect master. The strong men should have arrived in Chu. They sat down in the courtyard. The people in the Mo mansion prepared a banquet and Mo Qingchang received them. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. Mo Qingchang said. Why not take the sect master away? Fairy Queen Mei asked. Mo Qingchang shook her head. He is afraid of implicating others and refuses to leave. This is fine. You should have confidence. Fairy King Mei looked at Mo Qingchang, with a bright luster in her misty eyes. Then she smiled and nodded and said, since the master's wife said so, we certainly believe that the master can survive this disaster. Are we going to wait here? Wait, they should be here soon. Mo Qingchang said calmly. Although Mo Qingchang said so, Fairy King Mei and the others were still very worried. Can they really get away unscathed this time? Just as Mo Qingchang expected, the overlords of Daxia came directly to the Mo mansion. Since they had asked the Shadow Lord to assassinate Qin Wentian and the two sides had a deadly feud, they had no choice but to kill Qin Wentian in one go. They had no way out. Before they arrived, a terrifying force swept across the Mo mansion, and the entire Mo mansion trembled. Mo Qingchang led Fairy King Mei and others to fly in the air and saw the powerful people coming from afar. More than 10 celestial realm masters, almost the strongest force in Daxia, descended on the Mo mansion. A destructive pressure enveloped every corner of the Mo mansion. The crowd trembled and looked up at the figures of the overlords in the void. The shock in their hearts could not be added. Is the Mo mansion finished this time? You are here as expected. When the overlords saw Fairy King Mei and others, a cold look flashed in their eyes. Qin Wentian was still in the Mo mansion, and he seemed to be recovering from his injuries. What are you doing in my house? Mo Qingchang looked at everyone and said. Your house. King Guyan Supreme seemed to have heard something ridiculous. Did Mo Qingchang not know what was going to happen? Mo Qingchang, Qin Wentian killed people indiscriminately in the Daxia dynasty. Today, all of us in Daxia must eliminate this cancer of Daxia. The people in the Mo mansion are courting death if they are involved with this person. The ancestor of the Shi family said coldly. I advise you to get out of here. Today, only one person in the Mo family was killed or injured. I can guarantee that one day the land of Daxia will be flooded with blood, and your family or clan will be razed to the ground. Mo Qingchang's voice was cold, and the coldness in her cold eyes came from the heart, which made people feel a little touched. You don't know what you are talking about, you want to scare us. The ancestor of the Wang family sneered. I'm scaring you. Mo Qingchang stared at the ancestor of the Wang family. The land of Daxia, the Huangji Holy Land calls it a barren land. No one is willing to set foot here, and any force in the Huangji Holy Land can destroy the entire Daxia. Qin Wentian wants to unify Daxia, but Daxia is too weak, pitifully weak. In the future, as long as a certain force is interested, they can sweep across Daxia. Qin Wentian and I returned from the Huangji Holy Land for our wedding, and we didn't bring any strong men from the sect, otherwise it would be your turn to be so presumptuous here. Mo Qingchang said, her eyes sweeping over the people in front of her one by one. Otherwise, what do you think? The Daxia Dangwon Palace was destroyed. Why didn't Zhen Yu, the disciple of the Huangji Holy Sect who was once arrogant, show up? And the Hu family, I don't know if anyone has come here. Hu Taixu is now a disciple of the leader of the Huangji Holy Sect. If you are still confined to the land of Daxia, it would be too pathetic. The ancestor of the Hu family trembled. Hu Taixu became a disciple of the leader of the Huangji Holy Sect? He didn't know what the leader lineage meant, but from Mo Qingchang's tone, it seemed very strong. Is what you said true? Asked the ancestor of the Hu family. Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian entered the Xian Wu world at the same time. Qin Wentian won the first place in the Xian Wu world. Hu Taixu and another Xianjiao tied for second place. They were invited by the leader lineage of the Huangji Holy Sect. Their status is much higher than Zhen Yu. Believe it or not, I have said so much today. If you leave, I will give you an invitation card each. You can come to attend the wedding of Qin Wentian and me. Everything will be clear. As for what you are worried about, the unification of Daxia is imperative, but Wentian will not want to destroy all of you. However, today you come to kill again. I will give you a final warning. If you don't retreat today, there will be no room for maneuver. Even if you kill Qin Wentian and me, the entire Daxia will be buried with you. Mo Qingchang's words were sharp, and the overlords of the various forces in Daxia were shocked by her words. They were speechless for a long time, as if they were thinking about Mo Qingchang's words. Judging from Mo Qingchang's temperament, I'm afraid she has already completed her transformation in the Royal Saint domain. Hu Taixu has become a core disciple of the Royal Saint sect. What about Qin Wentian and her? Is there any need to say more? When the people in the Mo mansion heard what Mo Qingchang said, they vaguely understood how powerful Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were outside. Qin Wentian wanted to unify the entire Great Xia dynasty. Don't be fooled by her words. The reason why she said so today is because she knows that she is weak. Don't forget how strong Qin Wentian was before. If you don't seize the opportunity to kill Qin Wentian this time, there will be no second chance. The ancestor of the Wang family said coldly. They are all old monsters who have lived for many years. They will not easily believe others, and they are not easily frightened. Now we are in the active position. If we wait for Qin Wentian to recover, it may not be certain. King Guyan Supreme also spoke coldly. The words of the two instantly extinguished the thoughts in the hearts of the overlords. Indeed, although Mo Qingchang's words shocked them, it was because Mo Qingchang also knew that she was in a weak position at this time. Today was the best opportunity to kill Qin Wentian. Everyone, why don't you come out? At this time, the Shi family ancestor said coldly. The others were not surprised. They all knew that there were still people in the dark. Sure enough, after these words fell, many people appeared. Zhang family, Kai Angelique, are you ready to join our alliance? The Wang family ancestor looked at the people who came. There were 4 strong men, who were astronomical figures of the Zhang family and Kai Angelique. Now this small Chu state determined the future situation of the entire Daxia. All the eyes of Daxia were focused on it. In the Yang family, the alliance has been formed. Which side are the 2 Zhang family members going to stand on? Fairy Queen Mei asked. Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting are getting married. The Zhang family should stand on their side, but people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows what the 2 Zhang family masters think at this time, especially at this time they are not in an advantageous position. The 2 Zhang family celestial masters have complicated thoughts. Although Qin Wentian did not bother with them that day and said that they could be friends on the surface, they did not have a deep friendship. They understand that Qin Wentian still has some grudges against the Zhang family. After all, their Zhang family has always stood with the Yang patriarch. If they want to eliminate this grudge, this time is an opportunity. They see Qin Wentian's talent and strength. If Daxia is really unified, those who follow Qin Wentian will obviously become the ruling party. But if they stand on Qin Wentian's side this time, it will also be very dangerous. Crisis and opportunity always coexist. It depends on how they choose. Of course, back in the Yang family, the Kang Palace had formed an alliance with the Zhang family. Now that Palace Master Qin is in trouble, the Zhang family will not stand idly by. A Zhang family strongman spoke up, making the overlords look ugly, and then looked at the people of the Kai Angelique and asked, "What about you?" Palace Master Qin is the 5 absolute guest of my Kai Angelique. Unfortunately, Palace Master Qin has never exercised the rights of the 5 absolute guest. However, since he is a guest of my Kai Angelique, you treat him like this, and the Kai Angelique should help you. The 2 strong men of the Kai Angelique said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the other party became even uglier. In this way, except for Qin Wentian, the other party already has 9 celestial masters. Mo Qingchang thanks you on behalf of Wentian. After this matter, I, Mo Qingchang, guarantee that the Zhang family and the Kai Angelique will definitely have a place in Daxia. Mo Qingchang said lightly. Although this seemed to be a polite remark, it actually reassured the hearts of the Zhang family and the 4 celestial masters of the Kai Angelique. Why did they take the risk to help Qin Wentian? Isn't it just for a promise? You really want to help the tyrant? The Shi family ancestor spoke coldly, and the breath of the group of people had already burst out. Everyone. At this time, the Hui family ancestor suddenly spoke, and everyone looked at him, only to see him say, "My Hui family will no longer participate in this matter, goodbye." As he said that, he actually left directly with another Hui family astronomical expert, which made the Shi family ancestor and others look gloomy. The opponent's power became stronger, but they weakened instead. But fortunately, they still have an absolute advantage. Kill. The Shi family ancestor said coldly. Things have come to this point, and it is irreversible. The only way is to kill. Kill Qin Wentian, and all their hopes will be cut off. King Guyan Supreme's voice was cold, and the crowd nodded one after another. The reason why Kai Angelique and Zhang family took risks was nothing more than because Qin Wentian was too outstanding. They didn't want to become vassals after the unification of Daxia, so they took a gamble today and bet their hopes on Qin Wentian, The young man who created many miracles. Chapter 679 Who Wants to Kill Me? In the royal sacred domain, Qin Wentian summoned monsters have returned and sent invitations to Yaohuang Valley, Yi Kingdom, and Zhanjian sect. This news did not alarm other people in the royal sacred domain. In the eyes of the powerful people in the royal sacred domain, the land of Daxia is a wild land. Who would cast their eyes on a small country in the territory of Daxia, Chu? Qin Wentian has disappeared in the royal sacred domain for several months. Many people speculate that he may be practicing in seclusion. There are not many surprises. Those powerful people who receive the invitations have calculated the date and are ready to travel to Chu. In the fairy palace in the psychedelic mountains of the royal sacred domain, Jiutian is still fighting madly. The one fighting with Emperor Yan at this time was a middle-aged man wearing black magic armor. He was burly and powerful. Every time his palm prints were blasted out, it seemed to cover the entire void and kill all enemies. The power was super strong. Although he could not feel the combination of the true meaning, Emperor Yan could guess that there must be a space true meaning hidden in this palm print, but after the true meaning was fused, he could not feel the shadow of the separate true meaning. Emperor Yan held the Fang Yan Huaji and stabbed out frantically. Only palm prints covered the sky and buried the space around him in it. He could not see the outside world at all. Every time he fought with the opponent, Emperor Yan would be tortured half to death. If the opponent had not shown mercy, he would have died without a doubt. Buzz! Another palm print came violently. Emperor Yan's eyes turned cold, and the Fang Yan Huaji in his hand burst out. At this moment, the Fang Yan Huaji was flowing with brilliant Huaguang, drawing a power arc, like cutting and stabbing. Swish, swish. The attacking palm print seemed to leave a brilliant halberd mark. After the halberd mark passed, a destructive force flowed in all directions. The violent destructive force burst out in an instant, and then the palm print was directly shattered. Okay. The middle-aged man took a big step forward and blasted out another palm, pressing down from above Emperor Tian with overwhelming power. Buzz! Emperor Tian rushed up, his arms dancing, and the Fang Yan Huaji pierced the void. Wherever he passed, there were terrifying destructive light spots bursting out, containing amazing pressure. With a bang, the Fang Yan Huaji collided with a palm print, and the palm print exploded again. However, the burly middle-aged man's attack speed became faster and faster, and Emperor Yan's counterattack became more and more fierce. The airflow of destruction raged in this space, as if the power was compressed to the extreme. The control of both of them was amazingly strong. Finally, when everything stopped, the burly middle-aged man stepped aside, looked at Jiutian and said with a smile, "Yes, your sword demon power has surpassed the virtual demon power, and it can be called your strongest attack power. Moreover, this power will be extremely powerful when you integrate it into the sword or palm magic. Well, it's finally perfected. The sword demon power is more powerful than the pure attack power of the virtual demon power. In terms of attack power, it is an evolution of the virtual demon power, but it lacks the deceptiveness of the virtual demon power. It is the strongest and most powerful attack." Jiutian nodded. "Your progress is amazing. I'll look forward to the day when you defeat us," the burly middle-aged man said with a smile. In the past few days, they have seen Jiutian's progress bit by bit. It's amazing. Maybe he can really complete the test. I also want to complete this wish as soon as possible. I hope to control the fairy palace, so that all the seniors don't have to continue to endure this torment of being bound. Jiutian sighed in his heart, turned his eyes, and many eyes in the distance looked at him, and those eyes were full of hope. This made Jiutian clench his fists, and he would definitely do it. Chu State, Mo Mansion, a war is about to break out. Kill Qin Wentian. The Shi family patriarch gave the order, and in an instant, all the strong men stepped at the same time, and the stars and celestial phenomena bloomed. More than 10 different stars. Just a moment, the sky disappeared, only the stars were everywhere. Stop them. Fairy Queen Mei looked ugly, her footsteps stepped towards the Shi family patriarch, and the phantom stars bloomed. Your choice is really stupid. The Wang family patriarch stared at the Zhang family patriarch and said coldly, then he walked towards the Zhang family patriarch, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light appeared in the stars and chopped down from the starry sky. Humph. The Zhang family patriarch snorted coldly and went forward, hoping that Qin Wentian still had a trump card, otherwise this battle would be really dangerous. Everyone in the Mo Mansion, evacuate. Mo King Chang shouted in the void, and the people in the Mo mansion felt powerless and retreated to the distance. In front of such a strong man, let alone help, they didn't even have the ability to intervene. On Mo Qingcheng's body, strands of white flames with a turquoise color shone. The flames grew all over her body, covering her with a layer of dazzling flame armor, covering her body in it. A terrifying burning power swept across the world. This was the treasure left to her by the Medicine Emperor, which had the ability to attack and defend at the same time. Her body retreated and guarded the courtyard where Qin Wentian was. Soon, he saw several celestial powerhouses breaking through, and his brows could not help but frown. Although they already had 9 celestial powerhouses, the other side had more people and easily entangled the 9 celestial powers. At this time, 3 celestial powers were coming here to kill. Destroying Qin Wentian was their first priority. Among the 3 celestial powers, one was a celestial powerhouse from the Zhixing mansion, one was the Sword Lord of Yanzhou, whose attack power was extremely terrifying, and the other was a celestial powerhouse from the Yaozhou city. Get out of the way. The Sword Lord's voice was sharp. He stretched out his hands. In an instant, endless sword lights fell from the sky. There were constant rumbling sounds. Everything below turned into dust and the buildings collapsed. A brilliant glazed flame halo bloomed on Mo Qingcheng's body, covering the world and blocking Qin Wentian's body. How can you stop the 3 of us? He will definitely die today. The Sword Lord said lightly, and then he saw his hands pinching the sword formula, and the starry sky sword light gathered and appeared. He saw the sword formula blooming in his hand, and one sword gave birth to 9 swords, like the annihilation of light, and rushed towards Mo Qingcheng. The flame armor on Mo Qingcheng's body burned crazily. She broke through the air with her fists, and the flames swept the world and collided with the sword light. HMPH. The celestial figure of Yaozhou city trampled on the void, as if there were thousands of monsters rushing, crushing down towards Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng looked pale, and the fire burned the sky, burning towards the rushing monster. At this time, a terrifying palm print appeared behind Mo Qingcheng, tearing the flame curtain apart. The body of the strong man from the star-picking mansion descended directly above Qin Wentian. Looking at the closed-eyed Qin Wentian, a murderous thought flashed in his eyes. The bright starlight flowed in his palm, and the palm print of annihilation seemed to be gathering. However, at this moment, in the ruins, the eyes of Qin Wentian, who was lying with his eyes closed, suddenly opened, and a terrifying cold light burst out. This cold light actually made the heart of the strong man from the star-picking mansion tremble slightly. Qin Wentian seemed to have a third eye between his eyebrows, and a terrifying vortex seemed to appear in his eyes. The whole void rolled with the vortex, and the world suddenly dimmed, as if it had transformed into Qin Wentian's world. Then, Qin Wentian's body slowly stood up, turned into a ray of light, and killed him. Get out of here. The celestial being of the Zhixing mansion roared, raised his hand and slapped it. With a loud rumble, the void trembled, and the violent airflow raged. An extremely sharp light flashed across the expression of the strong man. He poked his finger at his forehead, and the light flashed out between his eyes. In an instant, the world regained clarity. Just now, he actually fell into Qin Wentian's dream. Fortunately, he was powerful and determined. If they were Xiangan characters, Qin Wentian would probably take them into the dream with just one glance, and it would be difficult to break free. But at this time, Qin Wentian did stand up. His fingers crossed the drawn demon sword, and the blood dyed the demon sword red. The sword energy was overwhelming. He was covered with a dazzling light, as if he was an extremely terrifying force, transformed into armor. You want to kill me? Qin Wentian raised his head and held the blood-stained demon sword, walking in the void, his white clothes fluttering. He looked weak, but a glance made the strong man of the star-picking mansion feel afraid. Do you know how Yang Mushan died? Qin Wentian spoke again. His voice seemed to contain a magical power, which made people feel afraid. He is already at the end of his strength, kill him. The sword master in the void said sarcastically. Starlight sprinkled on the strong man of the star-picking mansion. Thousands of palm prints fell from the stars and celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian continued to walk towards him, and the destructive sword energy storm directly tore the falling palm prints apart. Really? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strong and extremely sarcastic look, and he continued to walk towards the other party. Kill. The strong man of the star-picking mansion burst out with an extremely terrifying starlight, and his body shone with an extremely dazzling starlight. He saw his palms strike out, and the palm print brilliance was more dazzling than the stars. Roar. An extremely terrifying roar of a demon beast was heard, and a figure seemed to step out of Qin Wentian's body. The blood-stained figure was actually the shape of Qin Wentian, the Blood Guardian. The Blood Guardian raised his hand and blasted it, colliding with the opponent's palm print. The demonic energy swept across the world, and the palm print exploded from the void. The strongman of the star-picking mansion was shocked. What was this? At this time, Qin Wentian, who had been stepping towards him, swung forward with his right hand holding the demon sword. The demon sword directly crossed the sky. The sky seemed to have a terrible vortex of destruction, and the void seemed to be trembling and breaking. The sword did not look dazzling, but it made the strong man of the star-picking mansion tremble. Both palms attacked at the same time and pressed down, but when the demon sword passed by, everything was shattered. When the demon sword and the palm print came into contact, the palm print actually disintegrated directly. Puff! The demon sword directly pierced into the body of the powerful celestial phenomenon of the star-picking mansion. It did not penetrate into the vital parts, but at this moment, the powerful celestial phenomenon of the star-picking mansion showed deep fear, which was despair. Many people fighting in the void shot their eyes in this direction, and their pupils all shrank. Under their gaze, the body of the powerful celestial phenomenon was directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Qin Wentian took over the suspended demon sword, swept his eyes to the people in the void, and said coldly, "Who else wants to kill me?" Chapter 680, Frightened Back. The battle in the void suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian, their hearts trembling violently. The celestial phenomenon of the star-picking mansion was killed by a sword. How could the attack just now be so strong? Qin Wentian's eyes swept across the crowd. He did not have a monstrous and tyrannical aura, but the mysterious power that permeated his body made people feel a strong threat. Qin Wentian held the magic sword and walked forward in the void. On the sword, there were dots of light, and it actually left sword marks in the void. Wherever Qin Wentian passed, the void was engraved with sword marks, and the destructive power spread in all directions, as if anyone who was touched by this power would be destroyed immediately, just like the strong man of the star-picking mansion. The power of the fusion of true meaning, and it is an absolute attack power. The expressions of the celestial beings were grim. The strongest among them only condensed the celestial phenomena by fusing two true meanings. Most people only integrated a single true meaning into their martial souls and transformed into the celestial phenomena of stars. This was the weakest celestial being. Qin Wentian had already begun to fuse true meanings before entering the celestial realm. Once he achieved the celestial phenomena of stars, his celestial phenomena attack power would be extremely terrifying. The demon sword hummed softly and whistled continuously. The sword marks in the void became longer and longer. Qin Wentian strolled to the center of the battlefield. His eyes swept across the crowd. "You come to kill me when I am injured. Very good. Now I give you two choices. One is to continue to kill me, the other is to get out of here immediately. Come to watch the ceremony on the day of my wedding, and I will announce how to deal with you." Qin Wentian's voice was as strong as ever, so strong that it made the hearts of the overlords tremble. They were really afraid of Qin Wentian. Since Qin Wentian returned to Daxia, he had done too many terrible things. The first thing was to set foot in the Ouyang family and destroy the three celestial beings of the Ouyang family. However, when he reorganized the Qing Palace and was oppressed by the powerful, he still let the Qing Palace move to the ancient palace of Daxia, intending to conquer Daxia. This led to the assassination of the Shadow Lord. However, the Shadow Lord failed, left injured, and even stopped participating, seeming to be very afraid of Qin Wentian. These led to Qin Wentian lying there injured, and they were still deeply afraid. In fact, many people could kill Qin Wentian, but many people were extremely scheming. They did not kill him, but chose other opponents, allowing the other party to entangle themselves and let others test Qin Wentian's trump card. Sure enough, they saw the death of the celestial being of this Haixing mansion, and this death deepened their fear of Qin Wentian. This young man standing in the center of the battlefield with a demon sword in his hand was really terrifying. "I don't believe he has the ability to deal with us. Don't listen to his bluffing. I'm afraid he is trying to scare us." A voice came from a distance. King Jiutian Supreme stared at Qin Wentian with extremely cold eyes. Qin Wentian looked at him with cold eyes and said sarcastically, "Why are you standing so far away? Come and kill me." The eyes of the crowd fell on King Jiutian Supreme. Someone said, "You go and kill him. We will protect you." King Jiutian Supreme frowned and glanced at the person who spoke. He was not so stupid as to go himself. What if Qin Wentian fought desperately? Even if he was at the end of his strength, he could kill 1 or 2 people with his desperate efforts. If you don't come, I will come. Qin Wentian took a step and walked towards King Giant Supreme step by step, leaving marks in the void. The airflow of destruction enveloped his body. The extremely sharp eyes stared at King Giant Supreme, which made King Giant Supreme feel deeply afraid. King Giant Supreme's face turned pale, and he said, "If you all attack together, he will definitely not be able to bear it." No one paid attention to him. These people did not care about King Giant Supreme's life or death. It would be better to let King Giant Supreme test Qin Wentian's strength. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, King Giant Supreme's face was extremely ugly. "You are not worthy of conspiracy. In this case, you all wait for destruction." After saying that, his body suddenly turned around and fled directly. He disappeared here in the blink of an eye. Looking at the disappearing King Giant Supreme, Qin Wentian did not chase him. His eyes swept over the other people. Those overlords were so scared by Qin Wentian that no one dared to take action. This had to be said to be a kind of irony. Everyone has selfish motives. No one wants to be the first person to take action. The death of the strong man from Zhaixing Mansion just now was seen by everyone. "You dare not kill me, but you won't leave." Qin Wentian swept past the silent people and walked towards the second person. This time, the person he chose was a strong man from the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect. The man's face was ashen, and he looked at the others. Now everyone was still hesitating, wondering whether to fight to the death today. "Okay, I'll make the first move." The strong man from the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect roared, and the stars and celestial phenomena appeared. Wind and thunder raged, sweeping the world and killing Qin Wentian. In just a moment, Qin Wentian's body was full of destructive airflow, but as long as it approached Qin Wentian's body, it would be destroyed directly. Qin Wentian dragged the demon sword, which was dazzling, and released a terrible stream of light. The attack of the stars and celestial phenomena cannot be close to the body. The crowd trembled inwardly, and Qin Wentian's eyes between his eyebrows opened again. The terrifying attack seemed to directly invade the opponent's will. His eyes were a little confused, as if he was going back and forth in 2 different spaces. He gritted his teeth and didn't let himself fall into that dream space. A flash of white light passed by, and then the white light seemed to become larger, with a faint terrifying golden luster. The extremely sharp fangs bit directly towards the celestial being of the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect, as fast as lightning. "Evil beast!" The strong man of the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect raised his hand and blasted out. The terrifying wind and thunder palm print seemed to have a wind and thunder pattern on it. It blasted in front. The white light was an extremely ferocious monster. There was a crackling sound, and the wind and thunder palm was bitten to pieces. The sharp fangs continued to bite his throat. Buzz! At the same moment, Qin Wentian's demon sword crossed the void and stabbed at him. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. The face of the strong man of the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect changed continuously. His body soared into the sky, like a wind and thunder lightning, but at this moment, Qin Wentian's body transformed into many figures. With a roar, countless palm prints rolled out, directly covering the huge space and crushing everything. The palm prints turned into millstones of destruction, like a doomsday storm that destroyed everything and annihilated the space. The strong man from the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect seemed to be in the middle of the storm, showing a look of horror. He felt the attack power that could destroy everything madly penetrate into his body. Kill! Qin Wentian pressed his palm down, and with a loud bang, a light burst out. Everything in that space was destroyed, only the light of destruction was still flowing. Jiutian! Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, trembling with fear. It was too strong, like a killing god. Whoever walked towards it would die. The monster fell on Qin Wentian's shoulder, and it turned out to be the beautiful little monster. It was so scary when it opened its fangs. The demon sword returned, and Qin Wentian's eyes swept over everyone again, but no one dared to look at him. "It seems that you all still want to kill me." Qin Wentian chose another person to walk over. The man suddenly turned around and shouted, "Qin Wentian, we don't have a deep grudge against each other. It was everyone's idea to ask for help from the Shadow Lord last time. I can't stay out of it. From now on, I will no longer interfere in your affairs." After that, the strong man turned around and left, and soon disappeared. The Shi family ancestor looked extremely unhappy when he saw this scene. Just now, when Qin Wentian was dealing with the celestial being of the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect, he should have asked everyone to attack together. But people are selfish. They wanted to see how much fighting power Qin Wentian still had. They did not dare to take risks, but found that they still could not see Qin Wentian clearly, and their strength was constantly weakening. After taking a look at the lineups of both sides, he found that it was already difficult to kill Qin Wentian now. In this case, we will listen to your instructions again when you get married. The Shi family ancestor took a deep breath. This time, people's hearts were scattered, so he had to give up. As this voice fell, everyone sighed, but inexplicably felt a little relieved. They had been comfortable for too long. As overlords, they rarely fought and were used to comfort. Qin Wentian brought them the crisis of death. The pressure was so strong that they felt suffocated. The wind blew by, and the Shi family ancestor left first. His robe fluttered in the wind. He sighed for a long time in his heart. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill Qin Wentian again. Wait until the day of Qin Wentian's wedding, and all the celestial masters of Daxia will go out together? After the Shi family ancestor left, everyone left one after another, and soon those invading masters left cleanly. The Jiang family and the Qian League celestial masters all smiled. They seemed to have made the right bet. Looking at the sword-wielding young man standing alone in the void, they felt that they were old, really old. Daxia in the future would be his. No, his future should be far more than Daxia. The people of the Mo family returned one after another. They had been watching from afar. Even though they admired Qin Wentian very much, they found that they seemed to have underestimated Qin Wentian. Those people were all the overlords of Daxia. King Guyan Supreme was the overlord of Qin's Hao City, the most marginal city of Jia's Hao City. Even when facing these people, Qin Wentian was so strong and domineering. Qin Wentian nodded slightly to the strong men of the Jiang family and the Qian League, and said, "On the day of my wedding, the Jiang family and the Qian League can be honored guests. I hope that Sect Master Qin is safe." The four people all smiled. It seemed that the unification of Daxia was inevitable, but who would take charge of the power of Daxia after the unification was another matter. "I'm going to recuperate," Qin Wentian said calmly, and then he walked down and lay down in the place where he just lay. This scene made the strong men of the Jiang family and the Qian League have an idea. If those strong men just now really wanted to fight and attack Qin Wentian, what would the final outcome be? I'm afraid that only Qin Wentian knows the answer. No one knows how serious his injuries are. The crowd can only see that he killed two celestial phenomena with force. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 Arriving. After the overlords of Daxia left, the destroyed land of the Mo Mansion was quickly rebuilt. Fairy King Yi and other celestial beings all stayed in the Mo Mansion. In addition, the celestial beings of the Jiang family and the Qian League did not leave and guarded the Mo Mansion. This can prevent the overlords of Daxia from taking action again, and secondly, it can enhance the relationship with Qin Wentian. The only pity is that Qin Wentian has been in seclusion these days. Only Mo King Cheng is by his side and knows Qin Wentian's situation. Others know nothing about Qin Wentian. They guess that Qin Wentian was really injured this time. He was assassinated by the Shadow Lord, but he stood up and fought despite his injuries, scaring away the overlords of Daxia. Such a record makes people feel terrified just thinking about it. No wonder those overlords were shocked by Qin Wentian and left unwillingly. They dared not gamble with their lives. Time passed slowly, and Qin Wentian's wedding day was getting closer and closer. The Chu State's imperial city was in an uproar. King Chu Wuyi often came to visit the Mo Mansion, and so did Qin Chuan. They discussed the details of the wedding and finally unanimously decided to set the wedding venue at the Emperor Star Academy, the martial arts holy land of the Chu State in the place where Qin Wentian grew up. This was undoubtedly the most appropriate place. Of course, everyone in the Emperor Star Academy strongly agreed with this. In the Mo Mansion, Mo Yu and Mo Feng were practicing. Two celestial figures from the Jiang family were sitting next to them. One of them smiled and said, "Mo Feng, be more imposing. Treat the gun as your arm, control the power as you wish, and finally converge at one point. Mo Yu, your swordsmanship is too fancy. You need to be more sharp and decisive." The old man of the Mo family and other elders were accompanying them, smiling. In recent days, The celestial figures from the Jiang family and the Jinja League often taught the younger generation of the Mo Mansion to practice. Such a situation was simply unimaginable to them. These people were all at the same level as King Giant Supreme, and even became famous earlier. Now, they actually taught the people of their Mo Mansion to practice. Moreover, they were quite polite to them. Of course, the people of the Mo family were not so crazy. They knew that the other party did this because of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was too powerful, so powerful that those overlords were afraid of him, and these celestial masters also wanted to have a good relationship with Qin Wentian. That's why they have been guarding their Mo Mansion and teaching them to practice. Grandpa, hasn't Sect Master Qin woken up yet? The wedding day is almost here, right? The Jiang family patriarch asked with a smile when he saw Grandpa Mo. Not yet. King Chang is taking care of him. Since King Chang didn't postpone the wedding date, she must have known her own way. Grandpa Mo said with a smile. Yes, the sect master's wife knows her own way. It's me, an old guy, who's been nosy. The Jiang family patriarch said with a smile. The same goes for Yang and Jiang Ting. They haven't brought anyone to help since they came to see him last time. They are newlyweds too, so they naturally have their own things to do. The Mo family patriarch smiled. Of course, he knew who Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting were. Well, that's right. It's a fate. These little guys became friends when they were young. It's been more than 10 years now, and they can still have such a good relationship, like brothers. It's rare. The Jiang family patriarch and Grandpa Mo were chatting about family matters, which made Grandpa Mo a little uncomfortable. Haha, it's fate. That was when we were in Wangzhou City. Sect Master Qin became a 4th-level divine pattern master when he was less than 19 years old. At that time, we in the Qianja League knew that Sect Master Qin was not an ordinary person, so we invited him to be a guest official. A strong man from the Qianja League came over and said with a smile, which made the ancestor of the Jiang family look at him with contempt and said, "Don't brag. You didn't even know Wentian at that time. You talk as if you know him." The strong man from the Qianja League said contemptuously. Seeing the two bickering, the people of the Mo family next to them rolled their eyes. Who? At this time, the eyes of the strong men of the Qianja League and the Jiang family suddenly burst into a terrible cold light. They looked into the distance with a hint of fear. There were actually quite a few strong auras sweeping towards this side. The perception rushed out, and soon, the strong men of the Qianja League and the Jiang family looked condensed, revealing a puzzled look, and then their bodies soared into the sky and came to the sky above the Mo Mansion. Not only them, but also Fairy King Yi and others set foot on the Mo Mansion. Although the people of the Mo Mansion were a little slow to realize it, they soon felt something unusual. A powerful force locked onto the Mo Mansion and came towards this side. Everyone in the Mo Mansion took off into the air. In the distance, a group of women walked over, like a group of fairies, with extraordinary temperaments, and many of them were extremely powerful. There are quite a few people in the celestial realm. The Jiang family's ancestors and others trembled in their hearts and looked at the people who came with vigilance. They really stayed above the Mo Mansion, looking at a certain courtyard, which immediately made the crowd nervous. Buzz! These figures walked down and headed towards the courtyard. Stop! Fairy King Yi and others shouted, but they seemed to be unheard. One of them even glanced at her coldly, and that look made Fairy King Yi feel a little scared. At this time, a figure walked out of the room in the courtyard, and it turned out to be Mo Qingcheng. The figures of the women descended into the courtyard and stood in front of Mo Qingcheng, making Fairy King Yi and everyone in the Mo Mansion very nervous. These mysterious strong men were too threatening. However, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, the women who arrived all bowed down and bowed to Mo Qingcheng, and the voices rang out in unison. Greetings to the saint. A neat line of strong men, wearing the same clothes, bowed down to Mo Qingcheng. How strong was the impact of this scene on Fairy King Yi, the strong men of the Jiang family's Qianja League, and everyone in the Mo Mansion? They stood there in a moment, and then their hearts trembled violently. They looked at Mo Qingcheng, and saw Mo Qingcheng's calm and indifferent eyes sweeping over everyone. At this moment, they really felt the temperament of Mo Qingcheng. The funny thing was that they were still wondering why Mo Qingcheng was not at all shocked when she saw the celestial figures. Celestial phenomena? Like these celestial phenomena in Daxia, I'm afraid that Mo Qingcheng's subordinates can sweep them all. While the Jiang family and Jinja League were shocked, they also felt ecstatic. They knew that the situation in Daxia was already doomed. It was ridiculous that those people joined forces to deal with Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian had not been careless and did not expect that the other party would ask the Shadow Lord to take action, it would probably be enough to easily sweep Daxia by waiting for some time for their people to arrive. When will the master come? Mo Qingchang looked at the people and asked. The Medicine King and others should come to celebrate on time. Let us come first. If the saint has anything to do, you can tell us to do it. The leader said. Okay. Mo Qingchang nodded, then looked at Fairy King Yi and others and said, if Fairy King Yi is free, you can take them to Daxia and send the invitations to all the Overlord level forces in Daxia before the wedding. No one will be missed. This is also what Wentian meant. Okay. Fairy King Yi nodded, her heart was very uneasy. She knew that the situation in Daxia was already doomed and there would be no more variables. Used A. Mo Qingchang looked at the leading woman. Yes, Saint. The person nodded, and then Fairy King Yi, Old Xing and other celestial beings from the King Palace led the strong men from the Medicine Emperor Valley to 3 groups and headed to the Jiaxiao city of Daxia, just to send out invitations, without missing a single one. Mo Qingchang turned around and walked towards the room. Qin Wentian sat up, opened his eyes, looked at Mo Qingchang and smiled. My wife is becoming more and more majestic. Mo Qingchang rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, walked to sit beside him, took a pill and fed it to Qin Wentian. Again. Qin Wentian had a bitter face. He was tired of taking drugs these days. Mo Qingchang asked him to take dozens of different pills a day. Do you want to eat? Mo Qingchang pouted. Looking at Mo Qingchang's cute appearance, Qin Wentian scratched her cheek and said with a smile, okay, eat. I'm afraid it will be too much to replenish like this. As he said, he swallowed a pill that Mo Qingchang personally fed into his mouth, looking like he was enjoying it. You know, the pills I refined for you are all nourishing pills that calm the spirit, nourish the blood and transform the veins, and heal the injuries and restore the bones. They will only gradually repair your huge load this time. Don't be so impulsive next time. Mo Qingchang said softly. Got it. Qin Wentian hugged Mo Qingchang's soft body, letting her lie on his legs, stroking her hair, and said with a smile, Qingcheng, I will marry you soon. It's not too late for you to regret it now. I have regretted it for more than 10 years. I got on your pirate ship and can't escape. Mo Qingchang said gently, lying there quietly. Although Qin Wentian was seriously injured during this period of time, he also had a rare period of peace. So I am a pirate ship, do you want to taste my magic claws again? Qin Wentian's hands became restless, making Mo Qingchang's pretty face red. She glared at Qin Wentian with her charming eyes, but there was a feeling of ecstasy. The next day, someone else came to the Mo Mansion. All of them were extraordinary, but this time the people in the Mo Mansion were mentally prepared. Sure enough, after asking, they came to find Qin Wentian. Suddenly, everyone thought to themselves, yesterday it was Mo Qingchang's sect, today it is Qin Wentian's sect, have they arrived? Qin Wentian went out in a simple white robe. This was the first time he had walked out of the room in a while. Looking at the figures coming, Qin Wentian showed a kind smile in his eyes. Brother Lin Shui, Brother Fixu, Sister Ling Shuang, you are all here. Qin Wentian said with a smile to the group of people who came. They were all some good friends of the sword sect. He nodded to them one after another. When he saw Lu Bingao, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He also smiled and nodded. He didn't expect Lu Bingao to come. Wentian, what's wrong with you? You seem a little weak. Lin Shui looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. Nothing, just a little tired, brother, don't worry. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The people around him looked at this scene and thought to themselves that it was true. It seemed that the people from Qin Wentian's sect had really arrived. They all had extraordinary demeanor, especially the man Qin Wentian called Brother Lin Shui. When the Jiang family ancestor looked at him just now, he deeply felt the sharpness in the other's deep eyes. Although this man was very young, he was absolutely super scary and he was no match for him. Chapter 682, The End of King Guyan Supreme. Lin Shui was somewhat puzzled. With Qin Wentian's strength, he would not be weak unless he was seriously injured. It was very likely that something had happened. However, Qin Wentian did not seem to care much, so he did not ask more. Wentian, the ancestor asked me to bring him to greet you, so he did not come in person. Lin Shui said to Qin Wentian. Of course, thank you for your concern for me. Qin Wentian smiled at him. In name, he had no relationship with his Hanjian sect. The ancestor was the former leader of this Hanjian sect and the deputy leader of the Huangjisheng sect. Naturally, it was not convenient for him to come. Lin Shui and his men could come to congratulate Qin Wentian in the name of their personal relationship. Even if the Huangjisheng sect knew about it, they could not say anything. The strong men of the Jiang family and the Qianzhi League were moved again when they heard this. Ancestor? This young man was already so terrifying. How powerful was the ancestor of the sect? He even sent a message to greet him in person. It can be seen that he valued Qin Wentian. It seems that Qin Wentian's achievements outside were beyond their imagination. Sister Ling Shuang, will my adoptive father be absent? Qin Wentian looked at Yi Ling Shuang. Yi Qingyan had told Qin Wentian to invite him last time, otherwise he would be angry. Of course, my father will arrive on time. How could my father be absent from your wedding with King Chen? Yi Ling Shuang said with a smile. Father. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. The emperor of the Huangji Holy Land, that level, was probably beyond their imagination. Such a person was actually Qin Wentian's adoptive father, and would he also come on the day of Qin Wentian's wedding? Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Jiang family and the celestial being of the Qianzhi League looked at each other, revealing a meaningful look, and there was a trace of luck in their eyes. Fortunately, they did not stand on the wrong side, otherwise it would really be the end of the world. It was ridiculous that those celestial beings of Daxia actually surrounded and killed Qin Wentian. Even if Qin Wentian was really killed, I'm afraid that the entire Daxia would be buried with him. Fortunately, on the day of Qin Wentian's wedding, those people should be dumbfounded. I wonder what kind of people Mo Qingchang's master and Qin Wentian's adoptive father are. I should be able to see them by then. The ancestor of the Jiang family thought secretly in his heart. Just as the ancestor of the Jiang family thought, in fact, the overlord forces of Daxia are already a little dumbfounded. Mo Qingchang asked the celestial beings of the Qingwang Palace to lead the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley to Daxia in 3 groups to send invitations. All the overlord-level forces were not missed. Those overlord-level forces who received the invitations became extremely uneasy. For example, Qingyan Pavilion, Qingyan Supreme has been sending people to keep an eye on Chu State. When the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley came with Xing Lao, he was already thinking about whether he should flee the Daxia dynasty. It was him who lured Qin Wentian into the Shadow Lord's trap. If it weren't for him, Qin Wentian would not be so miserable and would not be seriously injured. I am afraid that among the people Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang hate the most, there's him, Qingyan Supreme. In his heart, he cursed the Shi family ancestors and those guys. They had lost the opportunity to kill Qin Wentian. The situation in Daxia was almost irreversible. Everything was over, and his ambition would also end. In Qingyan Pavilion, Qingyan Supreme, who had been thinking for a long time, finally made a decision. He wanted to leave and give up the entire Qingyan Pavilion. Although this place carried his ambitions and dreams, he had to go now. He had no choice. It was very likely that Qin Wentian would kill him. Even if he didn't kill him, he would not have a good life. Qingyan Supreme was relatively young. He had made it to this point on his own. He was ambitious and tenacious. He had always advocated killing Qin Wentian. He was more ruthless and more courageous than those old guys. However, now that things were irreversible, he immediately decided to leave and no longer wade into this muddy water. Qin Wentian. Qingyan Supreme had a strong resentment in his heart. When he was realizing his ambition, everything changed because of Qin Wentian's appearance. Qin Wentian killed the leader of the Qingyan Empire, whom he accepted, without any courtesy, and asked him to go and seek revenge in person. He looked down on everything. As a supreme being, he was suppressed by Qin Wentian everywhere, and now he was even expelled. Qin Wentian also had such a beautiful and excellent wife, who was about to get married. He hated Qin Wentian. Even if I leave, I will make you feel painful and guilty. Qingyan Supreme's heart was cold, and then his perception spread out and enveloped Qingyan Pavilion. Then a voice came directly to a certain place, "Bring Lingayu to me." This voice was full of majesty and extremely powerful. Lingayu was under house arrest at home. Her grandfather heard the cold voice of Qingyan Supreme and did not dare to disobey. He knew that Qingyan Supreme was very angry at the moment. If he disobeyed, he would probably die. Soon, he brought Lingayu to the bedroom of Qingyan Supreme. Lingyu was a little scared when she saw the cold and sharp eyes of Qingyan Supreme, but she still bowed and shouted, "Greetings, Supreme. You accompany me to talk, and the others can leave." Qingyan Supreme waved his hand. Ling Yu's grandfather hated him secretly, but he was helpless. He looked at his granddaughter and said, "If Ling Yu has offended the Supreme, I hope the Supreme will show mercy." "Didn't you hear what I said?" King Guyan Supreme's expression turned cold, and the terrifying coldness descended. Ling Yu's grandfather trembled and said, "Yes." After that, he withdrew directly, leaving Ling Yu even more scared. "Stand over and let me see more clearly," King Guyan Supreme said to Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked at King Guyan Supreme with a strong fear in her eyes, her heart beating, and walked towards King Guyan Supreme. "Are you afraid of me?" King Guyan Supreme frowned and said, "Come closer." "Yes." Ling Yu's body trembled slightly, and she walked 5 meters in front of King Guyan Supreme and stopped. King Guyan Supreme walked forward and came to Ling Guyu's side. He looked at Ling Guyu's body, then he held Ling Guyu's chin with his hand. There was a bit of evil in his sharp eyes, which made Ling Guyu's body tremble even more. "You have a good figure and good looks." King Guyan Supreme smiled coldly. Ling Guyu's face turned pale instantly and bowed, "Supreme. Speaking of which, I haven't enjoyed the taste of a woman for a long time. You are so young and tender. You must taste good. It is your blessing to be able to serve me." King Guyan Supreme walked back to his seat and looked at Ling Guyu. "Take off your clothes. Supreme, please spare me." With a plop, Ling Guyu knelt on the ground with red eyes. "Why, you don't want to, and you look down on me." The corners of King Guyan Supreme's mouth turned colder. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After you serve me, I will let your family send you to Chu State, to Qin Wentian, and tell him that even if he is strong, I will make him feel guilty and regret it. As for King Guyan Pavilion, he can destroy it. What does it have to do with me? Of course, Qin Wentian can also not care about you, but Mo Feng will definitely hate him." King Guyan Supreme sneered, looking at Ling Guyu's trembling little body, the slender palm lying on the ground, the graceful curves of Ling Guyu crawling on her body. Why didn't he know how to enjoy it before? "Hurry up and take it off. If I do it, it will be very rough." King Guyan Supreme's voice was cold. "Evil creature." Suddenly, a cold voice came directly, and King Guyan Supreme stood up suddenly, with a cold expression, and shouted coldly, "Who is it?" Outside, a woman in white clothes walked directly over. The woman wore a veil and had a cold expression. A terrifying coldness directly enveloped King Guyan Supreme, making him feel his soul tremble. "Girl, it's okay." The woman walked to Ling Guyu and helped her up. Ling Guyu looked at the person who came, a little confused. "The saint ordered me to come." She and Master Wentian had expected that this person would escape, so they asked me to watch him and take him to the wedding. "If he doesn't cooperate, I will take the body," the woman said lightly, and Ling Guyu threw herself on her and cried. She was really scared just now. Almost, her innocence was about to be tarnished by King Guyan Supreme. Fortunately, Sister King Chang and brother-in-law were thinking about her. Sister, brother-in-law. Ling Guyu wiped her tears, thinking of the two figures. She was really grateful in her heart that they had always been thinking about her. When King Guyan Supreme heard this, his face turned pale as paper in an instant. His palm hid out violently and rushed straight towards Ling Guyu. At the same time, his body soared into the sky, trying to escape. Buzz! The terrifying ice directly froze the bedroom, and a terrible frost phenomenon appeared, freezing everything into an ice sculpture. King Guyan Supreme's arms were solidifying, his body became stiff, and his heart was horrified. "Qin Wentian!" King Guyan Supreme roared. This person not only sent an invitation, but also sent someone to watch him. It was obvious that he was taking special care of him. Just as he expected, neither Qin Wentian nor Mo King Chang intended to let King Guyan Supreme go. The woman grabbed and swung her hand suddenly, and King Guyan Supreme's body fell directly to the ground. The woman was the leader of the Yaohurong Valley this time, and she was the strongest. How could King Guyan Supreme be able to compete with her? "If you don't cooperate, I can only take your body with me." The woman's voice was cold, and then she grabbed the other party with her palm, and at the same time, she took Ling Guyu's body and soared into the sky, directly landing above King Guyan Pavilion. In an instant, the vast King Guyan Pavilion felt the extremely cold air. They all raised their heads, but saw that their supreme was being caught by the other party like a stray dog, and the shock in their hearts could not be added. Your supreme wanted to do something inappropriate to the disciples, to avenge young Master Wentian, and then to leave. The anger will be borne by your King Guyan Pavilion. The saint and young Master Wentian ordered me to arrest him. At the same time, I sent a message to King Guyan Pavilion. Considering the past, King Qin Pavilion can choose to either submit to King Wang Palace or disband. If you choose to disband, you must do so within 3 days. If you submit, you must send a trusted leader to attend the wedding of young Master Wentian and the saint after 3 days. The woman's voice fell between heaven and earth, and then she took King Qin Supreme and Lingayu away directly, leaving the shocked people in a daze. Young Master Wentian, saint, wedding. Obviously, this refers to Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Their supreme was taken away like a dog. King Qin Pavilion, either submit or disband. Lingayu, it's going to be a good luck. Many people secretly said in their hearts that the status of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng was somewhat terrifying beyond imagination. Such people are their subordinates. Not only King Qin Pavilion, but all the forces in Daxia had received invitations one after another. When they saw the arrival of the powerful men, they all felt deeply that the sky of Daxia was about to change. Chapter 683, Signs of a Breakthrough. Chu State, the Mo family was very lively. Everyone in the Qin mansion had already arrived in the imperial city. Qin Chuan and Old Master Mo often sat together to discuss the details of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's wedding. Qin Wentian's friends also arrived one after another, Yang and Jiang Ting, Fen Li and Xuanzin, Qin Zheng and Yun Mengai, and even Chu Meng brought a woman with him, who turned out to be Xuan Yan from the Zuan Palace. This surprised Qin Wentian a little, but he also told Chu Meng that pairs of men and women standing together were extremely enviable. Chu Wuwei also came often, first to arrange matters. After all, he was the king of Chu, and he only needed a piece of paper to do many things, and second to treat injuries. Qin Wentian deliberately asked the people who were good at treatment in Yaohuang Valley to help diagnose the problem that Chu Wuwei could not practice, and found that Chu Wuwei actually had a unique acupoint, which was extremely rare. Chu Wuwei's perception of the stars was actually very strong, even stronger than Chu Meng, so he could lead the power of the stars into his body, but his acupoints could not store the star power, and it would flow away automatically. Every time he tried to absorb the star power, he succeeded, but the star power only flowed through him once. In fact, people with unique skills are very suitable for cultivation. However, Chu Wuwei does not know how to cultivate skills, which makes Chu Wuwei sigh. He thought he was born a waste of martial arts, but he did not expect that he was gifted. However, he missed the best time for cultivation. Now he is over 30 years old. It is difficult for him to become a great man. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on him. Fortunately, Chu Wuwei is very smart and quickly adjusted his mentality. Compared with a waste, this is already a very good ending. At least he can finally practice and maybe he can become a great man later. Thinking of this, Chu Wuwei gradually untied his knot and was busy arranging the wedding for Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng were happy to be free. They often chatted with friends or walked alone with Mo Qingcheng in the imperial city. Now, there is only one day before Qin Wentian's wedding. The Chu imperial city is full of joy. The whole city is holding a banquet. The Chu imperial city army patrols the imperial city and arranges banquets in all restaurants and inns. All expenses are borne by the Chu royal family. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng strolled in the imperial city and could only smile bitterly when they saw this scene. Chu Wuwei was really making a big fuss, as if the whole city was having a big wedding. However, Qin Wentian did not mean to refuse. After all, it was not easy for the two of them to be together. Qin Wentian himself also wanted to give Mo Qingcheng an unforgettable wedding and remember this unforgettable day. On the roof, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng lay there, enjoying the warmth of the sun, feeling very comfortable all over. There's still one day left, just like a dream. Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian held hands, and they could feel the warmth of each other's palms. Bathed in the sun, the smile in Mo Qingcheng's eyes was as bright as the sun. Qin Wentian turned his head away, and Mo Qingcheng also faced him. The two looked into each other's eyes and could feel the deep affection in each other's eyes. Is it a dream or a nightmare? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Guess. Mo Qingcheng smiled sweetly. Looking at that smile, Qin Wentian leaned his head forward and then kissed Mo Qingcheng gently on the lips, very gently. The weather is so nice. It looks like tomorrow will be a good day. Qin Wentian rested his hands on his head, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the tranquility at the moment. Mo Qingcheng curled his lips. This guy took advantage and changed the subject. He smiled. Mo Qingcheng leaned slightly on him, and did not speak, enjoying this rare peace. The breeze blew slowly, and the wind was warm. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and recalled the various experiences in the past 10 years. It was really like a dream. More than 10 years ago, he was still a teenager in Xianyang City and the adopted son of the Qin family. In one day, the Bai family betrayed, and the Yi family and the royal family suppressed, almost bringing the Qin family to its doomsday. Because of the rescue of teacher Mo Shuang, he was able to escape by chance. He was abandoned in the wilderness alone and met Mo Qingchang and the little bastard. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it was Mo Qingchang who saved him at that time. He thought it was Liu Yan. With a full heart of anger, he came to the imperial city to participate in the college assessment, met Fan Li, and saw Mo Qingchang, the most beautiful woman in Chu, for the first time. It was amazing. Later, he entered the Emperor Star Academy to practice, and was challenged by the noble disciples of the imperial city. He was also confronted by the most beloved prince of the king of Chu, Chu Xianjiao, who stood on the opposite side. He experienced many dangerous situations, and all of this seemed to echo in his mind. Later, when the Chu kingdom was pacified, he went to Wangzhou city of the great Xia dynasty to make a living, entered the White Deer Academy, cultivated divine patterns, killed Huizaiyan, fled to Kangzhou city, entered the Wushuang realm to practice, participated in the destiny ranking, etc. He went all the way to the Royal Extreme Holy Land, won the first place in the Immortal Martial Realm, and now returned to the Chu kingdom where he grew up, wanting to unify the great Xia dynasty. So many things have happened in the past 10 years, but in the face of time, it seems so short, as if it was just yesterday. He thought of the relatives, friends, and lovers he had met along the way. He shook Mo Qingchang's hand. Qin Wentian still closed his eyes, but he felt as if he saw the sky. There was an illusory shadow in the sky, a little blurry. The shadow was very beautiful. Qin Wentian tried hard to solidify the shadow and see her appearance clearly. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, and he actually felt a trace of heartache. "Kinger, I'm getting married. You will definitely bless me." Qin Wentian's mouth drew an arc, as if he was smiling. He remembered the woman who always accompanied him like an iceberg snow lotus. It seemed that she had not appeared for a long time. Qin Wentian remembered the faint sadness when Kinger said to her in the sword sect that day, "You don't need me anymore." Everything seemed to be destined. The breeze was still there, but it seemed no longer so warm, but with a hint of coolness, as if Qin Wentian's mood was changing. A warm current came from his palm. Qin Wentian sighed, and the figure in the void gradually disappeared. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again, and he tried to hold the small hand beside him tightly. A wisp of music came from somewhere, lingering in his ears, making people want to fall asleep. Qin Wentian felt a little sleepy, and gradually, as if he fell asleep. In his dream, there seemed to be a dazzling light around him. He saw his star soul, the violent Emperor Demon Star Soul, the powerful Skyhammer Star Soul, and the domineering and sharp sword Star Soul. The Star Soul turned into little light and dissipated in the air, but there were endless light spots lingering around Qin Wentian, appearing in his dream. These light spots have khaki light spots that symbolize power, there are blood-colored light spots that symbolize the violent demon, and there are bright white light spots that symbolize the sword. The light spots are constantly intertwined and merged together, turning into strands of terrible power. This power lingers in the air, leaving traces, as if it can tear up this illusory dream space, and the destructive power fills every corner. So, it can be done this way. Qin Wentian woke up from his dream, he opened his eyes, and felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. There are many possibilities for the fusion of true meanings. Even the same two true meanings can fuse into different powers. Qin Wentian, he has just found a way to fuse. There is no need to force the fusion. The power of dreams should be inclusive. It walks between reality and illusion. It does not necessarily need to be integrated like the virtual demon power, intervene in the fusion, and can also exist in another way, inclusive. Qingchang. Qin Wentian shouted. Yes. Mo Qingchang responded softly. Let's go back. I think I can start the evolution of the stars and celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian whispered, causing Mo Qingchang's body to tremble slightly. A look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes, staring at Qin Wentian. It seems that tomorrow is really a good day. Mo Qingchang smiled lightly. Since Qin Wentian said that the evolution of the stars and celestial phenomena can be carried out, you must really do so. A celestial powerhouse under 30, even in the royal Holy Land, will be trembling. Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. In fact, When he comprehended the true meaning of martial arts and entered the 9th level of Xiangang, he could try to impact the celestial phenomena. However, in Yaohuang Valley, he read a lot of ancient books and asked Yaohuang in person. He knew that if he wanted to make his starry sky more powerful, it would be best to integrate as many martial arts true meanings as possible and then derive starry sky phenomena. It is the easiest to create starry sky phenomena with a single martial arts true meaning, but it is also the simplest. It is really rare to find a person who can still be very powerful in this situation by blending only one martial arts true meaning and star souls. The stronger the person, the tougher the mind. They will not do that. Although after becoming a celestial powerhouse, they can continue to derive other starry sky phenomena with the help of other star souls, but that is already inferior. Qin Wentian, he does not allow himself to be weaker than others in any aspect. Will it fail? Mo Qingchang asked. Impacting the celestial phenomena will fail. Once it fails, the consequences will be very serious. Therefore, many people are very cautious when impacting the celestial realm. It shouldn't be. I feel that I have already had a little enlightenment. It should be a natural process to achieve the celestial phenomenon, and it won't take long. Qin Wentian responded with a smile, with confidence in his tone. That kind of enlightenment will not deceive people. Okay. Mo Qingchang nodded, and the two held hands and walked back to the Mo mansion together. Mo Qingchang directly summoned the masters of Yaohuang Valley and asked them to guard the place where Qin Wentian was in seclusion. No one was allowed to disturb him, no matter who it was. Seeing Mo Qingchang's caution, everyone was a little surprised, and then they vaguely guessed a possibility, and their hearts trembled secretly. In fact, Qin Wentian didn't want to break through immediately. Although he was confident, there might be accidents. However, this enlightenment was in an instant. It can be said that this is the best time for him to choose to attack. If he missed it, it might be very difficult to return to this state. Therefore, Qin Wentian stepped into the practice place of Mo Mansion without hesitation and began to attack. P.S. Today is the 23rd day of the lunar calendar, and it seems like today is the little new year in the north. I wish you all a happy new year. There are so many things to do during the new year, and I can't afford to be too busy. However, Wuhan will still put writing first and try not to delay the update. Chapter 684, Celestial Realm. In the training ground in the backyard of the Mo Mansion, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged. All around him were meteorites, piled up like a mountain, filled with strong star energy. The piled meteorites surrounded Qin Wentian's body. At this time, Qin Wentian released his sleeping star soul in sleeping Wuming Xiangang. Star soul is the basis of celestial phenomena, and celestial phenomena are the extension of star soul. Any star celestial phenomena need to be derived from the star soul of the Wuming cultivator. The Wuming cultivator of the Xiangang realm has 4 star souls, and after entering the Xiangxiang realm, they can communicate with a 5th star soul, which means that the strong in the Xiangxiang realm can have up to 5 star celestial phenomena. The 5 star phenomena are all different, derived from the 5 star souls. Some are strong and some are weak, all depending on the Wuming cultivator's understanding. Although this is theoretically true, many Wuming cultivators only condense 1 or 2 star celestial phenomena. The reasons are different. Some are limited to their own talents, such as many celestial powerhouses in Daksha. Others, out of consideration for their own cultivation speed, will use the strongest star soul to derive the starry sky. After entering the celestial realm, they can condense the 5th star soul, which is definitely stronger than the previous one. Therefore, using the star soul to derive the 2nd starry sky will naturally be more powerful, so they stop here and no longer waste extra time on the starry sky. A large proportion of the celestial realm masters have 2 major starry sky phenomena. They don't waste too much time. They think that even if they continue to derive starry sky phenomena from the previous star souls, they can't surpass the 2nd condensed starry sky phenomenon. Of course, there are also some evil characters like Qin Wentian. Every time they condense a star soul, it is a very powerful star soul, coming from high altitude, and they are good at the fusion of multiple martial arts true meanings. They use the different starry sky phenomena derived from each star soul to be powerful. Such existence will condense multiple starry sky phenomena, making their own strength more powerful. This is also the reason why there is a huge gap between different celestial masters, and Qin Wentian has the opportunity to condense multiple powerful starry sky phenomena. The first star soul he chose to derive the starry sky was his dream star soul. The dream star soul shone with red gold brilliance, rising up and wrapping the Wuming Xiangang. The surrounding meteorites flowed into the dream star soul frantically, causing the Wuming Xiangang to condense rapidly, and the dazzling luster was looming, with a faint feeling of expansion. In order to become a celestial phenomenon, the Wuming Xiangang must be broken, and the star soul must be returned to it, and the power of true meaning must be integrated into it to derive the starry sky. Once the impact fails, the Wuming Xiangang has been broken, and the star soul will be extremely difficult to derive the starry sky again. Therefore, impacting the celestial phenomenon is an extremely cautious matter. Once the impact fails, it is possible to stop at the Xiangang and never cross that hurdle. The power of the big dream was released to the extreme, and everything was like a dream. In this dream, Qin Wentian himself was bathed in the starlight of the vast starry sky, sitting cross-legged, surrounded by stars in the sky, as if infinite starlight fell on him, enriching his Wuming Xiangang. To reach the celestial realm, one must first reach the peak of the Xiangang. Otherwise, the Wuming Xiangang will not grow to its full potential and cannot be broken into the star soul. After Qin Wentian was injured this time, the star energy in his body was almost dry. After Mo King Chang's elixir, he repaired his body and made his realm more stable. He was already very close to the peak of the Xiangang. He could feel this, and then he began to break through the realm. Time passed slowly, and Qin Wentian was immersed in his sleep. After a long time, Qin Wentian took a deep breath. With a loud noise, it seemed as if the stars were shattered. The Wuming Xiangang exploded directly. An extremely bright arc halo shone and bloomed. It was extremely bright in the starry sky. Qin Wentian's star soul frantically absorbed the exploding halo, which continued to expand and spread towards the starry sky. The stars in the sky were reflected, and the embryonic form of the celestial phenomenon was faintly formed. Qin Wentian knew that it was a critical moment. Strands of particles of true meaning appeared in the starry sky. These particles had different lusters and gradually turned into vortices, blending and merging into a terrible destructive force. Gradually, this starry sky seemed to contain the power of destruction everywhere. As long as Qin Wentian's mind moved, he could emit the power of destruction. Qin Wentian, who was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, waved his palm. In an instant, there were long traces of destruction in the starry sky, with a faint sword shape. In this way, as long as he had a thought, the starry sky could emit the power of destruction. It shouldn't be like this. Qin Wentian said in his heart, it should continue to evolve. Dreams are like reality and illusions. Qin Wentian thought, and the power in the meteorite flowed madly into the starry sky and continued to evolve. Under the starry sky, independent pieces of destruction space appeared, and that terrible power flowed in them. No. Qin Wentian had not yet found the feeling of enlightenment before. This was not the starry sky he wanted. Those destructive spaces were in contact and collision with each other, evolving into different celestial phenomena. The starry sky evolved from the sleeping star soul should be everywhere. Qin Wentian waved his palm again. In an instant, it seemed that there was no starry sky, but the destructive power seemed to be everywhere. Qin Wentian, who closed his eyes, drew a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was the feeling, this was the enlightenment he had. Shape the celestial phenomenon, condense the shape. The power in Qin Wentian's body surged out crazily, and the star power went crazy, roaring like a terrible whirlpool, flowing in the starry sky, trying to shape the starry sky that belonged to Qin Wentian himself. The star souls can be the same, but the starry sky cannot be exactly the same. Even if they comprehend the same martial arts truth and are derived from the same star soul, because of the different personal comprehension, the starry sky formed in the end must be different, and can only be said to be similar. Everyone has their own unique starry sky. Qin Wentian finally opened his eyes. A streak of white appeared in the eastern sky, which made Qin Wentian stunned. The process of his deriving the starry sky seemed to happen in an instant, but looking at the sky, it was clearly another day. Could it be that several days had passed? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's perception spread out, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Many people in the Mo mansion began to prepare for the wedding. It seemed that this was only the second day. As he expected, the impact on the celestial realm was a natural process, without encountering bottlenecks and crises, and it was very smooth. Have you reached the celestial realm? It seems that there is no difference, and it is not difficult. Qin Wentian smiled. Although he didn't feel anything special, the previous weakness seemed to have left him. At this moment, he was full of energy and spirit, much fuller than in his heyday before, as if he had endless power in his body. This feeling was too wonderful. Not only that, one of his yuanfu also changed. It seemed that it was a space of its own, not a simple pool. In the space of this yuanfu, there was a faint starry sky, which contained endless and vigorous star yuanli, which was much stronger than before. The reason why Qin Wentian felt that he had easily broken through the realm was that he had already had a direction before the breakthrough, and he had been enlightened. In addition, whether it was the realm or the understanding of the true meaning of martial arts, he had already reached a peak. Therefore, this celestial realm might be a disaster for others, and it would be difficult to break through, but for Qin Wentian, it was indeed a natural thing, and the process was not difficult. Next, I can communicate with the fifth martial star, condense the fifth star soul, and give birth to the fifth yuanfu. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He only transformed one yuanfu, the one corresponding to the sleeping star soul. The other yuanfu remained the same as before, as if he was born to condense a variety of star celestial phenomena in order to transform one yuanfu after another. I only thought about breaking through to the celestial realm, and didn't carefully consider what fifth star soul I should choose, Qin Wentian muttered to himself. Moreover, when Jiutian breaks through in the future, he can also choose a different fifth star soul. They can go in different directions of cultivation. Qin Wentian doesn't want Jiutian to be exactly the same as him. He hopes that Jiutian can take a different path. Just then, Qin Wentian seemed to realize something, and then he burst into laughter. It turned out that the mountains of meteorites he prepared to break through the Xiangxiang realm were actually used up. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian secretly wiped his sweat. Is it just right? It was a close call. How could it be consumed so horribly? He had consulted ancient books and knew how many meteorites were needed to break through the Xiangxiang realm. He also prepared several times the amount just to prevent changes, but he didn't expect that he would still use them up. This consumption was too horrible. Many people at the peak of Xianggang might not be able to afford this price. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked outside. The people of Yaohurong Valley were guarding outside the training field. When they saw Qin Wentian appear, their eyes instantly fell on Qin Wentian, as if they were looking at him. At this time, Qin Wentian was plain and ordinary, with a faint smile on his handsome face. There was no aura leaking out of him, which made them feel unpredictable. Was it a breakthrough or not? The movement yesterday was very big. Thank you very much. Qin Wentian smiled softly at everyone, and everyone smiled and nodded in greeting. Today is the big day for the Saintess and Master Wentian, let us congratulate them in advance. The woman from Yaohurong Valley smiled at Qin Wentian. This fairy couple that Huangji Holy Land envied was finally going to be husband and wife. Thank you very much, I'll go find King Cheng. Qin Wentian smiled, and his figure flashed, and he came to the outside of Mo King Cheng's room. Mo King Cheng didn't rest at all, sitting in the courtyard. When Qin Wentian appeared, his eyes fell on him and he smiled happily. This day has finally arrived. No makeup? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. I don't like it. Mo King Cheng said softly, and Qin Wentian nodded. Okay, you don't need any embellishment. The real you is the most beautiful you. Mo King Cheng walked to Qin Wentian, took his hand, then looked at the slowly rising sun, pointed at the sun, and shouted, from today on, I will hold your hand, watch the sunrise and sunset, and never let go for the rest of my life. Qin Wentian's heart was filled with warmth. He held Mo King Cheng's hand tightly, and said with a smile, you stole my line. Then I'll assume that you said it, Qin Wentian, don't shake off my hand. Mo King Cheng shouted loudly at the sun. At this moment, she was no longer as cold as ice, no longer as holy as a fairy, but just a simple girl pursuing the love she loves. Chapter 685 Wedding. The imperial city of Chu was destined to be restless today. Many people stayed up all night waiting for the upcoming wedding. When the sun rose, a large number of people gathered outside the Imperial Star Academy. For a moment, the streets were empty, as if everyone in the Chu kingdom had come to the Imperial Star Academy to watch. This Chu Academy with thousands of years of history has carried the dreams of too many young people. Today, it seems to have ushered in a different kind of glory because of a wedding. The bright red carpet covered the entire academy, and flowers of various colors embellished the academy with a different flavor. These were all spontaneous actions of the students of the Imperial Star Academy. They filled the Imperial Star Academy with flowers and sent the most sincere blessings to their senior brothers and sisters. As Qin Wentian became famous all over the world, The rumors about him were naturally known to everyone in the Imperial Star Academy. If it weren't for the senior brother, I'm afraid the Imperial Star Academy would not have the glory it has today. He has even surpassed the founder of the Academy and become a symbol of the Imperial Star Academy, a living totem. Even many years ago, when the people of the Imperial Star Academy mentioned Qin Wentian, they could still proudly say that the young man who had walked out of the Academy, he led the Chu state, overthrew Daxia, and became one of the most dazzling figures in the history of the Daxia dynasty. Today, the place where Qin Wentian lived in the Imperial Star Academy has become the symbol of the Imperial Star Academy. At this time, the boys and girls in the academy were full of longing, with hopeful looks in their eyes. Some of them couldn't wait to see the legendary senior brother. Every boy had a heroic dream in his heart. They also hoped that one day they would be so glorious, the center of attention, and marry the goddess in their hearts. Like Qin Wentian, every girl hoped to have a romantic wedding, and the man she loved deeply was a hero, who married her in a grand manner, like Mo Qingcheng. Senior brother Wentian and senior sister Qingcheng, their wedding was too perfect. If I could have such a moment, I would have no regrets in this life. A girl murmured, revealing a blessing look. Don't dream. To us, the former lords of the Qingian Empire were unattainable figures. They were killed by senior brother Wentian with one sword. The supreme Qingian was even higher than us. He didn't even have the courage to fight senior brother Wentian and could only ask strong men to assassinate him. As for the overlords of Daxia, they are just legends. They actually came to Chu together just to deal with senior brother Wentian. However, senior brother Wentian stood in the void and forcefully killed the two overlords, shucking everyone away. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it will take for such a man to appear again in my Daxing Academy. The girl next to her showed admiration and joked, "What's more, with your looks, how can you compare with senior sister Qingcheng? She is a beauty that is rare in our Chu state for thousands of years. Even I am a little bit short of her." Narcissistic, go to hell, a curse came, and the girls' laughter echoed in every corner of the academy. On the stage of the Imperial Star Academy, many elders were sitting, including the old master of the Imperial Star Academy, Di Yi, Qin Wentian's teacher Mo Shuang, Chu Wuwei, the king of Chu, Qin Chuan and his wife, Mr. Mo of the Mo Mansion, Mo Qingcheng's parents, and Mo Qingcheng's grandfather, Mr. Gu. They were all Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's closest relatives and elders. At this moment, their faces were filled with similar smiles, happy and relieved, and they were sincerely happy for the new couple. When I saw that little guy, I knew he had a promising future, but I didn't expect him to be so promising. Gu Lao said with a smile, and then looked at his disciple Mo Shang and said, "Boy, you have good vision, and you are worthy of being my disciple. Master taught well." Mo Shang replied with a smile, and Gu Lao nodded with satisfaction. Di Yi, who was standing next to him, glanced at Gu Lao and said, "Don't be so arrogant, you are taking advantage of your seniority in front of Mo Shang. He is Qin Wentian's real master." "Oldine, then I am also a real master, and I am Qingcheng's grandfather," Gu Lao said seriously with his beard fluttering, and everyone around him laughed. "Okay, you are older." Di Yi was also amused by Gu Lao, and smiled and shook his head, but thinking back, it really felt like a dream. Qin Wentian inherited the mantle of Emperor Kang, and he placed high hopes on Qin Wentian, but he still didn't expect that in just over 10 years, Qin Wentian would achieve today's achievements, and he has reached a height that Emperor Kang didn't reach back then, and is about to fulfill the long-cherished wish of King Kang. Why haven't the two little guys come yet? Everyone is waiting impatiently to see them. Mr. Mo was also happy today. He had forgotten all the unhappiness in the past. Those bad things, just go away. Just think that he was old and confused at the time. Here they come. It seems that the groom can't wait. The crowd turned their eyes and saw a line of figures walking in the void in the distance. On the left and right, Fairy King Mei, Xing Lao and other strong men were guarding. Qin Wentian was in the middle. On his side, Yan Kuongshen, Fatty Fanel, Chu Meng, Qin Zheng, Mu Feng, Lin Shui, Ji Fixu and others were all there. Their handsome faces attracted the screams of many girls in the Emperor Star Academy. Anyone around Qin Wentian is an unrivaled figure in the Chu state, and they are all so elegant, especially Lin Shui, so handsome. I have never seen him before. It seems that he is from Qin Wentian's school, or even his senior brother. He must be very powerful. Qin Wentian came to the stage, and Fairy Queen Mei and the others spontaneously stood on all four sides of the stage. Today, they were willing to play the role of guardian. Although they were also Qin Wentian's elders, they were also Qin Wentian's subordinates in name. They did not want to violate etiquette. They just wanted to be witnesses of the legend. Wentian, you are anxious to wait for the bride. Old Gu teased with a smile. Today, Qin Wentian was wearing an elegant white robe, simple, clean, and not too decorated. With his handsome face, he seemed like a Confucian scholar, full of spirit. His black eyes seemed to contain endless spirit, which could fascinate a girl. Ah! I want to marry senior brother Qin too. A scream came out, making the space suddenly silent. Everyone looked at the crowd and saw a girl of about 17 or 18 standing in the crowd, holding her cheeks with both hands, looking at Qin Wentian like a fangirl. The girl was immersed in her own world, and suddenly she felt the world quiet down. She couldn't help but reveal a strange look. When she found countless eyes on her, her face flushed. She screamed and covered her face with her hands, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Then the whole academy burst into laughter. Su Ning, you are going to be famous, haha. A woman's voice came out, and it seemed that she deliberately said the girl's name as a prank, and there was another burst of laughter. Su Ning, this girl seemed to be really famous, at least in the Imperial Star Academy. But at this moment, the void was silent again, and the crowd turned their eyes and looked in another direction. There, a group of women walked over, and the person in the middle was the bride Mo Qingcheng. Although Mo Qingcheng didn't wear any makeup today, she still put on a red dress, which made her stunning face even more flawless, like a flower blooming in the most beautiful season. With her bright eyes, swan-like neck, snow-white skin, stunning curves, and flawless face, Mo Qingcheng on this day seemed to have amazed the whole world. At this moment, both men and women could not look away, with pure appreciation in their eyes, admiring the perfect bride, who was smiling happily and lovingly looking at the young man on the stage, walking towards each other with elegant steps. Huh? When Mo Qingcheng landed on the stage, everyone took a deep breath, came back to their senses, and looked at the woman next to Mo Qingcheng. Enchanting Ruahan, cold Yun Mengai, cool and elegant Lu Bingaiu, elegant Jiang Ting, simple and beautiful Bai Luai, graceful Qin Yao, and beautiful Zhuan Xin like an elf. Each woman, even if she appears alone, will be extremely stunning. At this moment, they are all accompanying Mo Qingcheng, as if they are willing to be the green leaf. It's so beautiful, I never thought I could see such a lineup. Countless men's hearts were extremely stimulated. As long as they could marry any of the women above, they would be willing to give everything. This is really. Many people were speechless, not knowing what to say. At the banquet below the stage, there were many relatives and friends of Qin Wentian, people from the Qin and Mo mansions, Ziyu Jiuxin, Muro, Bai Kingsung and Bai Kilxu. At this moment, the expressions in their eyes were all sincere blessings. Muro's eyes were even slightly red. She didn't know what it felt like. She was moved and inexplicably sad. She also wanted to be the most dazzling bride, but she was destined to only watch from below and witness his glory. All she could do was to silently send her blessings in her heart. Guang Yanghang and Jin Mengai also came. They came with the people from Qingayan Pavilion. Qingayan Pavilion certainly didn't want to disband. They were willing to surrender. Guang Yanghang looked at this pair of immortal lovers with a smile, while Jin Mengai's eyes were a little complicated. Qing girl, your brother Wentian is getting married today. If you saw it, you would be very happy. Now, are you okay? Bai Kingsong murmured, still missing Bai Qing. He remembered that Qing girl had fallen out with him for Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian and Qing girl had such a good relationship. If you were here, you would also stand beside Mo Qingcheng and look at your brother Wentian. Bai Kingsong smiled, but Bai Kilxu beside him was already in tears, and even couldn't help sobbing. If Bai Qing was here, she would stand beside Mo Qingcheng. If she hadn't done those things, then, would Mo Qingcheng's position be hers? Don't cry, girl, today is a happy day. Bai Kingsong looked at the newlyweds and silently blessed them. Bai Kilxu wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Chapter 686 The Mysterious Visitor. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng stood on the stage, facing each other, with bright smiles in their eyes. They walked forward slowly, holding hands, facing the world. Wentian, shall we start? Qin Zhuan, who was sitting in the upper seat, asked. Wait a little longer. Qin Wentian smiled, as many people had not arrived yet. Sure enough, at this moment, many figures came from the distance. There were rows of figures, and there were dozens of camps, as if they all came from different forces. They flew in the air, and their bodies were filled with extremely strong auras. However, even so, when they arrived in front of the red carpet, they still came down from the void and shouted. The Qinshan Pavilion of Qin's House City, the Great Xia Dynasty, came to congratulate. The Shi family of Qin's House City, the Great Xia Dynasty, came to congratulate. The Hua family of Wang's House City, the Great Xia Dynasty, came to congratulate. The Jiutian sword sect of Kang's House City, the Great Xia Dynasty, came to congratulate. The Great Xia Dynasty. Voices came one after another, and they were endless. The voices echoed in the air, shocking the entire Emperor Star Academy, and even shaking the imperial city of Chu. The overlords of the Great Xia Dynasty have arrived. In front of them, one figure after another walked along the carpet and came to the stage not far away. The figure on the stage was fixed. It was the handsome young man, Qin Wentian, who is less than 30 years old this year. He oppressed the overlords of the Great Xia to the point where they could not gain a foothold in the Great Xia, unless they surrendered. Qin Wentian stood on the stage, glanced at the crowd, took a step forward, looked at the crowd and smiled. Wentian is very pleased that all the seniors of Daxia can come. Everyone sneered in their hearts, but they would not show what they thought in their hearts. They only saw that the old man Xianqi looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. He had predicted the rise of the Demon Star and the change of Daxia. Later, on the battle stage of the Destiny ranking, he guessed that the Demon Star was Qin Wentian, who had caused the turmoil of Daxia. Not long after, everything came true. I am afraid that no one can stop the unification of Daxia. Master Qin invited us, so we came naturally. But last time we heard that Master Qin wanted to announce how to deal with us at the wedding, we dare not agree. Although we don't have the talent of Master Qin, we are also the head of a Daxia clan or the head of a sect. It is absolutely impossible for us to live under someone else's roof. Master Qin has something to say today. The old ancestor of the Shi family looked sharp. This time, there were more people coming than the last time to assassinate Qin Wentian. Except for those forces that were willing to follow Qin Wentian, all the other overlord-level forces and celestial realm masters were here, without missing a single one. Qin Wentian sent people to deliver the invitation to all forces, without missing any. This meant that no one could escape this disaster. Qin Wentian's meaning was very simple. In line with the general trend, Daxia was unified, and no one could be immune. Qin Wentian looked at the ancestor of the Shi family, his expression gradually sharpened, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone again. He saw that all the overlords were staring at him, and there seemed to be some confidence in their eyes, which made Qin Wentian show a playful look. It seemed that the overlords of Daxia were not desperate yet. According to the will of heaven, from now on, the Kangwang Palace will take charge of Daxia and become the imperial force of Daxia. All other forces will submit. Qin Wentian's words were cold, and his voice swept across the world. Looking at Qin Wentian's eyes, all the overlords were shaken in their hearts. They felt that Qin Wentian seemed even more terrifying. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and make people feel terrified. Qin Wentian, are you sure you want to do this? The ancestor of the Wang family said coldly. Their Wang family was invincible in Bing's House City, and no force could compete with them. How could they bear to become a minister of the Kang Palace? From now on, the Kang Palace of Daxia would be crowned king, and they would be ministers? The people of the Emperor Star Academy were trembling in their hearts. Although they had heard many rumors, it was another matter to see it with their own eyes. Qin Wentian, facing the overlord of the entire Daxia dynasty, was so strong. Today, you should all be here. Qin Wentian said coldly. Everyone's expression froze, not knowing what Qin Wentian meant by this. I haven't come to you to settle the account for your assassination last time. I want to unify Daxia, but I don't want to weaken the power of the Daxia dynasty. But since you're so stubborn, I will give you two choices. Do we want to deal with the affairs of the Daxia dynasty ourselves, or let the people of the royal Saint domain get involved? Qin Wentian stared at them and said, if you say you want to deal with it yourself, then I will solve this matter with you without the help of the strong men of the royal Saint domain. If you want to borrow external forces, I don't mind either. What do you think? How do you choose? Everyone frowned. Wasn't Qin Wentian seriously injured? Why was he still so confident? Listening to the arrogant tone, it seemed that Qin Wentian knew where their confidence came from, and no matter what, Qin Wentian had absolute confidence, so they could choose whatever they wanted. These overlords came with full confidence, but Qin Wentian's words seemed to have shocked them again, and no one dared to speak up. I don't mind the unification of Daksha. Qin Pavilion is aloof from the world and doesn't care about Daksha's struggles. If Kangwang Palace takes charge of Daksha, Qin Pavilion is also willing to submit. I just hope that Master Qin will not let Qin Pavilion get involved in the disputes. Old man Xianji spoke slowly, which made those hegemonic figures look unhappy. Qin Pavilion is one of the strongest forces in Daksha, and it actually took the initiative to give in. Okay, after Daksha is unified, Kangwang Palace will take charge of Daksha. Qin Pavilion can be a place to recognize and teach people, and a place to select and cultivate Daksha's talented younger generations. And it will still write the authoritative list as before, and take charge of the Battle of the Destiny list. Senior, are you willing? Qin Wentian looked at Old Man Xianji and said. That's naturally the best. Old Man Xianji smiled and said that Qin Pavilion is indeed suitable for this matter. Qin Wentian nodded to Old Man Xianji. Qin Pavilion has never participated in the struggle with him, so he will not be embarrassed. The other hegemonic forces looked ugly, and the hegemons of many forces were even a little shaken. Qin Pavilion has a good arrangement for surrendering, so what will happen if they surrender? I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity. There are still the Qianzhi League, the Zhang family, and the Zuanan Palace ahead, so it's not their turn. Since you are unwilling to express your views, then follow my rules. All the forces of Daksha are here. From now on, the Kangwang Palace will rule Daksha. Who will not accept it? Qin Wentian swept his eyes over the crowd and stared at them. The overlords looked ugly. The ancestor of the Wang family said, we all disagree. The Kangwang Palace is not qualified to rule Daksha. Qin Wentian walked down the stage and walked towards the ancestor of the Wang family step by step. The whole space was stagnant, and everyone's eyes were all on Qin Wentian. It was rumored that some time ago, when the overlords surrounded and wanted to kill Qin Wentian, he had scared them away like this. That scene seemed to be happening again, and Qin Wentian was seriously injured that day, but this time, he was in high spirits. The steps of the overlords involuntarily retreated a little, and they just watched Qin Wentian walk towards the ancestor of the Wang family. There were overlords all around, but no one dared to attack Qin Wentian. You don't accept it. Qin Wentian stood above the ancestor of the Wang family, his expression was extremely cold. Yes, we all don't accept it. The ancestor of the Wang family stared at Qin Wentian, and the others also walked towards the ancestor of the Wang family. This time, they seemed to advance and retreat together. Very good. Qin Wentian's voice was indifferent, and an eye seemed to appear between his eyebrows. With just one glance, the ancestor of the Wang family felt that he had entered a dream. Here, he was the only one facing Qin Wentian, and there was no one else. This is not the first time you have provoked me. I haven't settled the account with you for threatening me with my family in Chu before, and you want to be the first bird to do it again. In this case, I will fulfill your wish today. Qin Wentian's voice entered the ears of the ancestor of the Wang family, and then the terrifying destructive power swept towards him. The ancestor of the Wang family stabbed his finger at the center of his eyebrows, trying to break free from the dream, but he found that he could not break free with his will. You have made a breakthrough. The Wang family ancestor's face was pale. He couldn't break free from the dream that Qin Wentian activated, which meant that Qin Wentian's dream thoughts surpassed the strength of his will and made him unable to break free. Yes, Qin Wentian admitted, and the ancestor of the Wang family looked ashen. The Wang family of Bingzhou City is finished. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the palm print was dazzling and boundless, covering the sky and the sun, and rolling down like a star. The storm of destruction was raging, and there was nowhere to hide. This made the ancestor of the Wang family despair. Qin Wentian, who had broken through, was simply unable to compete. Bang! Without even a chance to resist, the ancestor of the Wang family was directly killed by Qin Wentian, and turned into ashes, leaving no residue. The Emperor Star Academy was silent. They all watched this strange scene. The ancestor of the Wang family did not even resist. They saw Qin Wentian directly slap the ancestor of the Wang family to death. The palm print seemed to have magic. The overlords looked pale, and they thought to themselves, why haven't they appeared yet? Who else is dissatisfied? Qin Wentian looked down at everyone, his voice still strong. At this time, Qin Wentian suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Qin Wentian, you are so arrogant. An arrogant voice came, and the corners of Qin Wentian's mouth drew up a cold and blade-like smile. Finally, he appeared. He had been waiting for him for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to the situation in the wild land of Daxia, but Zhen Yu was one of them. The destruction of the Dangwon Palace could not be hidden from him. Today, he came, of course not alone. Beside Zhen Yu, there were many powerful people. They looked at Qin Wentian with rage and extremely cold. "You are here." Qin Wentian looked at Zhen Yu, not surprised at all. He got the news early this morning. The news sent by the Medicine Emperor was quite exciting. On that day, in the Huangji Holy Sect, the Holy Emperor said that they should solve it themselves. Qin Wentian killed Xiaosheng. The Holy Emperor was of such a status that he could not regret it. Xiaosheng was killed because of incompetence. How could he care too much about the life and death of a disciple in the Huangji Holy Sect? But the fact that the Holy Emperor didn't care didn't mean that many figures in the Huangji Shengzong, as the overlord, wouldn't care about being slapped in the face by Qin Wentian. Moreover, after Qin Wentian left, a woman threatened the Huangji Shengzong. This matter must be explained. "Qin Wentian, let me tell you a message. The Medicine Emperor can't attend your wedding today." Zhen Yu stared at Qin Wentian and said, "I know." Qin Wentian looked very calm. The message sent by the Medicine Emperor had already stated that there were strong men from the Huangji Shengzong stationed outside the Medicine Emperor Valley. They did nothing and didn't give the Medicine Emperor an excuse to take action. Their only goal was to prevent the Medicine Emperor from leaving the Medicine Emperor Valley. Huh? Zhen Yu frowned. Did Qin Wentian know that the Medicine Emperor informed him? But why did he dare to be so confident? This time, the lineup they came with was extremely strong, and even the Uiguran Emperor Qingyan was taken into consideration. Da, da, da. At this time, there was a crisp sound coming from the carpet, which seemed to be the sound of a cane. The crowd was a little confused. They looked in the direction of the sound and looked at the disabled person who came, and they all showed puzzled expressions. Qin Wentian also looked over there. When he saw that figure, his heart trembled violently, and his whole body was shocked. Then, his eyes became red, and he stared at the approaching figure. P.S. It seems that many people are celebrating the Little New Year today. It is also today at Wuhan's house. Happy New Year to everyone. I forgot that today is the second day of the month. Brothers who have monthly tickets should not forget it. Chapter 687 Gift. Qin Chuan also saw that figure. He stood up suddenly and stared at the person who came. This made the people around him look strange. Who is this disabled person who caused Qin Wentian and Qin Chuan to react so strongly? Heibo. Qin Yao murmured beside Mo Qingcheng. Heibo was still alive. He also came to attend the wedding of Wentian. It seems that Heibo has always cared about Qin Wentian. Da, da, da. The crisp sound was still there. Heibo walked towards the stage step by step with his crutches. Fairy Queen Mei and others wanted to stop him. They looked back at Qin Wentian. The moment they saw Qin Wentian's expression, they knew that this person could not be stopped. The disabled person with crutches actually walked up to the stage step by step. Everyone in this space looked at him quietly, and no one stopped him. It was very strange, but the sound of da 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 seemed to have magic, and people couldn't help but listen to it. Heibo walked up to the stage and walked in front of Qin Wentian. Holding a cane, he stroked Qin Wentian's cheek with his calloused hands. Qin Wentian's face, which was always serious in his impression, rarely showed a warm smile of relief and concern. Qin Wentian also laughed, like a child, very bright. This scene was even more surprising. The relationship between this person and Qin Wentian seemed to be closer than others could imagine, otherwise he would not have made such a friendly move. Qin Wentian was still grinning. You've grown up and become more and more like your father. Why are you still a little childish? Heibo gently stroked Qin Wentian's cheek. Looking at the handsome face with clear edges and corners in front of him, wrinkles appeared on his smiling face. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. He had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. It's great to be able to see your big day. Seeing you two is like seeing your parents. Heibo took Qin Wentian's hand and walked to Mo Qingcheng. Looking at Mo Qingcheng, Heibo had a trace of satisfaction in his eyes and said with a smile, "The girl is good, very well matched." Mo Qingcheng had never seen Heibo, but looking at the actions between him and Qin Wentian, she knew that the relationship between the two must be the closest. "Qingcheng, this is Heibo, who has taken care of me since I was a child." Qin Wentian smiled. Mo Qingcheng knew the relationship between the two and bowed to Heibo and said, "Qingcheng greets Heibo. Okay, for your wedding, I don't have anything to give you." It's just that Qin Wentian's mother prepared a gift for her future daughter-in-law. Today, I will give it to you on behalf of my wife. Heibo said with a smile, and then he put down his crutches, stretched out his hand, and a gift box appeared in his hand in an instant. The gift box alone was shining and precious. Open it. This gift was left for you by the madam. I have been keeping it for you. You must accept it. Heibo said solemnly. Mo Qingchang nodded. She knew that Qin Wentian was just an adopted son of the Qin family. Heibo was the one who took care of Qin Wentian since he was a child. It was normal for Heibo to know Qin Wentian's biological parents. This gift was given to her by Qin Wentian's mother. How could she not accept it? She stretched out her hands and opened the gift box solemnly. In an instant, a bright and strong light shot out, dazzling and gorgeous, as if a colorful light bloomed from it, extremely dazzling. Mo Qingchang closed her eyes for a while, and when she opened them, she looked at the gift box, and saw a gorgeous phoenix robe inside, as if it was woven from phoenix feathers, extremely dazzling. So beautiful. Mo Qingchang looked at the phoenix robe and exclaimed. Qin Wentian was touched, his eyes were red, and he even forgot about the enemies who came. At this moment, he only saw the gift his mother prepared for Qingchen. This was the first time in his 28-year-old life that he truly felt the care of his biological mother, as if no matter where she was still concerned about him. Qingchen, try it on. Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Mo Qingchang. Yes. Mo Qingchang nodded, then took the phoenix robe and put it on. The moment the gorgeous phoenix robe fell on Mo Qingchang, a burst of dazzling light spread out from it. There was no wind, but the phoenix robe fluttered by itself, and the dazzling light surrounded Mo Qingchang. At this moment, it seemed that an invisible force lifted Mo Qingchang's body up, and a powerful thought flowed into her mind. Mo Qingchang closed her eyes, the phoenix robe fluttered, and the light was overflowing. At this moment, she was even more beautiful and could not be desecrated. So beautiful. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Mo Qingchang's face and this robe seemed to be a perfect match. After a moment, Mo Qingchang opened her eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then she murmured, "Thank you, mother." As her voice fell, the robe began to transform. Every inch fit Mo Qingchang's body, as if it was cast for her and could be changed at will. With a slight movement of her mind, dazzling phoenix wings appeared on the robe, spreading their wings in the void and flapping slowly. At this moment, Mo Qingchang seemed to be a descendant of the ancient phoenix, like a noble princess. This gave people a thought, could it be that this phoenix robe was really made of phoenix feathers? This is absolutely impossible. Mo Qingchang's body landed on the stage, her wings closed, and she disappeared. She looked at Qin Wentian with a smile in her eyes. "Wentian, I like mother's gift very much?" "Yes." Qin Wentian was also very happy. He looked at Heibo, and saw Heibo said to him, "Your father only left you one sentence. A good man, whether ordinary or not, should stand tall and have no regrets. My child understands." Qin Wentian smiled. He had seen his parents in his memory, and he knew where the name Wentian came from. Have you said enough?" At this time, Zhen Yu's voice came, interrupting Qin Wentian and the others. A cripple was playing tricks here. Heibo's eyes slowly turned around, and saw that in the crowd, many figures came out at the same time. These people did not reveal their true faces. They all wore masks. It was unknown who they were. The people of the Imperial Holy Sect are too presumptuous. A shout came from the void, and then a line of figures descended from the sky. The person in the middle was wearing a gorgeous robe and a crown. He was the ancient Emperor Qin. "Foster father, you are here." Qin Wentian shouted as he looked at the figure in the void. "Well, Wentian, I have already discovered the existence of these people, so I have not shown up, but I think the Medicine Emperor should have made arrangements." Qin came to the stage and said, "Haha, Xiaoi, you know all this." A voice came, and then a radiant light appeared, and two figures appeared directly on the stage. They were the Medicine Emperor and the old man who had killed an elder of the Imperial Holy Domain. Zhen Yu and the people of the Imperial Holy Sect suddenly froze their eyes there, staring at the Medicine Emperor, as if they had seen something incredible. "Medicine Emperor, you actually came here." A strong man from the Imperial Holy Sect stared at the Medicine Emperor and said, "HMPH." The Medicine Emperor glanced coldly at the Huangji Holy Sect and others. There was a murderous light in his eyes. "It seems that I have given you too much face. You even dare to surround my Medicine Emperor Valley. Medicine Emperor, what do you want?" A strong man from the Huangji holy sect said coldly. What do I want? A cold look flashed in Yao Wang's eyes, but his eyes looked at Heibo. He saw Heibo glanced at those people and said to Qin Wentian, since you were born, except for me, a waste, to introduce you, we old guys have never done anything for you. This is to follow the orders of your parents. Men should be self-reliant. The suffering and setbacks you have experienced will be your precious wealth in the future. If you become an immortal one day, we will tell you everything, because you are truly qualified to become a powerful person. Now is not enough. But today is your wedding. Even if your parents blame us, we will take action for you once. Heibo's voice sounded in Qin Wentian's mind, and then he looked at those figures wearing masks and said lightly, kill without mercy. After these words fell, there seemed to be a terrifying light sweeping across the world. In an instant, the world changed color, and the wind and clouds howled. The strong men of the Huangji Shengzong looked ugly, and at the same time, they bloomed their own stars and celestial phenomena, and suddenly the dazzling brilliance shone between the world. At this moment, a figure walked out from among the masked people. He waved his hand, and suddenly it seemed as if there was a space-based star phenomenon that directly enveloped the void, and the terrible void storm rolled up madly. Hoo-la-la! The storm was raging, and the people of the Imperial Star Academy seemed unable to stand still. Feeling the terrifying airflow, their hearts were trembling wildly. They simply couldn't imagine how powerful such a strong man was. Buzz! The wind raged between heaven and earth, and the destructive space turbulence soared up, as if it turned into a black hole and rolled towards the void, away from the crowd, as if deliberately not to destroy the wedding scene. In just a blink of an eye, the turbulence went straight to the sky, but on the ground, the destructive airflow that penetrated from it could still be felt. However, in just a short moment, the turbulence gradually dissipated. When everything disappeared, everyone was shocked to find that there was no figure in it, not a single person. Dead. Everyone's heart was shaking violently. This storm was started by Qin Wentian's people, so his people could leave safely. But Zheng Yu and the others. Thinking of the voice of killing without mercy, everyone felt a chill all over their body. Looking at those people wearing masks, they suddenly found that everyone had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Perhaps, they were mixed in the crowd of Emperor Star Academy, silently paying attention to this wedding, so low-key that they would not show up unless someone made trouble. The bodies of the overlords of Daxia could not help but tremble. Those existences were the strong men of the Huangji holy sect, the strong men of the Huangji holy domain who ruled the whole world, and they were killed without mercy. Then what were they? The overlords of Daxia? In front of the other party, they were probably just ants, and they dared to make trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, A Lifetime Promise. Qin Wentian also found that those people had disappeared when he lowered his head. He felt quite uneasy. It turned out that not only his parents, but also Heibo and others had been watching him silently. Today was his wedding day. Heibo came with his mother's gifts, and probably also brought his father's loyal subordinates. Qin Wentian suddenly looked at Yao Wang, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. When he looked at Mo Qingchang again, everything seemed to become clear. No wonder Yao Wang looked at him with new eyes, and helped him so much. Was it just because he was Mo Qingchang's beloved that Yao Wang would spare no effort to help him? Even standing on the opposite side of Huangji Shengzong? Qin Wentian was not a fool. He had talent, but in this world, those high and mighty people would not only look at your talent. What does your talent have to do with others? Why would they help you, take care of you, and even offend the enemy? There was only one possibility. Heibo and Yao Wang knew each other, and why didn't he die in Dan Wang Palace at that time? Was King Er the only one who could save him? King Er said at that time that Mo Qingchang might be alive, maybe she saw something. Qin Wentian guessed at this moment that Qingchang should have been sent to Yaohuang Valley by Heibo and others, so she was accepted as a disciple by Yaohuang. In this way, everything can be connected, and Yaohuang will be so confident in the letter, because he has long known that Heibo and others have arrived, in Shu. Qin Wentian was thinking that when the Shadow Lord assassinated him that day, Heibo might be there, but these people were really able to endure it. Even if he encountered such a danger, they did not come out. Thinking of this, A tall and majestic figure appeared in his eyes, a figure that stood tall and upright, and yet iron-blooded and tender. He told him that men should be self-reliant. He asked him to ask the sky, and the sky, who is the master of the ups and downs? Father, mother, the child will never let you down. Qin Wentian stared at the sky, as if he saw the two figures silently watching him in the void, watching him grow up. Only by becoming an immortal can you be qualified to become the strongest. Do you know about your parents? Heibo, Senior Yao Wang, and foster father, please sit down. Today, you will be witnesses for King Cheng and me. Qin Wentian smiled and looked at everyone. Haha, good, I am really happy to see you and King Cheng get married, but I have nothing to give you. I brought some people here today. From now on, you will be the leader. Jiutian said, and immediately a line of figures came to the stage, knelt on one knee in front of Qin Wentian, and respectfully shouted, "Greetings, Master." They are all in the celestial realm, and I did not force them. They all followed me to repay my gratitude. If one day, you think it is meaningless to keep them, just let them go free. Jiutian was still heroic, and Qin Wentian nodded. It happened that he lacked a legion that could rule Daxia. With these people, Daxia could develop better. Get up. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and immediately everyone stood up and stood aside. The overlords of Daxia had already been trembling with fear. This is called nothing to give? A small army of celestial beings was sent away with one move? They were all sweating in their hearts, and they had the thought of dying. They stood there trembling, and no one dared to move. The Jinyu they relied on was directly killed by someone. Poor Jinyu, a disciple of the Huangji Shengzong, came arrogantly, but others killed him like an ant and stepped on him to death. Yao Wang, Heibo, Jiutian and others sat down, and Qin Chuan and others took the initiative to stand up and give up their seats to show respect. Although they were also very close to Qin Wentian, Qin Chuan knew the position of Heibo in Qin Wentian's heart. This old man had been guarding Qin Wentian for more than 10 years, and this feeling was probably unmatched by others. Moreover, the status and position of these people were far beyond their comparison, although Yao Wang and others would not care so much. We are all family, sit down casually. Yao Wang said with a casual smile, and everyone laughed immediately, and they didn't care so much, sitting side by side together, without distinguishing between the main and the secondary. Qin Wentian then set his sights on the people of Daxia, and said, I have given you the opportunity. For the sake of Daxia's prosperity, I don't want to touch you. I just need you to strengthen yourselves and make Daxia's overall strength continue to grow. However, you have repeatedly refused to give up on killing me, so I don't need to be so patient with you. As soon as Qin Wentian said this, the faces of the overlords of Daxia turned pale in an instant. The ancestor of the Shi family said, Qin Wentian, things have come to this point. I don't want to say anything more, but why do we have to make things so decisive? We are willing to submit to the rule of the Kangwang Palace. Wouldn't it be better to end this matter here? What a joke. Qin Wentian waved his hand. I haven't said that I want to unify Daxia, but you have joined forces to deal with me several times. Even not long ago, I gave you opportunities. Until now, the situation is completely clear. You know that things can't be done, but you want to retreat? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you can't succeed, you want to retreat. Your ideas are really ridiculous. Qin Wentian's words made everyone feel cold from head to toe. Yes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Qin Wentian wants to unify Daxia. If they have the ability to kill Qin Wentian, they will win. If they fail to kill him several times, and want to escape unscathed, will Qin Wentian agree? But I won't kill you either. At this time, Qin Wentian's voice made the crowd's eyes regain a touch of spirit. Mu Feng. Qin Wentian shouted. Mu Feng's body walked out and stood behind Qin Wentian. Didn't you develop a blood poison some time ago? Let them take it. From now on, the overlords of the various forces in Daxia will be ruled by you. Qin Wentian said, with the cold light in Mu Feng's expression. He stared at the overlords of Daxia and walked forward slowly. Mu Feng is not strong enough. You can still force out his poison. However, all of you need to draw the poison into your blood and into your whole body. From now on, your lives will be controlled by Mu Feng. Of course, you can disobey and choose death. Qin Wentian's voice was chilly. The faces of the overlords of Daxia were still pale, and they felt a sense of powerlessness. They could only nod unwillingly. They were still reluctant to die. With Qin Wentian's talent, he would definitely not stay in Daxia. As long as they obeyed the orders of the King Palace, Qin Wentian would not do anything to them. As for detoxification, they would slowly get closer to Qin Wentian in the future to ease the hatred accumulated during this period of time. Mu Fang stepped forward and began to give poison. These overlords accepted it one by one. No one resisted the blood poison that eroded into them. This blood poison was extremely domineering, and it was drawn by Mu Fang's own blood. Once it spread to their blood and internal organs, Mu Fang could control the outbreak of the poison and control the lives of these people. A look of relief flashed in Heibo's eyes. Qin Wentian had really grown up. If he didn't kill these people, he had to control them. Otherwise, human nature was the most unpredictable and fickle. Even if they surrendered today, they would not be polite if they had the chance to kill Qin Wentian in the future. If he didn't kill them, he had to control their lives. None of these overlords dared to disobey them. They took the poison into their bodies and soon their faces turned black. Mu Fang closed his eyes and emitted a strong black light. Suddenly, the black energy on those people became stronger and stronger. After a while, Mu Fang stopped and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "It's okay. Go back and go to the Great Xia Palace in 3 days to wait for orders." Qin Wentian waved his hand and drove them away. The expressions of these overlords changed. Since they had surrendered, they wanted to stay and leave a good impression, but they didn't expect Qin Wentian to not even give them the opportunity to attend the wedding banquet and directly drove them away. Soon, their figures came to the distance. Occasionally, the overlords looked at each other. Every time they wanted to say something, they didn't know how to start, so they could only sigh. "It's nothing, we're just controlled, it's like surrendering, we don't resist, Qin Wentian won't do anything to us." The Shi family ancestor consoled himself. "He doesn't even care." Someone sighed. "Yet, I don't care at all." The ancestor of the Hua family said depressedly. Zhen Yu came to them on behalf of the people of the Huangji Holy Land. Since Hua Taixu is now also a disciple of the Huangji Holy Land, they thought they should know how to stand together, so they stood with the overlord of Daxia. They didn't expect this situation. "What should we do now?" someone asked. "I have something to do. I'll leave first." At this time, a person from the overlord level force in Bingzhou City flashed away quickly, and this scene made others squint their eyes. "I have something to do too." Several more celestial powerhouses flashed away. These old foxes. The eyes of the others flashed one by one, and then they looked at a strong man in the crowd, another celestial figure of the Wang family in Bingzhou City. The ancestor of the Wang family was killed by Qin Wentian, and the hatred was forged. Qin Wentian also said that the Wang family was finished. If they helped Qin Wentian deal with this kind of aftermath, wouldn't it be great? Qin Wentian himself could not have imagined that just after he poisoned these people, these old foxes began to intrigue and thought of using the elimination of the Wang family to please him. It was really unpredictable. Not long ago, the Wang family was still an ally standing with him. The wedding of Emperor Star Academy was still going on. Under the blessing eyes of everyone, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng held hands and kowtowed to their parents and relatives, and to heaven and earth. According to the etiquette of the Chu state, the wedding should first worship the sky, then the earth, and finally the parents. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng first worshipped their parents and relatives, and then the heaven and earth. Parents are higher than heaven. After the ceremony, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng walked to the stage and shouted, "Wine." Someone beside them brought it up with a smile. Qin Wentian poured a pot of wine into the air, and then he and Mo Qingcheng each held a glass of wine and said, "Qingcheng, I don't know where my biological parents are. Today, you and I will still toast my parents." "Yes." Mo Qingcheng nodded, and the two drank the wine in the cup towards the sky, then bowed to the front, then held hands and smiled at each other. "I will never abandon you in this life." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and said softly, "I wish to be with you in life and death." Mo Qingcheng responded. These simple words are a lifelong commitment. Chapter 689, A New Dynasty. Not far from the Imperial Star Academy, there was a strong spatial fluctuation in the void. In this fluctuating void, there were two figures. One of them was an old man in a gorgeous robe. He stood with his eyes closed, just standing there quietly, as if he was indifferent to everything. He only cared about the woman standing next to him. The woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a simple green dress and silently watched everything that happened in the Imperial Star Academy. She just watched quietly from beginning to end. Occasionally, the corners of her eyes would twitch slightly, and a hint of sadness seemed to be revealed in her cold and beautiful eyes. The situation in Daksha is unified. What the princess wants to see is already destined. Should the princess follow me back to the tribe? The old man said calmly. The woman was Kinger. Kinger seemed not to have heard his words. She slowly turned her eyes to look at the old man, still with a cold look, and said, "Since you sent me here since I was a child, why do you have to take me back to the clan?" At that time, the emperor was fighting for the throne and might face life-threatening situations at any time. How could he bear to see the princess involved in the turmoil? Facts have also proved the great emperor's wisdom. The emperor almost lost his life in the fight for the throne. That fight was too tragic and lasted for a full 20 years before the emperor won the throne and ruled the fairyland. Now, how could he bear to see the princess suffer outside? The old man said respectfully. Kinger still said coldly, "I'm not suffering. Princess, the royal Holy Land is just a remote area. We sent you here so that your whereabouts would not be found. The people here have very weak cultivation and will sooner or later encounter the limits of cultivation." The old man continued to persuade, "Besides, the princess once promised me that the emperor would stir up a huge storm for her and get the fairy method. But now the princess is unwilling to go back with me. How can I explain this to the emperor?" Kinger was still cold, turned her head and looked in the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, whispering, "Wait a few days." "Okay." The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He opened his eyes and glanced at the sky, sighing in his heart. Women are easily trapped by the word love. This is the weakness of women in the cultivation world. It is hard to break it. The princess seems to have feelings for this young man. She wanted the great Nirvana immortal method for this boy. However, although this boy is extremely talented, his status is still far from that of the princess. If the princess is interested, the emperor will issue an imperial edict to find a husband for the princess, which will be enough to make a sensation in the world. At that time, there will be all kinds of monsters. When the old man glanced at it just now, on the stage of the Emperor Star Academy, the medicine emperor frowned slightly, then raised his head and looked in the direction of the void, but soon turned his eyes back and continued to smile at the young man holding hands. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang walked back to the front of the elders holding hands, and everyone stood up. "Seeing you two, I really want to be young again," Medicine Emperor said with a smile. Medicine Emperor is too old. It is said that he has lived longer than the current Holy Emperor of the Imperial Holy Sect. Jiutian is also a famous figure in the Imperial Holy Land, the ancient human emperor, but Medicine Emperor can directly call him Xiao Yi. Jiutian cannot be angry. There is no way. Medicine Emperor's qualifications are there. Regardless of his attainments in alchemy, his strength is also very strong. He reached the peak of the celestial realm many years ago. It has been too long since he has taken action. It is rumored that he has died several times but he did not die. Now no one knows how powerful Medicine Emperor is. Heibo walked to Qin Wentian, straightened Qin Wentian's clothes with one hand, patted Qin Wentian's shoulder, and said, "From today on, you are also a family man. When you grow up, your parents will watch you grow into a real man with a head held high and feet on the ground. Heibo is watching you too." "I will." Qin Wentian nodded. He grabbed Heibo's hand and let it go, then stretched out his hands, straightened Heibo's collar, and then walked forward to give Heibo a hug. "Thank you, Heibo. In fact, Wentian has always regarded you as a father." Heibo, who was tightly hugged by Qin Wentian, trembled, and then his eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but let 2 tears fall. Good men will also shed tears. Decades of hope have been placed on Qin Wentian. He also treats his master's son as his own son. "Master, Madam, Wentian has really grown up, and he won't let you down. He will make those people regret it." Heibo looked at the sky with red eyes and whispered in his heart. How could Qin Yuanfeng's son be bad? One day, he will make the immortals and demons cry and the gods tremble. The two separated, and Qin Wentian walked to Qin Chuan again and said with a smile, "Adoptive father." As he said that, he also hugged Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan patted Qin Wentian's shoulders, his eyes slightly red, and he was also moved. His only regret was that Qin Wentian was not his biological son. His feelings for Qin Wentian were definitely not less than his feelings for Qin Yao, and he treated him as his own son. In the future, Qin Yao might continue to accompany him and find a good man to marry, but she would not be too far away from him. But Wentian, he will follow the footsteps of the strong and will go further and further. I am afraid that the chances of meeting in the future will become less and less. Teacher. Qin Wentian walked towards Mo Shang. The two smiled, and then hugged each other. Mo Shuang's kindness to Qin Wentian was also unrequited. When he just started practicing, it was Mo Shuang who led people to Xianyang City to save him. After hugging their loved ones one by one, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng walked down the stage surrounded by the crowd. The banquet began, and the Emperor Star Academy was bustling, but they felt a sense of loss, because they could not see the peerless couple. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng just stood there, and they would rather keep looking at them. This is a living legend, and so young. Many of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's elders are also legends, and they can't even get in touch with legends. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's handsome and beautiful friends will also become legends of Daxia in the future. Any one of them is so outstanding. On this day, the imperial city of Chu could not be calm, and people in the whole city were all talking about this wedding. On this day, the name of Qin Wentian seemed to have become a symbol of Chu. He did not have any position in Chu, but he could decide the ownership of Chu in a moment. Even the entire Daxia dynasty was subject to him. The vast and powerful Daxia, the Jiutian palace that once ruled Chu, was just a force in Daxia, and now, they are all under the rule of Qin Wentian. Moreover, it is rumored that Qin Wentian's power is no longer limited to Daxia. There is even a place called Huangji Holy Land, where Qin Wentian has a great reputation. However, this level is beyond the reach of the people of Chu state, and it is difficult to imagine. When everything ended, Chu state still could not calm down. For a long time, it was immersed in the shock brought to them by the wedding. For the people of Chu state, this was a baptism, which made them have a stronger understanding of the outside world. Many young people began to want to go out and make their own world. Their eyes were no longer limited to the land of Chu state. And these people were the most among the people of Emperor Star Academy. They witnessed the grand wedding with their own eyes and were witnesses. They were a group of talented people in Chu state, and they began to dream of becoming famous one day. 3 days later, everything had already settled. On the wedding day, he and Mo Qingcheng said goodbye to many relatives and friends, and asked Fairy King Yi and others to return to Daxia. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, they took the little bastard to travel around Daxia, relaxed everything, and did not even practice, just purely enjoying life for 3 days, wandering between mountains and rivers, strolling on lakes, gliding on vast glaciers. Although it was only a short 3 days, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's footprints were all over many scenic spots and historical sites in Daxia. Qin's house city, the ancient dynasty of Daxia, was full of vigor and vitality on this day. The news that Qin Wentian unified Daxia had already spread throughout Qin's house city, and even rapidly spread to the entire Daxia. Now this ancient dynasty has been rebuilt and is a new dynasty. Qin Wentian can even change the name of the dynasty and use his surname as the name of the dynasty. There are rumors in Qin's house city that the dynasty may be named Qin Dynasty by Qin Wentian. On this day, under the ancient palace of the dynasty, there is a vast land. The overlords of Daxia led their people to the court. Countless people in the distance watched silently, their hearts pounding. Today, Daxia, is it going to change the dynasty? This will be a brand new era. Since the fall of the ancient dynasty of Daxia, Daxia has never had such a grand scene. The strong men of the celestial phenomena gathered here, leading their families and their sects to come to worship. In front of the magnificent steps with dragons and phoenixes carved in gold and jade, there are 2 figures slowly walking in front of the ancient palace. On the steps, these 2 people are so young, but the people below all bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. They have already experienced Qin Wentian's methods, and now no one dares to do anything disrespectful. On the steps, Fairy King Mei, Old Xing, and the strong men gifted by Yi Qingyan stood there one after another. In the eyes of the Zhang family and the Qianzhi League, there was an unconcealable excitement. This is a new dynasty, and they are not standing wrong. Qin Wentian looked around the crowd below, and his heart had never been so calm. With the unification of Daxia, he was not disappointed with Emperor Xia and King Kang. Today, the new dynasty is still the Daxia dynasty, and the name of the dynasty remains unchanged. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to have the world in his eyes. Without changing the dynasty, he unified Daxia, one to fulfill the long-cherished wish of his predecessors, and the other to revive Daxia, so that it would no longer be a barren land in the eyes of others. As for power, how could Qin Wentian be nostalgic for the power of Daxia? He had a broader world in his heart. From this moment on, the Great Xia dynasty is unified. Fairy Queen Mei is the Grand Elder of the Great Xia dynasty, in charge of all the affairs of the Great Xia dynasty. Old Xing is in charge of the punishments of the Great Xia dynasty, Qin Wentian Pavilion is in charge of the various schools of the Great Xia Dynasty: Jiutian Palace, Kang Wang Palace, Jiang Family, Jinzhi League. The four powers are separated, assisting Fairy Queen Mei in jointly managing the affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty. The rest of the things are all ordered by Fairy Queen Mei. You all cooperate with her to reorganize the Great Xia Dynasty. Qin Wentian spoke loudly. He only said so much. He believed that he was not good at other things, and Fairy Queen Mei and the others would be better than him. Your Majesty's order. A voice came from below, and countless figures bowed at the same time, saying, Your Majesty's order. Qin Wentian looked at the strong men of the Great Xia Dynasty, took Mo Qingchang's hand, slowly turned around, and walked into the depths of the dynasty. P.S. I recommend a new book Peak Small Farmer, which was posted on QQ Reading. It is well written. Friends who like urban life can take a look. Chapter 690 The First Order. The unification of Daxia shocked the world. The name of Qin Wentian once again set off a huge wave in the Daxia dynasty. Moreover, this time, Qin Wentian was the master of the Daxia dynasty. It was he who unified Daxia and ended the thousands of years of disputes in the Daxia dynasty. All the major overlord-level forces surrendered. Such achievements amazed everyone in Daxia. No one did not know what the three words Qin Wentian represented. Thinking back to a few years ago, when he was famous in Daxia, it was because of the Battle of the Destiny List and because he held the Demon Sword and went to the Dan King Palace. Unexpectedly, it only took such a short time for him to become the supreme figure of the Daxia dynasty. There was no one before and there would be no one after. Qin Wentian was called Qin Wang by the people of the Daxia dynasty. Some people also called him the Demon King. The demon was because Qin Wentian was full of demonic energy when he fought. The whole person was extremely handsome, like a descendant of the Demon King. And because of his talent, no one in Daxia could match him. However, no matter how the outside world called him, Qin Wentian didn't care. After handing over the affairs of Daxia to Fairy King Mei, Fairy King Mei issued several orders in succession and began to reorganize the Daxia dynasty. Daxia dynasty was still divided into 9 states. The major overlords could no longer easily rule Jiuzhou City. They had to start a comprehensive rectification and establish a strict talent selection mechanism. At the same time, they had to open a martial arts school in Jiuzhou City. At the same time, the overlords had to set an example and become the leaders of the school to teach the younger generation. Jiuzhou competed with each other. At the same time, a reward and punishment mechanism was set up to prevent the overlords from having a laissez-faire attitude. The Great Xia dynasty was considered a barren land, which was too weak. Any force in the royal sacred domain could sweep across Great Xia. Qin Wentian did not want this homeland to be swept away easily in the future, but they all understood one thing. Those old guys in Great Xia no longer had any hope. Hope was in the future generations. The future of Great Xia would be strong only if the young were strong. Even if they would leave, as long as there were generations of people who gave back to Great Xia and did not forget the grace of Great Xia, one day Great Xia would be able to restore its former glory. Moreover, Qin Wentian also used Great Xia's unique skills as the treasure of the Jiuzhou Academy. People with real super talents would have the opportunity to practice those top-level skills. The major overlords of Great Xia would also take out their unique skills. Of course, Fairy Queen Mei knew that this would take time. In the palace hall of the Great Xia dynasty, Qin Wentian sat in the hall, and intelligence materials were constantly delivered to him. Qin Wentian read through them patiently. The more he read, the more he felt shocked. After a long time, Qin Wentian put down the files one by one, took a deep breath, and wrote a few big words on the files on the desk. Galaxy Guild. This thick stack of files was all about the Galaxy Guild. This force that Qin Wentian had come into contact with in Xianyang City and the imperial city of Chu State was so huge that it frightened him. According to these files, within the vast territory ruled by the Great Xia dynasty, there was a Galaxy Guild in every city. The headquarters of the Galaxy Guild of the Great Xia dynasty was located in Qinzhou City. Qin Wentian had contacted the Galaxy Guild in Wangzhou City and rejected the invitation. He had a very bad impression. When he was in Xianyang City, he also had a very bad impression and even had many frictions. In fact, the record of this force was just like his impression of the Galaxy Guild. It seemed low-key, but it was extremely domineering. Suzanne, a top 3 figure in Destiny 30 years ago, with a very high talent and attainment in divine runes, refused the invitation of the Galaxy Guild and had a verbal friction. 3 days later, Suza disappeared and died. This is the record of one of the files, and it is clearly recorded. There are some vague things in these files, and it is impossible to confirm that it was done by the Galaxy Guild, but Qin Wentian believes that it is 9 out of 10. It is now confirmed that the most fatal reason for Emperor Kang's death was the assassination by the Galaxy Guild. The situation is very similar to his current situation. Many people from the Overlord-level forces asked the Galaxy Guild to take action, and it was the same person, the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord is the leader of the Shadow branch of the Galaxy Guild headquarters of the Great Xia dynasty, and the most mysterious and powerful killer in the Great Xia. Tumor. 2 words popped up in Qin Wentian's mind. The Xing Guild was definitely a tumor of the Great Xia dynasty. They didn't seem to fight for power or show off, just like they did in Chu State and Xianyang City, but in fact they were all terribly arrogant. Moreover, the people from the Xing Guild that Qin Wentian had met were all quite despicable. For example, Mu Qing sold him and the people of the Qin mansion to the Yi family, almost killing them. He and the Xing Guild had a grudge since his youth, which had to be said to be another kind of fate. Therefore, whether in public or in private, he had to pull out this tumor. Qin Wentian's perception spread out and soon enveloped the entire palace of the Great Xia dynasty. Not long after, Fairy King Mei, Xing Lao and many others appeared in the hall where Qin Wentian was. "Your Majesty!" Fairy King Mei and others shouted. "Don't be so polite in private, just call me Wentian," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Fairy King Mei giggled and said, "Why, are you still reading the files about the Galaxy Guild?" "Well, I plan to leave after I finish dealing with this matter. Do you have any opinions?" Qin Wentian looked at Fairy King Mei and others. Old Xing frowned slightly and said to Qin Wentian, "Wentian, according to the files, the Galaxy Guild is a frighteningly powerful force, and I'm afraid their sphere of influence is not limited to the Great Xia dynasty, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to infiltrate so deeply. This force is indeed easy to be overlooked. The Galaxy Guild is like a poisonous snake. You don't come into contact with it on weekdays, and you can't even feel its existence. Once you are targeted by it, you become its prey." Fairy King Mei was also a little solemn. It was only after they had read all the files that they truly understood what kind of force the Galaxy Guild was. Their previous understanding of the Galaxy Guild was so incomplete. It sounded ridiculous, but such a thing actually happened. Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. He also considered what Old Xing said. His speculation was the same as Old Xing's. The power of the Galaxy Guild was probably not limited to the Great Xia dynasty. It might even be in the Great Shang, the Great Zhou, and even the entire Huangji Holy Land. It's just that they were too low-key in their daily lives and did not attract attention. They did not appear on the list of superpowers fighting for power and fame. They seemed to have no desires. Such a group of people were the most dangerous. According to what the Shi family's ancestors said, the Galaxy Guild's intelligence capabilities should be terrifyingly powerful. I'm afraid that the Galaxy Guild knows everything about me, otherwise it would not have asked for such a terrifying price. Only the overlords working together can afford such a price. If this is the case, my name must have been entered into the files of the Galaxy Guild from top to bottom, and they would know everything that happened in the state of Chu. Qin Wentian spoke slowly and analyzed. In this way, if I eliminate the Galaxy Guild of the Great Xia dynasty, if the upper-level Galaxy Guild wants to deal with me, they should not target other people, but only me. Fairy King Yi and the others looked solemn. Qin Wentian's analysis was not unreasonable. It was obvious that Qin Wentian was determined to eliminate the Galaxy Guild. Let's start with Jiazhao and wipe out the Xing Guild. I will take care of Qin's Hao City. To prevent the Xing Guild from getting involved in Daxia, we will not kill anyone from the Xing Guild. We will just announce to the world in my name that I, Qin Wentian, will not allow any Xing Guild to stand in the Daxia dynasty. We will remove them all. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp meaning. In this way, the Xing Guild should understand his intentions. If they want revenge, they can come to Qin Wentian. Fairy King Mei looked at the sharpness in Qin Wentian's eyes and her heart trembled slightly. This guy, once he makes up his mind, he will execute it immediately. Okay. Fairy King Mei, Xing Lao and others nodded, and then left the hall one after another, and began to carry out Qin Wentian's last mission before leaving Daxia. One day later, Jiazhao City of the Great Xia dynasty simultaneously launched an attack on the Galaxy Guild, destroying and eradicating all Galaxy Guilds of the Great Xia dynasty, but not killing the people of the Galaxy Guild. His Majesty has ordered that the Galaxy Guild is not allowed to exist in the Great Xia dynasty. This is the first iron-blooded order issued by Qin Wentian after he unified the Great Xia dynasty. In Qin's house city, outside the Xing Guild, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Xing Guild. On the main hall of the Xing Guild, stood a figure in a white robe. This figure carried an ancient sword on his back and stood with his hands behind his back. He had the aura of being the only one in the world, and he was invincible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the figures flashed up, and they were the masters of the various halls of the Xing Guild. Their eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and their expressions were cold. Qin Wentian, what do you mean? The master of the Xing Guild of the Great Xia dynasty was a powerful weapon refiner. He was wearing a fire-colored long gown and stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes swept over and then fell on a gray-robed figure, who is the Shadow Lord. Qin Wentian, I have stopped the last assassination. From now on, my Xing Guild and you will not interfere with each other. The Shadow Lord narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Wentian. You won't interfere with me if you didn't kill me. Qin Wentian stared at the other party, and then a terrifying sword power spread from his body, turning into a terrible storm, raging between heaven and earth. Crack! Qin Wentian stepped on the ancient palace, and terrible cracks appeared. Qin Wentian, do you know what you are doing? The Shadow Lord looked extremely cold. From now on, the Galaxy Guild will not be allowed to exist in Daxia. Qin Wentian raised his foot and fell again, and the terrifying power of annihilation descended, and the ancient palace below collapsed and shattered. Qin Wentian, I know that you have the support of the Medicine Emperor behind you, but I advise you to let go of all the previous things, and I can even not pursue today's matter, and we will not owe each other anything from now on. Otherwise, no matter how strong your background is, I am afraid that this royal holy land will not have a place for you. The Shadow Lord's voice became cold. If you don't stop, you will die no matter where you go. The Galaxy Guild Hall Master also threatened coldly. This is the first time that the Galaxy Guild has been provoked. Chapter 691 Dream World Astrology. Qin Wentian took a glance and sensed the strength and cultivation of the Galaxy Guild Master and Shadow Lord. The Galaxy Guild Master was at the second level of Celestial Phenomenon Realm, and was at the top level in Daxia. Shadow Lord was even stronger, with a very full aura at the third level of Celestial Phenomenon. In addition, his starry celestial phenomena were stronger than those of the Daxia overlords. Therefore, Shadow Lord was the most powerful in the entire Daxia dynasty. Once an uncontrollable existence appeared, the overlords would think of asking him to assassinate. For Shadow Lord, as long as someone could pay the price, he would kill. In Daxia, he was the king of darkness, the uncrowned king. In fact, with Shadow Lord's strength, he could have been transferred to the royal extreme Holy Land to serve, but his position would not be too high. He was already very old, and it was unlikely that his cultivation would go up. There was no point in being a middle-level person in the royal extreme Holy Land. Those high-level people looked down on him, and he could not get any benefits. Therefore, he had been a king in the Dark Knight in the Daxia dynasty, so that he could occasionally make a lot of money for his family. The Galaxy Guild's Hall Master is different. He was sent down to control the Galaxy Guild. He is only a few hundred years old, which is considered very young. He is also a master of refining and has unlimited potential. He will sooner or later step onto a higher stage after collecting resources and accumulating experience in Daxia. But no matter who it is, once Daxia's Galaxy Guild is destroyed, they will be charged with a crime of not doing their job well and will be punished when they return. In this land, the history of the Galaxy Guild is older than that of the Daxia dynasty. Today, for the first time, someone dared to stand at the headquarters of the Galaxy Guild of the Daxia dynasty and act wildly. This person is the figure in Daxia's heyday, the radiant and admired by countless people in Daxia, the king of Daxia, Qin Wentian. But no matter how brilliant he is, once he dares to destroy the Galaxy Guild, there is only one way waiting for him, a dead end. Shadow Lord, stay. Everyone else, get out. Qin Wentian's sword energy soared into the sky. The endless storm of sword energy engulfed the vast Galaxy Guild headquarters. Then he chopped down again in the air below. In an instant, the supreme sword power swept down, destroying everything. The hall turned into dust and was completely destroyed. You actually have the power of the Celestial Realm. Have you entered the Celestial Realm? Shadow Lord looked grim. After the unification of Daxia, some people speculated that Qin Wentian had entered the Celestial Realm, but when he saw Qin Wentian, Shadow Lord could not see through the other party's cultivation. Until this moment, Qin Wentian showed the power of the celestial realm. He could truly feel that this was indeed the power of the celestial realm. Shadow Lord looked grim, and even a little jealous of the celestial realm powerhouse who was less than 30 years old. He had been trapped at the peak of the third level of the celestial realm for tens of thousands of years and could no longer break through the realm to sublimate his strength. But Qin Wentian was so young and had already entered the celestial realm. Where was his limit? It was simply unimaginable. You have a bright future, why do you want to kill yourself? The Galaxy Guild is not something you can afford to offend. The Galaxy Guild Hall Master spoke again, threatening coldly. As a member sent by the Galaxy Guild headquarters of the Royal Holy Domain, he knew how strong their Galaxy Guild was. Although the Royal Holy Sect was the overlord of a domain, so what? The Royal Holy Sect had to acquiesce to the existence of the Galaxy Guild. In the history of the Royal Holy Domain, no one had ever dared to say that the Galaxy Guild was not allowed to stand. Generations of Saint Emperors did not dare to do so. Qin Wentian was the first to do so. He was only the Lord of Daxia, but he wanted to make the Daxia dynasty not allow the Galaxy Guild to appear. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Qin Wentian's expression contained a terrible edge. The whole person was like a peerless sword, piercing through. At this moment, there were many Galaxy Guild masters surrounding him, but looking at the young figure, no one dared to step forward to fight. This scene made people who saw it from a distance amazed. What is peerless elegance? This is it. Qin Wentian stood up in the void, shocking the entire Galaxy Guild. He was indeed the man who made all the overlords of Daxia submit to him. The aura around him was too dazzling. I failed to kill you in the previous battle. I want to see if you will release the might of your sword again today, hurting yourself first and then me. The Shadow Lord stepped out, and the double celestial phenomena bloomed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a void. Above Qin Wentian's head, a starry sky appeared. An extremely terrifying vine spread and crawled above, and then rolled down, directly covering this space. Boom! Another dazzling and terrifying starry sky erupted. It was the starry sky bloomed by the master of the Galaxy Guild. In the ancient vine space, a magma-like flaming starry sky appeared. This magma seemed to be tempering a terrifying divine weapon branded red, and it was filled with an extremely terrifying might. This was the starry sky of the master of the Galaxy Guild. Qin Wentian could feel that with just the strength of the Hall Master of the Galaxy Guild, no one in Daxia could contend with him. The starry sky phenomena of those overlords were not on the same level as the other party. Since you have entered the celestial realm, let me see what your starry sky phenomena are. The voice of the Shadow Lord came out, and his body had already sunk into the second starry sky. The voice was everywhere. Qin Wentian looked up and observed the starry sky phenomena blooming by the two strong men. This starry sky phenomenon was dazzling. The center direction was the attack power derived from the starry sky phenomenon. The edge of the land had a faint red gold luster. Qin Wentian knew that this luster belonged to the luster of the star soul. The starry sky phenomenon was derived from the star soul of the martial life cultivator. Therefore, the luster of the starry sky phenomenon represented the martial life star, from which layer of the sky the star soul came. The rich red gold color meant that the star souls derived from the starry sky phenomena of the two people came from the sixth layer of the sky. This should be the star soul condensed from the martial life star that the other party entered the celestial realm to communicate. That is, the fifth star soul came from the sixth layer of the sky. However, Qin Wentian had no advantage over his opponent in terms of the strength of his star soul. The star soul he condensed into the starry sky was the second star soul, which came from the dream star soul on the fifth heaven. As you wish. Behind Qin Wentian, a shadow slowly appeared, and a terrible storm began to stir the void, covering his body, with a strong dream power spreading out from it. Sure enough, the first starry sky that was condensed must have been condensed from the star soul before you entered the celestial realm. Even if you have a great talent, it is still only a star soul on the fifth heaven. How can you fight us? The Shadow Lord said coldly, and then there was a rustling sound, and the terrible ancient vines strangled Qin Wentian. Not only him, but the Hall Master of the Galaxy Guild also took action. In the magma-like starry sky, there were blood-red divine weapons blooming wildly, killing Qin Wentian, with overwhelming power, as if to kill all enemies. It's enough to deal with you. The starry vision behind Qin Wentian was dazzling, and the storm was even more terrifying. He just stood there calmly. The ancient vines and magma weapons rushed towards him frantically, but he saw a storm of destruction stirring around him, turning into a vortex of destruction that killed everything. Those vines and magma weapons were crushed and could not get close to Qin Wentian's body. What a powerful attack power! The Shadow Lord and the Star River Guild Master were shocked. The starry sky phenomenon condensed by Qin Wentian had a terrible attack power, as if it was born for attack, using attack instead of defense. You want to see my starry sky phenomenon? I will fulfill it for you. Look carefully. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to have a burst of divine light, and in an instant a dazzling starry light bloomed, as if a pair of eyes opened and closed between heaven and earth. In this moment of opening and closing, there was nothing around Qin Wentian, but the Shadow Lord and the Star River Guild Master found that their starry sky phenomenon seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious force. The dream world is everywhere. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, his voice shaking the hearts of the two. Was this the first time Qin Wentian had condensed the starry sky? The dream world, they found that they seemed to have been brought into a wonderful space. Now, let me show you what the starry sky attack is. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, a storm blew up in the entire dream world, as if there were omnipresent destructive light points in this space, and it began to stir. Puff, sizzle. The ancient vines were constantly shattered, and the divine weapons that erupted from the magma were directly annihilated, as if everything in this space began to be destroyed. Here, Qin Wentian was the master. I want to get out. The master of the Galaxy Guild discovered the crisis, and his body retreated. He raised his hand to attack, but found that this starry sky seemed to have no boundaries. How could a dream have boundaries? This starry sky was boundless and boundless. If you want to leave, since you have chosen to fight, die? Qin Wentian stared at the other party, and then his palm reached out to the void. In an instant, the endless destructive light spots around the master of the Galaxy Guild actually gathered into a terrifying palm print that covered the sky and suppressed everything, and directly rolled over his body. No. The master of the Galaxy Guild was pale. He was the master of the Great Xiao Galaxy Guild. He had only practiced for a few hundred years and had unlimited potential. How could he die here? Boom. The attack of annihilation directly covered him, and the body of the master of the Galaxy Guild turned directly into dust, suppressed and destroyed, and his starry sky disappeared immediately. A quick breath was heard. It was the breath of the Shadow Lord. Although he was hidden in the starry sky at this time, he still felt a chill all over his body. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? How could the starry sky that was condensed for the first time be so terrible? Even with the guidance of a super strong man, it would be impossible for the starry sky that was condensed for the first time to be so powerful, right? Could it be that he combined the four kinds of true meanings and derived the starry sky with the star soul to have the power to kill all the starry sky phenomena in the same realm in seconds? Thinking of this, the Shadow Lord felt even more uncomfortable. Why could a young man under the age of 30 achieve such an achievement? The dream world is boundless. How can this starry sky be broken? Chapter 692, Medicine King Realm. Not long ago, the Shadow Lord had tried to assassinate Qin Wentian. At that time, his two star signs trapped Qin Wentian tightly inside, tortured Qin Wentian crazily, and almost took Qin Wentian's life. At that time, Qin Wentian, except for burning himself to use the sword of exterminating immortals, did not know how to break the star and celestial phenomena of the Shadow Lord. However, now, it seems to be the opposite. The star signs are blooming again, but this time, it is the Shadow Lord who does not know how to break Qin Wentian's star and celestial phenomena. Any strong man in the celestial realm will have his own star and celestial phenomena. From the battle between Qin Wentian and the Shadow Lord, we can vaguely see the myriad changes of the star and celestial phenomena, which are wonderful and infinite. The powerful Shadow Lord has the terrible strength of the third level of the celestial realm, but Qin Wentian had just condensed his own star and celestial phenomena not long ago, and the Shadow Lord had already felt the threat of death. At this time, the Shadow Lord was still hiding in his second constellation. There were constant rustling sounds, and ancient vines kept madly strangling Qin Wentian, but the vines extending from the constellation were directly crushed by a terrible destructive particle. Qin Wentian looked up, looking at the constellation that was like the night, and said coldly, "It's useless. If you want to hurt me, you have to assassinate me personally. You can't just compete with the constellations." The cold voice was full of dominance and confidence. The storm rose up and strangled all the way to the sky, and began to stir up the constellations of the Shadow Lord. Whether it was the ancient Vine constellation or the Netherworld constellation, in his Dream World constellation, he wanted to see where the Shadow Lord could hide. In the Dream World constellation, the ancient Vine constellation of the Shadow Lord was completely destroyed and useless. Could it trap Qin Wentian? He was now trapped in the Dream World by Qin Wentian, and he couldn't get out. As for the attack of the ancient Vine star was instantly killed by the destructive particles contained in the Dream World. Now the Shadow Lord could only rely on the second star, and he was still hiding in it. At this time, the star turned into a terrible night streamer and flowed wildly, turning into a river of darkness, rolling towards Qin Wentian from all directions. Qin Wentian stood proudly in the air, and the destructive airflow rolled up the storm and rolled towards the dark river. The figures of the Shadow Lords emerged and killed Qin Wentian at the same time. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and a force that suppressed everything bloomed wildly. Qin Wentian seemed to have turned into a god of war, invincible. Destroy! With a roar, all the illusory shadows around him were destroyed. The real body of the Shadow Lord emerged, and a spear like the Netherworld stabbed down. The black magic power swirled, and the spear seemed to stir up a black vortex, trying to swallow Qin Wentian into it. The vortex was so big that it could swallow 100 people in an instant. Qin Wentian raised his head slightly, and he could see the dark and cold pupils of the Shadow Lord. A terrible stream of light rolled around his body and flowed madly. He was like an immortal demon, roaring, raising his hand to kill, and many palm seals of the sky were violently attacked at the same time. At this moment, you can see an endless storm of destruction flowing into the dark vortex, and crazy confrontations and collisions can be seen inside. The rumbling sound of destruction shook the heaven and earth. The Shadow Lord roared repeatedly, but Qin Wentian took a step forward and stepped directly into the vortex. Many phantoms appeared at the same time. He attacked again, trampling the earth with his feet and destroying the sky with his palm. The land in all directions was swept by the stream of annihilation, which was brighter than the stars. A light sound of puffing was heard, and the Shadow Lord's internal organs seemed to be shattered. His body exploded and retreated, but Qin Wentian snorted coldly and grabbed the void with his palm. The power of non-destruction seemed to be everywhere, and directly held the Shadow Lord in the big palm print. Qin Wentian, your death will not be far away. The Shadow Lord knew that there was no hope of survival, and let out an angry roar. The Shadow Lord was bound to wipe him out. Destroy! Qin Wentian's palm smashed down, and a puffing sound was heard. Endless destructive light directly penetrated into the body of the Shadow Lord, and then tore his body apart. Many storage rings flowed out. Qin Wentian waved his palm and put them all into his pocket. The Shadow Lord and the Master of the Galaxy Guild's refining hall must be very rich. After killing the two powerful men, Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the stars and celestial phenomena in the dream world disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the void was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. In the Galaxy Guild, all eyes were focused on Qin Wentian in the void at the same time. The figure of the peerless elegance was still proudly standing in the void. However, the Master of the Galaxy Guild and the Shadow Lord disappeared forever, which made everyone in the Galaxy Guild tremble violently. In the Great Xia dynasty, two more powerful men fell, and they were real strong men hidden in the dark, stronger than those overlords in the open in the Great Xia. But no one could stop this peerless beauty who unified Daxia. He wanted Daxia to be unified, and all the overlords would submit. No one dared to disobey his orders. He wanted the Galaxy Guild to have no foothold in Daxia. No one in Daxia could disobey his orders. Those who disobeyed his orders would be killed. Even the Palace Master of the Galaxy Guild and the Shadow Lord were killed without mercy and were wiped out by Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian looked around the vast Galaxy Guild, and his cold voice came out again. From today on, I want this Daxia. There can be no Galaxy Guild standing. Get out. As Qin Wentian's voice fell, the people of the Galaxy Guild dispersed one after another and left here. The Palace Master of the Galaxy Guild and the Shadow Lord had already died in Qin Wentian's hands. What could they do? Fight with Qin Wentian and die? Some high-ranking figures of the Galaxy Guild glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and then left unwillingly. In their eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent. When they reported to the upper level, Qin Wentian would definitely die. Qin Wentian, he will pay the price for his actions today. Qin Wentian left and returned to the Great Xia Palace, but then Great Xia was in turmoil again. Hundreds of Galaxy Guilds were uprooted and destroyed in the Great Xia dynasty, but they did not kill them. They just did not allow the Galaxy Guild to gain a foothold in the Great Xia dynasty. The people of Great Xia realized how terrible the power of the Galaxy Guild was. Some deeds of the Galaxy Guild and the Shadow Lord began to surface, which were shocking. Even the high-ranking officials of Great Xia easily ignored the existence of the Galaxy Guild, let alone ordinary people. This seemingly low-key and mysterious force was so huge, and extremely domineering and indifferent. Many people died because of offending them. The people of Daxia could not help but applaud Qin Wentian's decision. The lord of the dynasty who unified Daxia was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. After this incident, Qin Wentian quietly practiced in the Daxia dynasty, no longer prepared to ask about foreign affairs, but entered a state of retreat. Although he has now entered the realm of celestial phenomena, Qin Wentian still has a lot of things to do, such as condensing the fifth star soul, practicing the Henshin immortal demonju, and comprehending the means of attacking magical powers. As for Daxia, the Xing Guild has been removed, and Daxia's power is also stable. At least in the territory of the Daxia dynasty, no one or force can shake the majesty of the dynasty. Of course, Qin Wentian's philosophy is to cultivate talents for Daxia and make Daxia rich and strong, rather than clinging to power. Under such a philosophy, he believes that as long as time passes, Daxia will become stronger and stronger, and no one will think of overthrowing the rule of the dynasty. In the Huangji Holy Land, far away from the Great Xia dynasty, two superpowers are in conflict because of the existence of Qin Wentian. One of the transcendent forces is the overlord of the Great Zai dynasty, the Huangji Holy Sect. The Huangji Holy Sect has ruled the Great Xia for hundreds of thousands of years and is extremely powerful. However, the Huangji Holy Land has recently encountered unprecedented provocations. Qin Wentian forcefully killed Xia Sheng in the Huangji Holy Sect and left peacefully. For this reason, the people of the Huangji Holy Sect could not swallow this humiliation, so what happened at the wedding of Qin Wentian in Chu State, but that day was the darkest day in the Huangji Holy Sect's hundreds of thousands of years of rule. All the Huangji Holy Sect masters who went there, even the masters of the high-level celestial realm, did not come back alive. This kind of thing has never happened in history. If this matter is spread to the Huangji Holy Land, I don't know how strong the waves will be, because the place where it happened is Chu State, which is too far away, and the forces of the Huangji Holy Land are unaware of it. However, within the Huangji Shengzong, this incident had already caused a great uproar and a sensation. In the past few days, people have come to the Huangji Shengzong Shenghuang Palace to pay homage to the Shenghuang, but the Shenghuang has never shown his intention. Until today, outside the Shenghuang Palace, a strong wave appeared, and then a looming figure appeared in the hall, shining brightly. Greetings to the Shenghuang. Everyone knelt down. What's the matter? A voice came from the phantom. Qin Wentian got married in the state of Chu, and all the people from Huangji Shengzong who went there were killed. One person's voice trembled, causing a more terrifying majesty to spread out. The Shenghuang said coldly, I have already said that the last matter is over. Who asked you to take revenge? Saint Emperor, that humiliation must be repaid. This is the Huangji Holy Land. Someone looked up and said, What do you know, you frog in the well? The Holy Emperor said coldly, The Medicine Emperor, he is already at the same level as me. As soon as these words came out, the bodies of the powerful men of the Huangji Holy Sect trembled violently, and they felt their whole bodies trembling. This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. The Huangji Holy Sect has always been the overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain. Why? Because their Holy Emperor, who is invincible in the Huangji Holy Domain, is a legendary existence. Now the Holy Emperor told him that the Medicine Emperor is also a strong man at that level. They finally understood why the old immortal never died every time his deadline was approaching, and why the Medicine Emperor dared to go to the Huangji Holy Sect to protect Qin Wentian. They thought it was the Medicine Emperor's qualifications, but now it seems that they were too stupid. What is qualifications in front of the powerful men in the legendary realm? People below that level are not qualified to talk to the Holy Emperor at all. The Medicine Emperor dared to appear, which means that he has entered that level. However, the Medicine Emperor has gone too far this time. The Imperial Holy Land is still the world of the Imperial Holy Sect. Since he has done so, you should go and kill Qin Wentian. If the Medicine Emperor intervenes again, come and report to me. The Holy Emperor's voice was cold. He did not want to care about the things here. He did not expect such a twist. But since this is the case, what does it matter if a junior has outstanding talent? Just kill him. Follow the order of the Holy Emperor. The faces of the people flashed with sharpness, and they took the order and left. Chapter 693, Sealing the Mighty One. In the Holy Emperor City, there is a vast ancient palace standing here. It has countless years of history, and its age is even longer than that of the Imperial Saint sect. This vast ancient palace has watched the rise and fall of the power of the Imperial Saint domain. They even existed when this land was not yet the Imperial Saint domain. After the first generation of the Imperial Saint sect ruled the world and renamed a region as the Imperial Saint domain, countless forces in this region changed, but this vast and simple palace has never changed. Even the first generation of the Imperial Saint sect's Saint Emperor acquiesced to its existence and dared not destroy it. This is the headquarters of the Galaxy Union in the Imperial Saint domain. On this day, someone from the Daxia branch returned and brought a message. All the Galaxy Unions in Daxia were destroyed. Qin Wentian, who unified Daxia, did not allow the Galaxy Union to exist in the territory of the Daxia dynasty and eradicated all the Galaxy Unions. Once this news came, the shock and anger of the Galaxy Union's strongmen were even stronger than those of the Imperial Saint sect. For many years, the Galaxy Union has infiltrated every piece of land in the world. In any larger city, they will set up a Galaxy Union branch. This extremely tight organization is operating every night. It has the most powerful intelligence network in the Imperial Saint domain, and can see everything in the Imperial Saint domain. Every outstanding person, how strong is their strength, what level of talent they rank, how strong is their background, unless it is extremely secret, everything else cannot be hidden from the eyes of the Galaxy Union. Regarding Qin Wentian's information, the Galaxy Union has made many changes. Qin Wentian, who is famous in the Imperial Saint domain and has become the Lord of Daxia, has long become a person that the Galaxy Union pays attention to. The files about him are recorded in colorless and transparent files at the headquarters of the Galaxy Union. At the headquarters of the Galaxy Union, the characters recorded in this file are generally those top characters. For example, the Saint Emperor of the Imperial Saint sect, the major deputy sect masters, the Medicine Emperor, the leaders of the 9 major sects, etc., and the files that record Qin Wentian now are the same as them, which shows that the Galaxy Union attaches great importance to Qin Wentian. At this moment, in the Galaxy Union headquarters, someone was looking through the files recording Qin Wentian, including what happened to him in Xianyang City and Chu State, the conflict between him and Mu Qing, and the assassination of Shadow Lord. It is easy to see that Qin Wentian must not have a good impression of the Galaxy Union. It is easy to understand that Qin Wentian eradicated the Galaxy Union in the Great Xia dynasty. The records of Qin Wentian's strength are also detailed, even including his ability to transform into Depan through the demon god sacrifice and use the immortal destroying sword, which are all recorded clearly. There is only one column that is quite vague, which is about Qin Wentian's background. Qin Wentian grew up in the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City, Chu State. His adoptive father is Qin Chuan. These backgrounds can be ignored. Qin Wentian's other adoptive father is Jiutian, the Emperor of Yi State. His wife is Mo Qingcheng, the disciple of the Medicine Emperor. Qin Wentian's birth is unknown. Appendix: when Qin Wentian got married in Chu State, a mysterious strong man appeared. The disabled person who raised Qin Wentian brought many masked strong men with unknown strength. Appendix: in Guangzhou City, when Qin Wentian was holding the magic sword to slash the Dan King Palace, a mysterious strong man seemed to appear and rescued him. Who is it? It is unknown. Who taught Qin Wentian the immortal swordsmanship is unknown. Most of these point to the possibility that Qin Wentian may have an extraordinary background, but even the intelligence network of the Galaxy Union cannot find it out. They can only speculate that his birth is likely to be the orphan of a powerful being. However, no matter how powerful Qin Wentian's background is, how can it be powerful enough to make the Galaxy Union powerful? As the chief hall master of the Galaxy Union in the Imperial Holy Land, he was sent from above. Outside this area, how could he not know what kind of existence the Galaxy Union is and what kind of terrible power it has? How could a mere orphan of a powerful person be able to challenge it? However, his authority is limited. As the chief hall master of the Imperial Holy Land, he has a mission. It is his responsibility to send as many resources and train as many equipment refining talents every 100 years. The authority he has cannot transcend the Imperial Holy Land. Once he encounters an invincible existence in the Imperial Holy Land, it will be extremely troublesome for him. After all, Because of such a thing, he, the chief hall master, will undoubtedly be incompetent. This is also the reason why the Galaxy Union, although with a transcendent background, is still low-key in the Imperial Holy Land. They will not anger everyone, nor will they compete for the dominant position. They are for the purpose of completing the tasks assigned by the superiors. He took out a pen and paper, then wrote a letter. He waved his hand and the letter flew outside. He said, "Send it to Qin Wentian of the Great Xia Dynasty." "Yes, sir." The person outside responded, and then footsteps were heard. In the Imperial Holy Land, in the Immortal Palace, Emperor Jian looked at the red-haired old man in front of him, only to see that the other party was panting and staring at Emperor Tian. After a long time, the red-haired old man finally laughed. Good, I didn't expect that you could defeat us in such a short time. Go forward and see what is waiting for you." Emperor Tian's expression was sharp. Although Qin Wentian had broken through, Emperor Tian did not condense the stars and celestial phenomena. His cultivation was still at the peak of Xiangang, but Qin Wentian's understanding was also his understanding. Although he did not achieve the dream world star phenomenon, the fusion power of the true meaning was also super strong. Coupled with the attack of the virtual demon power, the power of the demon god transformation, the power of the bloodline protection, the heavenly immortal demon art, and other superpowers, he was finally able to defeat these immortals who suppressed their cultivation. Thank you for your guidance these days. If I can get the inheritance of the Immortal Palace, I will give you freedom. Emperor Tian bowed and said, "Go ahead." The red-haired old man waved his hand, and Tian nodded. Then he flashed and walked forward. Wherever he passed, there were many immortals who suppressed their cultivation, all looking at Tian with a smile. "Good guy, keep going, you are much stronger than I was in the past." A burly man grinned, and the woman who was lost on the lake seemed to have regained a ray of spirit in her eyes, watching Tian silently moving forward. He had completed his challenge, and next, he didn't know what would be waiting for him. Tian's expression was like lightning, and he walked forward all the way, crossing a long distance. He saw a slanting peak in front of him. On the slanting peak, there seemed to be two figures, one sitting and the other standing. Behind them, there were simple houses. The one sitting on the slanting peak was an old man with curly hair and ragged clothes, looking at Tian with a smile on his face. As for the standing man, he was a cold young man, dressed in black, with a sense of coldness all over his body. The eyes staring at Tian were sharper than a knife, as if they could penetrate Tian's soul. Such a cold person. Jiutian looked at the stern young man. Of all the people he had ever met, this young man had the coldest temperament, and people dared not approach him. "Come up," the old man said to Jiutian. Jiutian nodded slightly, walked up, and walked step by step to the old man and the young man. Being able to defeat many immortals who suppressed their cultivation at the peak level of Xiangang has proved your great potential, but if those guys hadn't deliberately let you go, you wouldn't have survived until today. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiutian. Jiutian nodded. He knew this too, because he did not defeat the immortals from the tomb outside to get in, but relied on the key of Emperor Xia to get in. At that time, his strength was far from being as strong as it is now, and it was easy for those immortals to kill him. However, you can make rapid progress in such a short time, which is rare, and it is also within the rules. So, from now on, you will start to comprehend this skill. If you can comprehend it within a year, I will consider you to have passed the test. At that time, you will become the master of the Immortal Palace, and at the same time, you will also receive an inheritance that you can't imagine. The old man spoke lightly, and then he saw his palm waved, and he and the cold-faced young man disappeared directly. In front of Tian, a vast and boundless scroll appeared, with countless patterns intertwined in the scroll, as if it was a scroll of the avenue. Tian's eyes swept the scroll, and soon, his eyes felt like they were about to sink into it. Unexpectedly, within the scroll, a super strong sealing power permeated, shining, and fell directly on Tian. Bang! Tian's body exploded back, his eyes closed, he could not help but groan. When he opened his eyes again, he was a little afraid to look at the scroll. He seemed to see the incredible power of the Great Seal, the powerful power that could seal everything. Yes. An old man's voice seemed to come from the void, saying to Jiutian, "I advise you to break through your cultivation first and then comprehend it, otherwise with your current ability, I am afraid you can't bear it. Remember, you only have 1 year." If you fail to comprehend it, I will erase your memory after entering the immortal palace. Jiutian's body trembled slightly, and then his eyes flashed with dazzling light. At the same time, in the outside world, in the great Xia dynasty, Qin Wentian, who was practicing in seclusion, opened his eyes. He looked up at the starry sky, his eyes showing a sharp edge. The powerful one who sealed the immortals in the tomb, sealed the cultivation of all immortals, and sealed the immortal palace. For that powerful one, everything can be sealed. Qin Wentian murmured. He faintly felt that the owner of the immortal palace was definitely a super powerful existence, and he was good at sealing. Once he could inherit the mantle of the owner of the immortal palace, he would be able to unseal the immortals and obtain the terrible seal inheritance. The fifth star soul of Emperor Yan must be a sealed star soul. Where is my fifth star soul? Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he closed his eyes again and his perception went towards the nine-heaven star river. The terrifying perception continued to rise, crossing the boundaries of the galaxy. In a blink of an eye, his perception came to the fifth heaven, but it still did not stop. He continued to go up and climb to the sixth heaven. At this moment, Qin Wentian's perception felt very uncomfortable, and the perception phantom in the void seemed to be deformed. After crossing the sixth galaxy, it is the seventh heaven. This is a leap. Qin Wentian was strong-willed, and his perception rushed madly toward the sky. He allowed the terrifying pressure to fall on his perception, but he still protected it. Finally, his perception flew across the gorgeous galaxy and entered the seventh heaven. Here, it seemed like another scene. Chapter 694 Kill Order. Qin Wentian's perception floated in the vast and endless starry sky. Looking at the gorgeous martial stars, a terrible wave was set off in his heart. Many of the martial stars here are different from those in the lower six heavens. Not only are they reflected in their powerful auras, but also because of the specialness of these martial stars, at a glance, those martial stars gave him an extremely strong visual impact. Is that a giant turtle? Qin Wentian looked at a star not far away. It was a monster star, shaped like a giant turtle, covering the sky and the sun, and stretching across the galaxy. It was unknown how vast it was. This giant turtle seemed to have a snake body, and it was unparalleled. It seemed that it had a pair of eyes, staring at him here, revealing an extremely ancient aura. This is not a giant turtle, it's a black tortoise. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. If he communicated with this martial star, he might be able to summon the black tortoise beast, which has terrible power and defense. A strong tingling sensation came, and Qin Wentian's mind tightened. The seventh heaven was a leap compared to the sixth heaven. The star soul condensed by communicating with the martial star would be out of the red gold color, but the pressure here was also super strong. His perception allowed him to step onto the galaxy of the seventh heaven, but he could not stay for too long. He needed to find the martial star he wanted to communicate with as soon as possible. The perception moved quickly in the starry sky. Qin Wentian saw a martial star with a huge impact. This martial star was like a huge mountain across the sky, as if it was an ancient sacred mountain. I don't know how heavy it is. Just sensing it from a distance, Qin Wentian felt like he was about to be crushed by the sacred mountain. Qin Wentian's heart was pounding, and he had an urge to let his perception pounce on it. However, he still restrained himself, sensing the movement in the galaxy, watching the strange stars, and he also saw a terrible storm like a black hole, in which there seemed to be a pair of eyes that could swallow everything. There were no other stars in the extremely far distance around, as if it did not allow other stars to exist in this area, otherwise the storm would swallow them into the endless vortex. Any martial star contains terrible power. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, but he was still looking for it. He hoped that the star soul condensed from the martial star he communicated with this time could match the practice method he practiced, so that the power of the star soul and practice method could be exerted to the greatest extent. Qin Wentian's practice method was mainly the two major immortal methods, Jiutian immortal demon Jiu and immortal demon body refining. There was no doubt about the power of these two immortal methods, and their offensive capabilities were super terrifying. Immortal demon body refining could even create a real immortal demon body, and use the flesh to fight against the immortal demon. How terrifying it was! Star souls can amplify the attacks of martial life cultivators, but in the end, they are for the purpose of better assisting martial life cultivators in their practice. Qin Wentian certainly knows what to choose. The pressure on his perception continued to grow stronger, and Qin Wentian was still trying to go up into the sky. Every time a martial life star appeared in his field of vision, It was so powerful that Qin Wentian would feel a tingling sensation, but he held it back. His perception was on the verge of collapse. If he failed this time, he would have to wait until the next time to go up to the Nine Heavens Star River, but he still did not give up. In a place extremely far away from him, there seemed to be a dazzling starlight falling down, and there was a faint super terrifying power that permeated his perception, making Qin Wentian's perception even more illusory. However, at this moment, the figure that he perceived was looking in that direction from afar. Endless starlight fell on the illusory perception. It was a figure standing in the sky, suppressing the sky. This star was faintly interwoven into a human figure, stepping on the sky, suppressing the sky. Every part of his body was flashing with extremely dazzling rune light, as if it was constantly floating, and a super terrifying momentum was coming out of it. The endless area around this human-shaped star was empty and boundless, as if no similar existence was allowed. He would be there to suppress the starry sky. Zhenshin Immortal Demon Art, Suppression, Immortal Demon Body Training, Super Strong Physique. This martial star should be suitable for me. Qin Wentian resisted the urge to perceive the dissipation and floated towards the star. The closer he got, the stronger the suppressive force transmitted from this martial star became, until Qin Wentian's perception also faintly revealed a trace of the same breath. At this moment, his perception disappeared directly on the spot, crossing the boundless distance and falling directly on the martial star. At this moment, on the seventh heaven of the Nine Heavens galaxy, a ray of starlight crossed an endless distance, sprinkled down from the void, and landed on the figure in the palace of the Great Xia dynasty. The figure trembled violently, but still maintained a clear mind, borrowing the light of the stars to gather the star souls. A major event happened in the Huangji Holy Land. This matter was caused by a piece of news, which soon shocked the world and caused a sensation in the Huangji Holy Land. This news was passed on by the Huangji Holy Sect, the overlord of the Huangji Holy Land. The Huangji Holy Sect announced to the world that Qin Wentian had repeatedly violated the majesty of the Huangji Holy Sect. The Huangji Holy Sect decided to issue a kill order to kill Qin Wentian. As a figure of the Huangji Holy Land, Qin Wentian, who ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, was ordered to be killed by the Huangji Holy Sect. It is conceivable how strong a sensation it would cause. That was the overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain, the Huangji Holy Sect. It was unimaginable that they would issue a kill order against a young man of the younger generation. For tens of thousands of years, only Qin Wentian had enjoyed such treatment. Finally, the Huangji Holy Sect is going to take action against Qin Wentian. Last time when Chu Jie died, Qin Wentian and the Huangji Holy Sect had a grudge. This guy was crazy and powerful enough to make the Huangji Holy Sect go to war for him. However, if the overlord of the world wants to kill him, how can Qin Wentian survive? Many people thought to themselves that this time, the Huangji Holy Domain's peerless genius of the times would fall. This time, the Huangji Holy Sect really made up its mind and announced it to the world, even threatening that if a young man under the age of 100 killed Qin Wentian, he could directly join the Huangji Holy Sect and become a disciple of the leader's lineage. Others who killed Qin Wentian would also be rewarded with a top-level skill in the Xiangxiang realm and a 5th-level upper-grade magic weapon. At the same time, the Huangji Holy Sect also informed Qin Wentian of his current location, the Great Xia Dynasty, which is known as the Wild Land of the Huangji Holy Land, and Qin Wentian is claiming to be the king of the Great Xia Dynasty. How could such news not cause shock and madness? Of course, some people speculated that since the Huangji Holy Sect knew where Qin Wentian was, why didn't they just kill him, but announced it to the world? Why did the Huangji Holy Sect do this? The Huangji Holy Sect did this because all the strong men decided to do so together. Killing Qin Wentian was an order issued by the Holy Emperor himself. Knowing that the Medicine Emperor had entered the level of the Holy Emperor, they knew that there was another meaning behind killing Qin Wentian. They wanted to see whether the Medicine Emperor would disobey the Holy Emperor's order and protect Qin Wentian in the face of the Holy Emperor's determination this time. They wanted to tell the world who is the overlord of this area. They wanted to see the attitude of the Medicine Emperor and what he would do. If the Medicine Emperor really tried to protect Qin Wentian, it would be fine. The Saint Emperor was their backer. Rather than bearing the Medicine Emperor's revenge after killing Qin Wentian, they would rather see the Medicine Emperor's attitude and determination beforehand, which would also reduce unnecessary losses. A terrifying storm was sweeping from the Imperial Sacred Domain towards the Great Xia Dynasty in the Wild Land. Many powerful men from the Imperial Sacred Domain went to Great Xia, ready to kill Qin Wentian. Among the forces that went to Daxia, the most active ones were the Great Shang Dynasty, the Purple Thunder sect, and the Di family, where the Emperor Shi was. They were undoubtedly the ones who wanted Qin Wentian's fate the most. The people of the Sword sect were worried about Qin Wentian, and even Yi Qingyan, the Emperor of Yi, went to Daxia as soon as he learned about the killing order issued by the Huangji Holy Sect. Qin Wentian of the Daxia dynasty was immersed in cultivation until one day he received a letter from the Huangji Holy Domain. The letter was written by the head of the Xing Guild in the Huangji Holy Domain. The content contained in it made Qin Wentian feel a little frightened. He had guessed that the power of the Xing Guild was not limited to the Daxia dynasty. However, he still did not expect that the power of the Xing Guild was not only from the Huangji Holy Domain, but also had a longer history than the Huangji Holy Sect. Moreover, it came from outside the Huangji Holy Domain. The Xing Guild in the Huangji Holy Domain was just the tip of the iceberg. The content of the letter was to invite him to join the Galaxy Guild. As long as he nodded in agreement, the Galaxy Guild was willing to send him out of the Royal Sacred Domain and send him to the outside world for training. Then what happened before would naturally be forgiven. If he was unwilling to agree, then he would publicly apologize, and at the same time lift the restrictions of Daxia on the Galaxy Guild, and help the Galaxy Guild rebuild in the Daxia dynasty, and the matter could be forgotten. However, no matter which one, Qin Wentian was unwilling to accept it. He also replied with a letter with only a simple sentence, "The matter ends here." He expelled the Galaxy Guild from Daxia, and the matter was forgotten, and the past grievances were written off. But Qin Wentian thought that the other party would probably not accept it. Not long after the letter was sent, the Sword sect sent a message that the Royal Sacred Sect announced to the world and issued a killing order to kill Qin Wentian. Then, Yi Qingyan descended on the Daxia dynasty. In the palace, Qin Wentian and Yi Qingyan strolled on the stone steps, and Yi Qingyan said, "Wentian, leave the Huangji Holy Land. The Huangji Holy Sect is coming with great momentum this time, and I'm afraid they are determined to kill you. I can contact the Xianwu realm. As long as you nod your head and agree, the Xianwu realm envoy will send you out." Qin Wentian looked straight ahead and did not respond immediately. Leaving the Huangji Holy Land was a matter of time. He had to go out to pursue the strongest realm and his life experience, but was he really going to leave everything and escape like this? Did the Huangji Holy Sect finally issue a kill order for me? It seems that the Holy Emperor may have nodded. Qin Wentian murmured. Last time at his wedding in Chu State, the strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect came with great momentum and were all killed. The Huangji Holy Sect must have reported this matter. If he wanted to kill him again, he might need the approval of the Holy Emperor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Strong Attack. The Medicine Emperor has already entered the realm of the Saint Emperor. Very few people knew this news before. The Saint Emperor of the Imperial Saint Sect was one of them. Now he told the top leaders of the Imperial Saint Sect, and those people also knew it, but Yi Qingyan and Qin Wentian didn't know, and the strong men of the Imperial Saint Domain didn't know either. Some of them were thinking of killing Qin Wentian to win the reward of the Imperial Saint Sect, and young people under the age of 100 were thinking of killing Qin Wentian to become disciples of the leader of the Imperial Saint Sect. Qin Wentian became a stepping stone in the eyes of many people. As long as they killed him, they could at least get a rich reward. The strong men of the Great Shang Dynasty, the strong men of the Purple Thunder Sect, and the people of the Emperor-killing family of the Imperial Saint Domain have already come to the Great Xia Dynasty in a mighty way, as if killing Qin Wentian didn't even require the Imperial Saint Sect to do it themselves. They only needed to watch secretly from behind. With a kill order, Qin Wentian would surely die. In the Great Xia Dynasty, Qin's house city, the sun was high in the sky, and the city was full of flowers. Since Qin Wentian unified Great Xia and revived the dynasty, Qin's house city has been equivalent to the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty. Talented people have come to Qin's house city to admire the glory of the dynasty. Outside the majestic palace of the Great Xia Dynasty, there are strong people who stop and watch every day. Standing outside the palace, it seems that they can feel the glorious history created by Qin Wentian. This history must have left a heavy mark in Great Xia. However, at this moment, There seemed to be a faint sound of wind and thunder whistling above the horizon. Everyone looked strange, revealing a strange light. Looking up at the sky, the sun was dazzling, but their hearts trembled violently. I saw a golden armored warship appeared above the horizon, blooming a terrible golden light. On the warship, many strong people stood with their hands behind their backs. The sun shone on them, with an indomitable spirit, as if they were all super powerful beings. Who are they? Everyone's heart trembled violently. The golden armored warship, suspended in the sky above the great Xia dynasty, stopped. The golden light shone brightly, as if it was competing with the scorching sun. Dazzling cold rays penetrated the distance. Looking down from the golden armored warship, one figure after another strolled over. On the huge golden armored warship, there were faintly more than 100 strong men, and each of them was filled with super powerful momentum. "What are you doing in my great Xia dynasty?" A voice came from the palace of the great Xia dynasty, permeating the world, causing the people watching outside the dynasty to tremble slightly. Is this the voice of Qin Wentian, the lord of great Xia? The strong men on the golden armored warship lined up in a row, seemingly divided into different camps. They were not just people from one force, but from multiple forces, but they all had the same goal, to kill Qin Wentian. Why are we here? Qin Wentian, you should know that today, this great Xia will be the place where you are buried. A cold voice fell, shaking everyone's heart. These arrogant strong men came to kill Qin Wentian, the master of great Xia. In the great Xia palace, one figure after another rose into the air and stood on the top of the great Xia dynasty palace. One of them was wearing a white robe, with an extraordinary elegance. His eyes swept the void, his pupils were indifferent, and he said coldly, "I heard that the Huangji Shengzong ordered that if you kill me, you can get treasures and have the opportunity to become a core disciple of the Huangji Shengzong. You are willing to be this running blog, but I don't know if you can take my life." These people came here on the golden armor warship just to kill him and take his life. Qin Wentian didn't need to be polite at all. A dying man dares to speak wildly. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect was shining with thunder power, hanging down from the sky, extremely majestic. You are all famous figures. You are coming here in such a mighty force to deal with a junior. Do you feel ashamed? Qin stood beside Qin Wentian and looked up at the people in the void. Qin, although you are the emperor of an ancient country, how can you be compared with my great Zhou dynasty? My great Zhou dynasty wants to kill Qin Wentian, but you intervened to stop it. Aren't you afraid of the destruction of the ancient country? An old man from the great Zhou dynasty had a sharp look, which penetrated and fell on Qin. Qin's expression did not move, his robe fluttering in the wind, and he responded indifferently, "I, Qin, have lived for hundreds of years, and I am most afraid of threats. Cultivation has no borders. If you threaten the people of a country, I am afraid that your great Shang dynasty will never have peace. If you kill my Yi Kingdom royal family, I, Qin, will not die, and I will make your great Zhou dynasty extinct. Then kill you first, and then destroy your Yi Kingdom royal family." The strong man said coldly. "Really? I, Qin, have written this down." Qin stood proudly in the air, showing the majesty of the ancient emperor. People from the great Shang dynasty, the Purple Thunder sect, the emperor-killing family, and the Huangji holy sect should be here too. Qin Wentian looked at the powerful men in the void, and then his eyes fell on a young man with a very cold expression. This person was also very famous in the Huangji Holy Land. He was Qilian, one of the prodigies who suppressed the era back then, a disciple of the Blood Demon Palace, and a member of the Qi family in the western regions. Qin Wentian's eyes stayed on Qilian for a moment, and a cold light flashed. He saw that there were several young strong men beside Qilian, one of whom was blooming with murderous intent in his blood-red pupils. He was Qilian's brother, Qi Tai from the Qi family in the western regions, and he also practiced in the Blood Demon Palace. His talent was slightly different from Qilian, but because he was more than 20 years older than Qilian, his cultivation was stronger. Now he has reached the second level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and his age is still under 100 years old. Qi Tai stepped forward and said to everyone, "Please let me fight you first." As he spoke, he stared at Qin Wentian and said, "My name is Qi Tai, I am at the celestial realm. I really don't understand why the Imperial Holy Sect is making such a big fuss. Qin Wentian, do you dare to fight me?" Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and knew the other party's cultivation realm. He still stood there, as if he didn't care about the other party's existence at all. "Okay, Since you want to be a running blog, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Wentian nodded and walked in the void. Watching him step, the star soul bloomed behind Jiutian, and instantly derived a dazzling starry sky. The terrifying starry sky seemed to be blood-colored, revealing the overwhelming demonic power. One by one, the terrifying Fangyan Huoji was faintly formed in the starry sky, exuding an extremely strong killing momentum. Buzz! The starry sky swept past, covering the sky and the sunlight could not fall down. Qin Wentian seemed to be in a purgatory space. Kill! Jiutian shouted coldly, and in an instant, thousands of blood-colored Fangyan Huoji fell from the starry sky, stirring up a storm in the void, making a rumbling sound, and the blood-colored light was lingering, containing an incredible destructive momentum. Qin Wentian raised his foot and stepped into the void. There was a muffled rumble, as if a terrible suppressive force was spreading out, making the Fangyan Huoji that came to strangle him weaker. The golden light shone, and Qin Wentian seemed to have golden rock wings on his body. The wings flashed, like a rock brushing across the sky, as fast as lightning. The golden wings appeared with bright starlight, cutting through the Fangyan Huoji and directly slashing the blood-colored Fangyan Huoji that came to kill, like an ancient golden-winged rock. Boom! Demonic energy rolled over Chitty's body. He carried the celestial phenomena on his back, as if he had transformed into a demon king. He pointed at the peerless magic halberd and looked at Qin Wentian, who was coming to kill him. He thrust out a halberd, blood refining the void. Endless blood-colored magic halberds passed by and killed the golden light that Qin Wentian had transformed into. There seemed to be a pair of demon eyes opening and closing between Qin Wentian's eyebrows. In an instant, Chitty felt the color of the world change. In just a moment, all the scene seemed to slow down. Qin Wentian's movements did not stop at all. The terrifying virtual demon power flowed on his dazzling wings, closing and opening, extending 10,000 meters, shining brightly, cutting off the magic halberd and splitting Chitty's body. The crowd saw a bloody light falling, and the golden rock shone and returned to the original place again. The crowd saw a blood mark between Chitty's eyebrows, extending downwards, blood pouring, and then falling towards the sky below. So strong. The power emanating from those wings is terrifying. The strong men stared at Qin Wentian. If he didn't release the starry celestial phenomena, he would destroy Jiutian. This pride of the Huangji Holy Land must have already stepped into the realm of celestial phenomena. Qilian looked unhappy. When he became famous, Qin Wentian was still unknown. However, now, Qin Wentian has entered the heavenly realm and gradually distanced himself from him. He has killed Jiutian so powerfully. Suppressing the pride of the times? It seems that he exists to set off Qin Wentian. Kill me and become a core disciple of the Huangji Holy Sect. Qin Wentian looked at the people in the void, his golden wings shining brightly, and he said, "You really think too much? With a force like the Huangji Holy Sect, if you let their core disciples come to kill me, I will kill them without hesitation. If it weren't for the protection of the Huangji Holy Sect that day, Zaichu would have died in my hands like Xiaosheng. They should have been regarded as the most outstanding Xiangang of the Huangji Holy Sect, but they are so weak." A suffocating pressure swept down. The strong man who was still standing on the golden armored warship and controlling the warship had murderous intent in his eyes and said coldly, "Kill him. Whoever takes action will be killed without mercy." Yikingayan said coldly, "Don't be a scapegoat. The people who came here today are not good enough." As soon as Yikingayan finished speaking, the figures of many strong men emerged, and a terrifying army of celestial signs rose into the air. At the same time, many women in the same clothes appeared in the Great Xia dynasty. They were the strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Those who want to kill Qin Wentian are enemies of Medicine Emperor Valley. Kill them. A leading woman from Medicine Emperor Valley spoke coldly. The momentum of both sides burst out together, gathered in the void, condensed into a frenzied airflow, and emitted a sharp sound, which was extremely harsh. Our Medicine Emperor Valley and Yi Qinggayan determined to stop our Huangji Shengzong from doing things. On the golden armor warship, the strong man spoke coldly. They came here today just to test a lineup. If Medicine Emperor Valley retreated, they would directly kill Qin Wentian. But now it seems that the attitude of Medicine Emperor Valley seems to be very tough, and they must protect Qin Wentian. What they didn't expect was that Yi Qinggayan, the Emperor of Yi Country, dared to participate in this matter. It was really presumptuous. This was a provocation to their dominant position. Chapter 696 The Departed Pride. Qin Wentian looked into the void, looking directly at the strong man on the Sky Dome golden armored warship. Qin Wentian is his adopted son, and the two sides are connected because Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng saved his life. If it weren't for Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's father, he would have fallen, and the Yi kingdom would have fallen into the hands of the thief. A real man distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and he will take revenge when there is hatred and repay gratitude when there is gratitude. Moreover, he admires Qin Wentian very much. His adopted son will surely become a hero in the future, a generation of evildoers, and will appear in the Huangji Holy Land. His future will go to a farther place. How can Qin Wentian allow the Huangji Holy Sect to kill Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian is willing to protect Qin Wentian at all costs. Therefore, in Qin Wentian's eyes, you can see a very firm light, and he said, yes, to kill Qin Wentian, even if the Huangji Holy Sect is the overlord of a domain, it must step over me. The strong men in Yaohuang Valley did not speak, still standing in the void, their firm eyes seemed to have given the answer. Okay. On the golden armor warship, the strong man was covered in the sun's glory. He stared at the strong men below and said coldly, the whole world belongs to a Huangji Shengzhuang. I want to see how strong your determination is. As soon as these words came out, everyone could feel the sharpness in the voice of the strong man on the golden armor warship. The whole world belongs to the Huangji Shengzhuang. He was too arrogant, as if the whole world belonged to his Huangji Shengzhuang. Huangji Shengzhuang was the overlord of Huangji Shenggayu and ruled the world, but when the strong men of Huangji Shengzhuang uttered these domineering words, Qin Wentian and the others still felt a chill all over their bodies. The whole world belongs to Huangji Shengzhuang. Does this mean that whoever they want to die must die? Now, Huangji Shengzhuang wants Qin Wentian to die. They want to see how strong Yaohuang Valley and Qin Wentian are. Qin Wentian's eyes shot out an extremely strong killing intent. The other party's words made him have a very bad impression of the Huangji Shengzhuang. The Huangji Shengzhuang was the overlord, and they were the strongest. Therefore, could they decide the lives of the people in the world? The whole world belongs to the Huangji Shengzhuang. This sentence exposed the arrogance and indifference of the Huangji Shengzhuang. The lineup we have descended today is indeed not enough to kill Qin Wentian, but my Huangji Shengzhuang wants to see who dares to stop Qin Wentian and who can stop him. On the golden armor warship, the voice of the strong man was still as cold as ice, and he said, Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian, you all heard it clearly. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian raised their heads and stared coldly at the figure in the void. Within 7 days, come to the Holy Emperor City to die. If you don't come, our Huangji Shengzhuang will make the Yi Kingdom and the great Xia dynasty disappear from the land of the Huangji Shenggayu. The figure of the strong man on the golden armor warship was full of endless indifference. This voice chilled Qin Wentian's bones and soul. Within 7 days, go to the Holy Emperor City to die, otherwise, let the Yi Kingdom and the great Xia dynasty disappear from the Huangji Shenggayu. The words of the Huangji Shengzhuang were full of endless tyranny and cold-bloodedness. They could indeed do it. As long as the Huangji Shengzhuang gave the order, the strongest force of the great Xia dynasty would be easily razed to the ground, the Jiuzhou city of the great Xia dynasty would be swept into ruins, and the great Xia would be unable to recover and even be removed from the Huangji Shenggayu. For the first time, Qin Wentian truly experienced the arrogance and indifference of being an unparalleled overlord, and everyone also truly experienced the determination of the Huangji Shengzhuang to kill Qin Wentian. Last time, Qin Wentian stepped into the Huangji Holy Sect, killed Xia Sheng and left alive. It was not because Qin Wentian was strong, but because the Holy Emperor did not want to kill Qin Wentian. But this time is different. Huangji Holy Sect, from top to bottom, wants Qin Wentian to die. The majesty of the overlord cannot be desecrated. Today, a Qin Wentian appeared. When he descends, a second one will appear. Only the blood of Qin Wentian can make the people of Huangji Holy Land remember. Remember the meaning of the 4 words Huangji Holy Sect, remember the majesty of the peerless overlord, no one can ever desecrate it, and those who violate it will die. After these words fell, the golden armor warship burst into dazzling light, and the strong man put his hands behind his back and said to everyone, go back. Yes. Everyone nodded, and then stepped onto the golden armor warship, and swept coldly towards Qin Wentian. The look they gave Qin Wentian was like looking at a dead person, and their eyes were extremely cold. It seems that this visit to the Royal Extreme Holy Sect is really just to test the determination of the Medicine Emperor Valley. If they can kill, they will kill. But since the Medicine Emperor Valley must protect Qin Wentian, The royal extreme holy sect will also let the Medicine Emperor Valley see their determination. 7 days later, Qin Wentian and Jiutian will go to die. This seems to be said only to Jiutian and Qin Wentian, but it is also said to the Medicine Emperor. The golden armor warship turned around and then roared away. It came with great momentum and left with the same momentum, leaving behind a domineering voice, letting Qin Wentian and Jiutian, the Emperor of Yeguo, go to die. Around the palace of the Daxi dynasty, the crowd was stunned. Qin Wentian seemed to have provoked an incredibly powerful person, and asked Qin Wentian to die. Otherwise, Daxia would be destroyed. Many people trembled slightly, and their eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian and others were all furious, staring at the figures who left. Let them die, otherwise, Daxia and your kingdom will be destroyed. Huangji Shengzong, the overlord of the world, is so majestic. The sun still shines down from the sky, with a blazing meaning, but many people feel a little cold, including Qin Wentian and Jiutian. It's not because of fear, but because of the coldness and anger from the bottom of their hearts. With his robe fluttering, Qin Wentian didn't speak for a long time, just standing there, watching the golden armor warship leaving. After a long silence, he turned his eyes and looked at the palace of the Daxia dynasty below, and then looked at the people of Daxia, took a deep breath, and had no worries in his heart. From today on, the land of Daxia will be ruled by Fairy King Mai in my place, just to revive Daxia. Qin Wentian finished speaking, and then he walked down and headed towards the Daxia palace. A moment later, he stepped into the void again with a group of figures, and whistled away directly, leaving everyone with a peerless back. Just looking at that back, it seems to be with the intention of moving forward, with the spirit of never returning, and with a bit of persistence to climb high and look at the dome. Many years later, there are still people who can't forget this back. Qin Wentian, a generation of Xianjiao, left this dynasty with his ambition not long after becoming the king of Daxia, to save Daxia from disaster. After Qin Wentian left, one after another figure flew into the air. They were the powerful celestial beings of Daxia, including Fairy King Mai, Xinglao, Ruahun and others. They stared at the back that was going away, and many people had tears in their eyes. When can I see his elegance again? P.S. On the last day, I finished everything in Daxia and moved to a farther place. On New Year's Eve, everyone should have returned home to reunite with their families, and the sound of firecrackers was endless. Wuhan wanted to take a rest, but still typed some words to send New Year's Eve blessings. I wish you all a successful career and study in the year of the monkey, a happy love and family, a healthy body, and happiness. Chapter 697 The Figure Behind. The imperial sacred domain is vast and endless, and the Holy Emperor City is the most prosperous. After Qin Wentian seized the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, he became famous all over the world on the holy battle stage of the Holy Emperor City, killing the emperor and defeating the Xianjiao who suppressed the era. He proved himself in terms of potential and combat power, and was ranked above the Xianjiao who suppressed the era. He was faintly the most talented young man in the imperial sacred domain. He also killed Xiaosheng in the imperial sacred sect, the overlord of the imperial sacred domain, to avenge Chujia. The medicine emperor, the immortal martial realm, and your Qingyan protected him and helped him get out of the imperial sacred sect safely. But this peerless Xianjiao figure is now wanted by the imperial sacred sect, and the overlord who rules the world wants his life. In the past few days, news came out that Qin Wentian would come to the Holy Emperor City to die. Not only Qin Wentian, but also Yi Qingyan, the emperor of the Yi people who protected Qin Wentian, would be sanctioned by the imperial sacred sect and come to die. At this time, Qin Wentian had already arrived in the Holy Emperor City, but he did not show up. He was just quietly trading the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder in the most prosperous trading place in the Holy Emperor City, very low-key. After obtaining the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder, he would find a place to practice silently, as if he did not care about the outside world about him at all. However, Qin Wentian did not care, but someone was anxious. Mo Qingchang was summoning the strong men of Yaohuang Valley to prepare to go to the Holy Emperor City. She did not expect Qin Wentian to be so bold and directly enter the Holy Emperor City. After all, the Huangji Shangzong is the overlord of the world. Now that it is determined to kill Qin Wentian, I am afraid that there will really be a terrible storm. In addition to Mo Qingcheng, there is another person who has never left his side on him, even though she has not really appeared in front of Qin Wentian for a long time. In the Holy Emperor City, The Huangji Shengzhuang stands there, majestic and magnificent, the overlord of the world. In the sky above the Huangji Shengzhuang, there is a female figure. The woman's eyes are filled with endless coldness, and the killing thought flashes in her cold eyes. Princess, His Majesty has sent another message. We really should leave. Behind Kinger, the old man followed him and wanted to take her away, but Kinger refused, and he had no choice. After His Majesty ascended the throne, he always felt guilty about the princess and doted on her. He even got the great Nirvana immortal method for her request. Such courage and determination made him feel frightened. If he was asked to take Kinger away by force, he would not dare to do so. What if he angered the princess and she was unhappy and wanted to settle accounts with him in the future? Then the ending would be. So, he, a great general of the immortal kingdom, could only run errands with a princess, and he couldn't make her unhappy. It was really miserable. Can you help me destroy the Huangji Shengzhuang? Kinger said coldly. The old man's expression did not fluctuate at all, as if it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the Huangji Shengzhuang. The overlord of Emir region was nothing in his eyes. The years he had lived were probably longer than the history of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Princess, what will happen after destroying the Huangji Shengzhuang? The old man asked. On the road to chasing the strongest, he will definitely encounter strong opponents. If he can't overcome them, he can only stop at a certain level or perish. I help him destroy the Huangji Shengzhuang, and there will be another Huangji Shengzhuang. Will the princess always stay with him? The old man was helpless. If he destroyed the Huangji Shengzhuang, would the princess go with him? Seeing the princess's concern for the young man, I'm afraid she is still reluctant to leave. Do you have any good ideas? Kinger said crisply, looking at the old man with cold eyes, with a hint of hope in his eyes. The old man saw Kinger's eyes and sighed in his heart. It seems that the princess is really deeply in love and there is no cure. However, Princess Kinger has something to ask of him. If he helps Princess Kinger with this matter, Princess Kinger will definitely remember him, right? Unless he has the protection of a powerful person, it would be best if a powerful person accepted him as a disciple and took him out of this Huangji Holy Land. In this way, he might be able to leave more easily, and he would have a chance to meet the princess again in the future. The old man said slowly, causing a glimmer of light in Kinger's eyes. But, I don't know those powerful people. Kinger frowned again, feeling a little annoyed. She hoped that if someone accepted Qin Wentian as a disciple, it would be best if they were super powerful beings, so that Qin Wentian's future would be easier and she wouldn't have to watch over him all the time. The old man's eyes flickered. If the princess asks, this old servant is willing to pass on the princess's message. Your Majesty has many good friends, but this old servant also dares to remind you that a powerful person at your Majesty's level will not accept disciples casually. Even if it is for your Majesty's face, it is just a decoration, and there will be no protection. It still depends on his talent. There is no problem with his talent. Kinger's eyes lit up, and she looked at the old man and said, then you pass on the message for me. Princess. The old man looked at Kinger and called out. Kinger asked, do you have anything else to say? Princess, if you ask your Majesty again this time, if your Majesty agrees, the princess must leave with this old servant. The old man said earnestly. Kinger's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment, and then she looked into the distance leisurely. There seemed to be some reluctance in her cold eyes. She rarely showed a smile in the corner of her eyes and said, okay. Looking at Kinger's back, the old man shook his head and sighed secretly. He really didn't know what the princess was thinking. She witnessed his wedding with her own eyes, but she was still so persistent. Even if the princess didn't mind, would His Majesty be willing to let his beloved daughter share the same man with someone else? Even if the young man was outstanding, His Majesty would never let the princess suffer such an injustice. What a bad fate. The old man could only sigh silently. It was probably a mistake for His Majesty to send the princess to such a remote area. The overlord of the Huangji Holy Land, the Huangji Holy Sect, still stood there. They were extremely arrogant. Not long ago, they said that the land under the whole world belonged to the Huangji Holy Sect. They probably never dreamed that not long ago, the thought of the beautiful woman who had threatened them almost made them suffer a catastrophe. It was really just a thought. If the old man hadn't thought of another way, or Kinger hadn't agreed, the Huangji Holy Sect would probably have been removed from the Huangji Holy Land. However, the Huangji Holy Sect naturally didn't know about this. They were still waiting for Qin Wentian to come to the Holy Emperor City to die. Qin Wentian would not know about this. The beautiful woman with the appearance of an iceberg snow lotus always didn't like to talk, but she was still guarding silently as she had done in the past 10 years. In the past, she had caused a huge wave in the outside world for Qin Wentian to obtain the great Nirvana immortal technique. In the past, she had personally gone to the Huangji holy sect and threatened the hegemon. Now, she was still silently worried about him and guarding him. Qin Wentian had no idea of all this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in an inn, practicing. Brilliant light patterns were flowing around his body. Those light patterns flowed on his body, revealing a wonderful aura, as if they could condense into special runes. He stretched his palm towards the ground, and with a crackling sound, strands of the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder were swallowed into his body, and then flowed into his body along the chakra, completing the tempering of his body, and then turned into the flow of rune light. Repeating again and again, the body was tempered stronger and stronger, and even those flowing runes gave people a faint feeling of power. After a long time, he took a deep breath, and the light flowing on his body disappeared. He opened his eyes, looked at the Sky Demon Oracle bone powder that had been absorbed cleanly, and took a deep breath. There are too few Sky Demon Oracle bone powders that can be collected now, and to achieve the body of an immortal demon, one must rely on the real Sky Demon Oracle bone. I'm afraid it can't be found in the Royal Holy Land. Qin Wentian said in his heart. The trading place of the Holy Emperor City is already the strongest trading place in the Royal Holy Land, but the Sky Demon Oracle bone is still not found. I'm afraid it's hard to find it in the entire Royal Holy Land. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wentian felt a little aggrieved. It doesn't matter if he has talent. Without strength, he is still a plaything in the hands of others. Although he can now cross the realm and kill the strong men of the third level of the celestial phenomena, his foundation is still too shallow. His realm is not strong. In front of the peerless overlord like the Royal Holy Sect, he still looks fragile. At this moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, and suddenly endless meteorites piled up and appeared beside Qin Wentian. This is all the meteorites that Qin Wentian has forever, and they are all here. Father, you could make immortals and demons cry back then, but now I am here feeling aggrieved because of a mere Huangji Shengzhuang. This does not reflect your prestige. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and the meteorite was suspended in the air, began to float, and landed in various directions, faintly transforming into a divine pattern, a huge divine pattern array. Let me see the memory you left behind again. Qin Wentian clapped his hands, and the entire pattern lit up in an instant, turning into endless starlight that enveloped his body. The dazzling and boundless starlight madly drilled into Qin Wentian's body, and the meteorite was consumed so quickly that it reached an appalling level. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, held his consciousness tightly, and let the star power madly rush into the star figure in his mind. In an instant, the figure lit up again, shining brightly. The terrifying starlight directly took Qin Wentian's consciousness into the vast space, and continued to go deeper into the starry sky to find the memory his father left for him. The stars were shining brightly, and Qin Wentian's perception kept breaking through, rushing madly towards a star crystal. That should be a core memory left by his father for him. The meteorites from the outside world were consumed at an alarming rate in the formation. The star crystal became brighter and brighter, and finally a strong light flashed. Qin Wentian's perception was instantly trapped in another space. In this space, there was a tall figure standing above the void. He was spitting out complicated formulas from his mouth. Every formula he spit out seemed to turn into terrifying talisman light. On the body of the tall figure, endless immortal light shone, like the ancient immortal light, lighting up the void. Chapter 698, A Fight to the Death, Happy New Year. This tall and mighty figure was none other than Qin Wentian's biological father. The celestial palace enveloped his body, illuminating the sky. Every inch of his body was shining with dazzling runes. Bathed in the sacred light, this tall and mighty figure was even more extraordinary, like a god descending from heaven, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. The incantations continued, the light soared into the sky, and the figure became more and more sacred. This halo was like a flame in real light. In the pure white luster, a golden luster occasionally flashed by, adding a bit of kingly aura. Boom boom boom. Qin Wentian's consciousness shook wildly, as if it could collapse at any time. The bitter incantation rushed directly into his mind like an immortal sound. When the figure in front of him turned around, Qin Wentian finally saw the face clearly, and the owner of the face was smiling at this moment, which shook Qin Wentian's heart. The smile was soft and warm, as if looking at him and smiling at him. Father. Qin Wentian's consciousness was shaken out directly, and his mind was shaking violently. When he opened his eyes, Qin Wentian's eyes were slightly red, and there was a mantra in his mind, as well as a gentle smile, as if his father saw him and was smiling at him. Qin Wentian also smiled, a little foolishly, but really happy. Looking at that smile, he really felt for the first time that his father was by his side, never leaving, always silently protecting him. This mantra, Qin Wentian murmured, looking at the disappearing meteorite, and sighed in his heart. It is really difficult to get a trace of memory left by his father. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian began to chant, and a series of obscure mantras came out of his mouth, but there was no abnormal movement. Qin Wentian kept trying, again and again, and the mantra gradually became proficient and more handy. His mind moved with a mantra, and there was an involuntary airflow flowing in his body, as if resonating with the mantra. At this moment, Qin Wentian found that the wisp of heart fire in his body seemed to tremble. Is this the blood formula? Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The formula in his memory was obscure and difficult to understand, like heavenly music, but he seemed to be born with the ability to chant it, and with his familiarity with the formula, he could faintly understand its meaning. Now, it even triggered the rare white light. Qin Wentian had always believed that this heart fire might be his second blood. This blood had saved his life twice before, and it could protect his heart and be immune to all poisons. However, he had never been able to trigger this blood power until now. This formula seemed to make this heart fire palpitate. Qin Wentian was immersed in it, chanting the formula continuously, and the heart fire in his body beat slowly, very slowly, but Qin Wentian could clearly feel their activity, as if they were reviving. It seems that it is really the formula to trigger the power of blood. Qin Wentian said in his heart, without distraction, immersed in the chanting of the formula, over and over again, thousands of times, and he saw its true meaning. One day later, Qin Wentian was still chanting the spell. At this time, there was a dazzling light on his body, like a fairy light, shining all over his body. The light was like a wisp of candlelight, and each candlelight was like a terrible rune, with terrifying power, covering Qin Wentian's body. As Qin Wentian chanted, the runes became more and more brilliant. The fairy light woven by endless runes and candlelight was like a vision of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Wentian was like a fairy king. Qin Wentian's body and blood seemed to resonate with the spell he uttered. At this moment, Qin Wentian had a feeling that the fairy light protected his body, and all evils could not invade, and all poisons could not enter his body. Qin Wentian exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. It seemed that a dazzling fairy light shone out and shot into the distance, like a terrible flame. Why does this bloodline power behave so strangely? Qin Wentian was secretly shocked. Just as he had guessed back then, this candlelight was indeed bloodline power, but it was a very special bloodline power that had the power to purify all evil and the terrible destructive power to burn everything. In his opinion, if he tried his best, even a third-level celestial realm expert would be burned by this candlelight and would surely die. However, even so, his strength was still far from enough. His realm was too low. Although he was at the first level of celestial realm, he had many trump cards, strong stars and celestial phenomena, and had a powerful double bloodline. This was enough to ensure that he would be invincible at the same level. He would not have any pressure to surpass 1 or 2 realms, but what about the 4th and 5th levels of celestial realm? What about those who were even stronger? In the Imperial Holy Sect, even the top celestial realm experts had many. However, even so, since the Huangji Shengzong wanted to kill him, and said the arrogant words that the land under the heaven belongs to the Huangji Shengzong, threatening Yego and Daxia, then no matter what, they must teach the Huangji Shengzong a lesson that they will never forget, so that they will understand that even if the Huangji Shengzong is now the tyrant of a region, dares to regard the world as its own, and does not take the lives of the people in the world seriously, then one day, the Huangji Shengzong will be expelled and even destroyed. Today is the 6th day of the 7-day deadline given by the Huangji Shengzong. The people of the Holy Emperor City are paying attention to whether Qin Wentian will appear in the Holy Emperor City and go to the Huangji Shengzong to die. The Holy War Arena in the Holy Emperor City is very quiet today. After all, if you want to open the Holy War Arena, you need the famous Xianjiao figures of the Huangji Holy Domain to fight. Every battle on the Holy War Arena is a famous figure in the Huangji Holy Domain. The Holy War Arena is actually controlled by the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong. At this moment, Several figures descended in front of the Holy War Arena control array. How dare you? You are not allowed to enter this place. In the magic circle, the strong man of the Huangji Holy Sect who was guarding the Holy War Arena opened his eyes were shining, and the cold light was shining. Get lost. One of the people came out in a terrifying momentum burst out in an instant. The strong man guarding the Holy War Arena had a sullen face. For countless years, no one had dared to fight for the control of the Holy War Arena. This was the place where the Huangji Holy Sect supervised the battles of the Huangji Holy Domain Xianjiao, but today, someone did. Who are you? The man stood up from the middle of the formation, looked at the figure walking in front of him, and spoke coldly. Qin Wentian. The voice of the person who came was calm, and the man's expression froze, and he immediately understood. Go back to the Huangji Holy Sect and tell them that I, Qin Wentian, and my adopted son Qin Wentian, are waiting for them to kill me at the Holy War Arena. Qin Wentian's voice shook the 9 heavens, and the terrifying sound waves swept the world, shaking the void wildly, resounding throughout the area of 100 miles, and instantly made those who heard the voice tremble violently. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian, here we are. However, they did not go to the Holy Emperor Sect to die, but to the Holy War Arena, and seemed to have seized control of the Holy War Arena. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of gusts of wind flashed, and the people of the Holy Emperor City quickly flashed towards the direction of the Holy War Arena, at an extremely fast speed, as if they were afraid of missing something. At the same time, the news that Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian had descended on the Holy War Arena of the Holy Emperor City was spreading at a terrifying speed, spreading to the entire Holy Emperor City. When the crowd descended on the Holy War Arena, they found Qin Wentian standing in the middle of the arena with his eyes closed. On both sides of Qin Wentian, strong men kept coming. They were the strong men from your country and Yaohuang Valley. The strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect. Some people nearby heard the news and rushed over quickly, staring at Qin Wentian with a very cold look, and said, I asked you to come and die. What's the point of you running to the Holy Battle Arena? Since the Huangji Holy Sect wants me to die, Qin knows that I am powerless to resist, but Qin wants to die with dignity. I want to see if there are any strong men in the Huangji Holy Sect that dare to fight. I, Qin Wentian, am in the first level of the celestial realm. I challenge anyone in the third level of the Huangji Holy Sect, regardless of age. If they can fight upright and take a look at the pride of the world's overlord, if they lose, I, Qin Wentian, will commit suicide in front of the world. Qin Wentian still closed his eyes and spoke slowly. If the Huangji Holy Sect, the overlord that rules the world, dares not even agree to such a request, then the title of the overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain is probably in vain. There is not even a man, the overlord of the world, but it has cultivated a group of cowardly and incompetent people. The title of overlord is a joke. When Qin Wentian said this, everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Qin Wentian with a little sympathy. Indeed, as the overlord of the world, Huangji Shangzong wanted Qin Wentian to die, and he would definitely not be able to survive. Now, he just wanted to die with dignity, upright, and if he lost, he would commit suicide. Such a tragic request should not be refused by Huangji Shangzong. Otherwise, I am afraid that people in the world will really look down on the high and mighty overlord. For the people of Huangji Holy Domain, Huangji Shangzong is sacred and unattainable. It gathers the strongest geniuses in the world in one sect. Any one of them is a peerless genius and has the most dazzling talent. In Huangji Holy Domain, Huangji Shangzong is a god. Now, Qin Wentian declared war on the gods of Huangji Holy Domain, and on the sacred battle stage of the Holy War stage, which made people feel a ray of blood. More and more strong people are coming, including those of Huangji Shangzong, and the crowd is looking forward to it. Even though they knew that Qin Wentian would die, they still wanted to see with their own eyes the most dazzling young man in the Huangji Holy Domain for thousands or even tens of thousands of years bloom his last brilliant glory. Will he fall at the hands of a strong man of the second or third level of the celestial phenomenon? I don't know if the evildoer of the first level of the celestial phenomenon of the Huangji Holy Sect can defeat Qin Wentian. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. The golden armor warship arrived, and the strong men who went to Daxia in the past appeared with many strong men of the Huangji Holy Domain. They stared at Qin Wentian with extremely cold expressions. Qin Wentian actually challenged anyone in the world to fight on the holy battle stage, and it was any strong man in the third level of the celestial phenomenon. It seemed that there was no reason for his Huangji Holy Sect to refuse Qin Wentian. This could be known by the look in the eyes of the crowd below. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chapter 699, Indestructible. Holy Emperor, Holy Battle Arena, Holy Emperor City, Holy Emperor Order. All names with the word holy must have extraordinary significance to the royal holy domain, and the Holy Battle Arena is no exception. Qin Wentian's choice of the Holy Battle Arena was extremely smart. Now a huge crowd has gathered around the Holy Battle Arena. I don't know how many people are witnessing this scene. His request is so tragic and heroic, just to fight to the death. If the royal holy sect does not fight, what will the people of the Holy Emperor City think of them? Moreover, where did the grudge between Qin Wentian and the royal holy sect come from? It was born out of war. He once went to the royal holy sect to kill Xiaoxiang, and was extremely arrogant. However, if the royal holy sect wanted to kill him, the best way would be to send a more outstanding Xianjiao to shock him to death. This would truly prove the excellence of his royal holy sect disciples and prove the pride and sacredness of his royal holy sect, which cannot be violated or desecrated. Qin Wentian, you are just an ant. How can you be qualified to talk to my Huangji Shengzong, let alone invite a fight? The strong man on the golden armor warship was a little taboo. He witnessed a battle in which Qin Wentian killed Chitai with his own eyes. It was extremely powerful. It was too difficult for a person of the first level of Xiangxiang to kill Qin Wentian, even in Huangji Shengzong. As for the second level of Xiangxiang, with so many people watching, even if Qin Wentian was killed, it would not be a glorious thing. If he lost, it would be even more shameful. It was not as direct as crushing and killing him directly. The Huangji holy sect is pathetic. Qin stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Qin Wentian is the overlord of the world, but he is unwilling to join it. Therefore, the Huangji holy sect cannot tolerate geniuses more outstanding than them, and they don't even have the courage to fight. If the holy emperor knew that you refused to fight, I wonder if he would feel ashamed for you. How outrageous. A thunderous roar was heard, and more powerful men from the Huangji holy sect arrived. The powerful man named Ji, who had brought Qin Wentian to the immortal palace in the past, also arrived. He stood proudly in the void, staring at Qin Wentian, Yi Qingyan and others with a very cold expression. He gave Qin Wentian a chance and invited Qin Wentian to join the Huangji holy sect, but Qin Wentian refused. Of course, at that time he still didn't take Qin Wentian's way too seriously, but he didn't expect the subsequent turmoil. Zaichu also arrived beside the strong man surnamed Ji. His eyes were cold and murderous intent kept blooming in his eyes. He stared at Qin Wentian. It was this man who almost killed him in the Huangji holy sect. It was Xiaoxiang who exchanged his life for his. One of his 3 brothers died in the immortal palace because Qin Wentian and Chu Jie chose to save Fan Miaoyu, and one was killed by Qin Wentian himself. But now, Qin Wentian is still alive, provoking his Huangji holy sect. Is it presumptuous? Qingyan stared at the void with proud eyes, and continued, the reason why the Huangji holy sect is the overlord of the world and is praised as a holy land is actually just a place with a false reputation. Most of the geniuses cultivated by other forces were accepted by you, so they became your Huangji holy sect disciples. Those who were unwilling to accept your invitation were suppressed and killed, and even said that the whole world belongs to the Huangji holy sect, as if the lives of all the people in the world belong to you. You threatened Qin Wentian and me with the lives of countless people in Yi country and Daxia country. Are you worthy of being the overlord of the world? Qingyan's voice was transmitted, shaking the area of hundreds of miles, and the hearts of the crowd were all shocked. Huangji holy sect, did you actually say the arrogant words that the whole world belongs to the Huangji holy sect, and threaten Yi Qingyan and Qin Wentian with the lives of the people in Yi country and Daxia? If so, Huangji holy sect is indeed too domineering, as if the lives of all the people in the world belong to his Huangji holy sect. My Huangji Shengzong has been strong from generation to generation, and its power is feared by the world. Qingyan, how can your few words shake people's hearts? The strong man surnamed Ji had anger in his eyes, but he still spoke calmly, his voice shaking the sky. Strong from generation to generation? I have said that I will challenge any strong man in the 3rd level of the Huangji Shengzong Xiangxiang realm, and let the world see how powerful the genius cultivated by the Huangji Shengzong is, and whether it is worthy of the title of the overlord who is strong from generation to generation. Killing me will prove it. Such a simple thing, what are you still doing there? Qin Wentian stared at the strong man surnamed Ji and said sarcastically. A monstrous aura swept down, and countless strong men stepped into the sky above the holy war arena. More than 1,000 powerful beings of the Huangji Shengzong descended, and a suffocating pressure swept down, pressing people in the hundreds of miles area to feel suffocated. This momentum was too powerful and terrifying. "Jimo, go and kill him." The Ji surnamed warrior spoke indifferently with a murderous look in his eyes. In the crowd of the Huangji holy sect, a warrior walked out. This warrior was a descendant of the Ji surnamed warrior. He was dressed in black and middle-aged, with a cold aura. Jimo, who had practiced for 130 years, was at the second level of the celestial phenomenon. Although his level was not high, his level was extremely stable and his combat power was extremely strong. Among the descendants of the Ji surnamed warriors, Jimo was a rare combat talent. Even among the second level of the celestial phenomenon warriors in the entire Huangji holy sect, Jimo's combat power could be ranked in the top 3. Jimo had 2-star celestial phenomena, one for attack and one for defense, which was a perfect match. At this time, Jimo's figure walked down and walked towards the holy war arena. Qin controlled the holy war arena and closed the light curtain, allowing Qin Wentian and Jimo to fight in the holy war arena. The holy war arena would not be opened until the battle was over. Qin's eyes were shining, hoping that Qin Wentian's fighting ability would not disappoint him. Today, they wanted to make Huangji Shengzong, the world's overlord, fall from the altar, so that everyone could truly see that the so-called world's overlord was just an appearance. The world's talents did not need to join Huangji Shengzong, they could still kill the evildoers of Huangji Shengzong. Huangji Shengzong was just a name only. The world was still the world of the world's people. If there were no heroes from generation to join, Huangji Shengzong would only have one top saint emperor left. On the holy war stage, Jimo's eyes seemed to have terrible magic power and became weird. Qin Wentian stared at him, still standing with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a ray of starlight shone, and Qin Wentian seemed to see countless pupils. Those pupils were embedded in the stars and celestial phenomena, making Qin Wentian feel like he was about to fall into a world of pupils and become confused. Pupil skills, stars, and celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The star souls of martial life cultivators are different. The star souls of some strong ones are a pair of strange eyes with pupil skills. After transforming into stars, this pupil skill ability expands to a stronger level. At this time, the whole world seems to have only those dazzling pupils, without Jimo's figure. The strong man surnamed Ji did not let Jimo and Qin Wentian fight casually. Qin Wentian provoked the Huangji Shengzong in front of the world on the holy war stage. Any defeat in the battle will affect the face of the Huangji Shengzong. Of course, he hopes to win in one battle and let Qin Wentian commit suicide in front of the world to show the majesty of the Huangji Shengzong. Qin Wentian's palm was shining with brilliant light. He raised his hand and slapped it. With a bang, the pupil in front of him was directly destroyed. However, the pupil in front of him changed in thousands of ways, seemingly endless, like an illusion, and like a real existence. It seems that the strength of the celestial beings is largely due to their starry celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This starry celestial phenomenon is very deceptive, far beyond the red iron. It is not easy for him to kill the opponent without blooming the starry celestial phenomenon. The changing pupils are looming, and many pupils seem to appear in front of Qin Wentian. Suddenly, arms emerge from the pupils, transforming into thousands of arms, raising their hands to suppress them. A destructive turbulence destroys everything and kills Qin Wentian. Buzz! The star soul blooms, and the starry celestial phenomenon is derived in an instant. Strands of dazzling streams flow on the surface of the body. Qin Wentian's body seems to shine with strange rune light, and the demonic energy is surging. At the same time, the golden rock's feather appears, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom! The terrible attack suppressed on the wings, causing Qin Wentian's body to tremble constantly. The arm attacks that burst out from the pupils were all real offensive power, not illusions. A crisp sound of crackling was heard, and the golden wings on Qin Wentian's body seemed to be shattered. However, almost in an instant, Qin Wentian's blooming dream world constellations enveloped this space, and the omnipresent power flowed in the void. Qin Wentian clenched his palms, and a stream of annihilation destroyed all the illusory pupils. The opponent's stars and celestial phenomena floated in the sky again, as if the sovereignty of this space was taken away by Qin Wentian. At this time, Jimo's body was suspended in the void. Behind him was another starry sky. The rock-like starlight protected him. At this time, he looked a little unhappy, staring at Qin Wentian. Your starry sky actually has the ability to seize the domain. What kind of starry sky is this? Dream world star. In my dream world, it belongs to my power, and it is everywhere. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, and a terrible destructive force flowed in the void. He saw his palm slap forward, and in an instant, the power flowing in the void directly turned into a huge palm print, which directly crushed out. Jimo's mind moved slightly, and the rock light protected his body. The terrifying palm print suppressed it, and only heard a click sound, which shattered his protective power. However, there was a continuous power in the starry sky transmitted to his body, and he was still just guarding. Such a defensive power was too terrible. Ordinary second-level celestial power masters could not break this star-like rock protection at all. Your attack power is very strong, but if that's all, I'm afraid it's not enough to break my star image. Jimo took a step forward, and countless pairs of pupils in the sky flashed with strange light again. If you can't kill me, what am I doing here? Qin Wentian said coldly, with demonic energy raging on his body. The whole person seemed to have turned into the shadow of the golden rock, and endless sword power burst out. At this moment, every part of his body seemed to have an indestructible sense of power. Buzz! The strong wind tore through the void, and a ray of golden light shone across the world. The power in the dream world turned into a monstrous light floating on the golden rock's wings, making the golden rock's wings countless times sharper than real swords. Swish, swish. The hurricane fell from the sky, and the 1,000-meter wings cut down. At this moment, it seemed that countless wings bloomed with dazzling luster in the void at the same time, slashing towards Jimo. Jimo's expression changed drastically, and the light of the stars flowed all over his body, as if the power of the stars and rocks protected his body, as if he was wearing a star and rock armor, and his defense seemed indestructible. The golden wings slashed down and cut into the protective light of the rock. There was actually a flash of fire, but the wings were not stopped. They cut down directly and pierced into the rock armor. Jimo was horrified, but it was too late to save the situation. A golden light slashed down, and his body seemed to be split in two. Chapter 700 Natives. Jimo's body was lying on the holy war arena. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and a palm print was directly imprinted on it. In an instant, the destructive beam directly crushed the body and turned it into dust. Jimo, a strong man of the second level of the heavenly phenomenon of the Imperial Saint sect, was defeated and died. The light curtain of the holy war arena opened, and Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the more and more strong men of the Imperial Saint sect who gathered in the void. The lineup that came was simply shocking. This was the first time Qin Wentian saw such a powerful lineup. The Imperial Saint domain was worthy of being the overlord of the world. There were countless strong men gathered in the sect. One order was enough to shock the whole party. To kill me, you dispatched such a lineup, which is really laughable. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. The whole space was terribly quiet. The vast space around the holy war arena was filled with countless figures, all of whom were shocked by Qin Wentian's strength and the lineup dispatched by the Imperial Saint sect. How strong was the determination of the Huangji Shengzong to kill Qin Wentian? However, they also found that there seemed to be a group of people gathering on Qin Wentian's side. They should be the strong men sent by Yao Huang Valley. If the Huangji Shengzong's lineup was not enough, it would be difficult to kill Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian said that as long as someone in the third level of the celestial phenomenon realm could defeat him, he would commit suicide here. Could it be that the Huangji Shengzong, the dominant force, which was 2 levels higher, could not kill Qin Wentian? No matter how evil Qin Wentian was, this sounded a little ridiculous. Jimo's death was of course the shame of the Huangji Shengzong. If they directly attacked and killed Qin Wentian at this time, it would make the Huangji Shengzong even more embarrassed. Everyone would think that there really had no one in the Huangji Shengzong who to send to fight. In front of the Huangji Shengzong crowd, someone secretly transmitted a message to the people around him. This boy's fighting power is really terrifying, and his starry sky is also powerful. He should have integrated the 4 martial arts truths. I'm afraid he will have to send out people of the 3rd level of the sky. How about letting Dongyu fight? Someone said. Dongyu is one of the strongest people among the 3rd level of the sky of the Huangji Holy Sect, and his attack and defense balance is almost perfect. Is Dongyu here? Someone asked. No, do we need to notify him to come? Everyone secretly communicated, all in a very short time. Dongyu has come, And not only Dongyu has come, he is back, Qin Wentian, dead. At this time, the strong man surnamed Ji said in a voice transmission, which made everyone stunned. At this time, it seemed that someone else was coming from a distance. A group of people directly passed through the heavy crowd of the Huangji holy sect and came to the front. Everyone made way. The strong man surnamed Ji and others looked at the group of people coming, especially when they saw the young man in front of them. Everyone was stunned, and then a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. The young man in the lead was wearing a blue brocade robe and a purple gold crown. His angular face was as neat as a knife, and his eyes shot out cold stars, which had a faint luster that could capture people's hearts. The people accompanying him were all extraordinary people, including elders from the lineage of the leader of the Huangji holy sect and the proud son of the Huangji holy sect. Dongyu was one of them. In addition, there were several young people with outstanding temperament standing beside him. They stood closer to the young man in the blue brocade robe than Dongyu. Zhejuan, you are back. The strong man surnamed Ji nodded slightly to the young man, with a gentle smile in his eyes. This gentleness was not shown even when he was facing Zhechu. Uncle Ji. Zhejuan nodded slightly to the strong man surnamed Ji. Brother Zhuan. Zhechu also called him respectfully. Zhejuan and he had the same surname, both of them were Zhe's surname, the surname of the Holy Emperor. Naturally, there was no need to say more about his identity. He was a descendant of the Holy Queen. But his status is much higher than Zhechu's in the Royal Saint sect. Yes. Zhejuan glanced at Zhechu and said, I heard about your story. No wonder you were not chosen by the Holy Emperor to go out with me. You can't even deal with the people here. You have to work hard in the future. Yes, Brother Zhuan. Zhechu no longer had an arrogant attitude and responded very obediently. The Royal Saint sect has dominated the Royal Saint domain for many years. The current Holy Emperor is certainly not the first generation of Holy Emperors. Every generation of Holy Emperors will select the most outstanding people from the younger generation to train personally, and then send them out of the Royal Saint domain to go out and experience. These selected people are all designated Holy Princes, and are the pride of heaven who have the potential to impact a legendary realm. Once one of them succeeds, he will succeed the position of Holy Emperor. After practicing, he will train another Holy Emperor. This is the mission. Only in this way can the Royal Saint domain be firmly controlled. As for those who were not selected, they stayed in the Huangji Holy Land to practice, and with different strengths, they took up different positions in the Huangji Holy Sect, ensuring that the Huangji Holy Sect would multiply and prosper from generation to generation. Zhejuan was the only Holy Prince selected in Zhechu's generation. He would have the possibility of inheriting the Holy Emperor's throne in the future. Even if he could not reach that level, if he was willing to return to the Huangji Holy Sect, he would also take up a core position. Zhejuan, why did you come back? Asked a strong man from the Huangji Holy Sect, who is Zhejuan's elder. It's hard for you to understand even if I tell you. I'm not sure about this matter yet. I just got a little news. If this matter is confirmed, the entire Huangji Holy Land will be shaken. I don't know how many foreign strong men will set foot in my Huangji Holy Land. Zhejuan responded lightly, which made everyone look puzzled, unable to understand the meaning of Zhejuan's voice. Zhejuan seemed to be saying that there might be a shocking event in the Huangji Holy Land, but he had no way to confirm it now. Let's solve the problem here first. Zhejuan said lightly. His eyes swept over Qin Wentian on the Holy War Arena. He was also born in the Royal Saint domain, so how could he not know the Holy War Arena? He was the one who almost killed you. Zhejuan asked Zhechu beside him. Yes. Zhechu looked cold and stared at Qin Wentian, with a murderous intent in his eyes. You can't even deal with such a native. You really should reflect on yourself. Zhejuan's voice was calm. He had seen all kinds of storms outside. Any of the proud children of heaven would be an existence that could make the sun and the moon pale in comparison if placed in the Royal Saint domain. With a high vision, he certainly looked down on the so-called geniuses in the Royal Saint domain. In his eyes, they were just like natives. To be honest, the geniuses in the Royal Saint domain would be just ordinary people if taken out. Among his generation of the Royal Saint sect, the Holy Emperor only selected him to go out. Many other people would be considered super powerful monsters in the Royal Saint domain, but the Holy Emperor did not take them out. Just from this point of view, it was normal for Zhejuan to look down on the geniuses in the Royal Saint domain. The crowd heard Zhejuan teaching Zhechu a lesson, and the people of the Huangji Shengzong seemed to respect him very much, so they couldn't help but show doubts. What is the identity of this young man with outstanding temperament? He actually has such power and has become the core of the Huangji Shengzong. Not only him, but also the several young people around Zhejiang have outstanding temperaments. Huangji Shengzong, are you going to fight or not? Qin Wentian saw that these people of the Huangji Shengzong were chatting and forgot about him, so he couldn't help but speak coldly. Moreover, the young man who came was at the third level of the Xiangxiang realm, but his tone was very arrogant, calling him a native. You are worthy enough to challenge my Huangji Shengzong. Zhejiang glanced at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Not worthy. Qin Wentian showed an interesting look, looking at Zhejiang in the void, and said sarcastically, I fight people from Huangji Shengzong, and I kill one person for each one I fight. If Zhechu beside you was not protected by Huangji Shengzong, I would have killed him long ago. I really admire you for having the nerve to say such words. Zhejiang frowned slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his proud eyes. He snorted coldly, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. How can you know how big the sky is? Pucci. A young woman next to Zhejiang laughed. The woman was wearing a tight long skirt, which made her graceful figure extremely hot and made people feel impulsive. Her skin was very good, white and rosy, her eyes were very bright, a standard beauty, and her temperament was extraordinary. Zhejiang, you said that your sect controls an entire region, and the battle formation is powerful, but why do you feel a little intimidated? A native dares to ignore you like this. The beautiful woman giggled. She was Zhejiang's friend Lu Ziyan, who had a good relationship with Zhejiang. Zhejiang wanted to pursue her, but she neither agreed nor refused, and maintained a friendship. The reason why she didn't agree was that in her opinion, Zhejiang was just average, not too outstanding, and she didn't refuse because Zhejiang's family was the overlord of an area. Her family also had strong people at the level of Saint Emperor, but although such a family in the outside world was also considered a strong family, it was different from the overlord of an area. The overlord of an area, who controls an area, can easily obtain a steady stream of resources. An area is a huge and amazing wealth that belongs to the native king. Lu Ziyan still got a lot of benefits from Zhejiang, which is why she has been fishing for Zhejiang. Who can't show off their eloquence? Zhejiang smiled at Lu Ziyan and said, Ziyan, these natives are short-sighted and have little knowledge, but they claim to be geniuses, and they are often passionate and fearless. It's ridiculous and pathetic. I have discovered this. Lu Ziyan took a look at the lineup of the Huangji Shengzong. It was easy to kill the young man standing below. But the young man was also courageous and not afraid at all. Moreover, his temperament was quite extraordinary. There was arrogance and unruly on his handsome face, revealing a sense of demonic handsomeness. But natives are natives. No matter how extraordinary their temperament is, Lu Ziyan will not look down on a native, unless he goes outside and undergoes a transformation. There are such people, but they are very rare, 1 in a million. Dong Yu, go and kill him. Zhejiang glanced at a young man next to him, who was Dong Yu. In his opinion, with Dong Yu's strength, it should be easy to kill a native. The eyes of this native seemed very arrogant, staring at him sarcastically, which made him feel ridiculous. However, in Qin Wentian's eyes, Zhejiang's behavior is ridiculous. P.S. In the 700th chapter, Qin Wentian officially begins to contact the outside world, and a wider world will unfold one after another. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.